Messi or Ronaldo? From what I know, I think that Messi's like the uncontested GOAT, but like Ronaldo's pretty sick too. All right, guys, let's go ahead and hop into those debates. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be 18 plus, American, and MAGA. I'm going to politely ask every single person to abide by and to follow the rules. I would really appreciate that so very much. And of course, for Hollow, what's going on, Natalie and Boa, Bug, Cassandra, and her World Design, I appreciate everyone so much for tuning in. Let's go ahead and try to get that first debater loaded up into the box. Once we do that, then we're going to go ahead and start that live stream over on YouTube. So let's try to find that first MAGA shithead of the day. Welcome in, Jacob. And Jacob is gone. Don't be a Jacob, guys. Only hop in the queue if you plan to stick around and debate. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now.
Please play Roblox with me. Please, Roblox.
Okay, so you're going to be the very first ban of the day. Look at that. You know, look at that. The very first ban of the day. That's pretty exciting. Let's go to get that next guest connected into the live stream right now. Welcome in, Ari. Do you support Trump? Ari, hello? Ari, in around 3 seconds from now, you're going to be the second ban of the day. All right, the second ban of the day is underway. Let's go to get that next guest, Andrew, loaded up into the box. If you break the rules, you'll be the third ban of the day. Rami, thank you for the galaxy. It's great to see you. Welcome in, Andrew. Do you support Trump, or are you the third ban of the day?
Oh, no, okay, so I used to...
You're under the age of 18, so you are the third ban of the day. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up in. Make sure that you're following the rules, guys. They're in the middle of your phone screen. All right, we got Judy loading in. Judy, are you MAGA, or are you the fourth ban of the day?
No, I have a brain, so I'm not MAGA.
Oh, Judy. Well, you sound really pleasant. I regretfully inform you that you're the fourth ban of the day. We're going to go and move on to the next guest right now. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Scarlett, thank you so much for that galaxy. Welcome in, Colt. Do you support Trump, or are you the fifth ban of the day?
Yes, I do support Trump.
And how old are you?
22.
What year were you born in?
2003.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because he's the best president to ever fucking do it.
And why's that?
Because he just does a lot more than Kamala Harris, that's for sure.
Okay, what's your favorite thing Trump has ever done?
More than Kamala Harris.
Okay.
Wait, can you
actually not pointing me towards the specific action. I'm asking you, what is the best thing Donald Trump has ever done, like policy-wise? What's the best policy he's passed? What's the best change he's implemented? How is he dictating and guiding this country in a positive direction?
Immigration. He's taking out all the illegal people that do bad things in this world.
Okay, so you're actually a Trump supporter. Are you a patient Trump supporter?
What do you mean by that?
I need to start my stream on YouTube. If I start my stream on YouTube and hit a quick 2-minute intro, are you going to leave, or are you going to hang out and wait for me to finish so then we could continue the debate?
No, you're good. I'll wait.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and unplug my mic, blow my nose, and then we're going to get that stream started over on YouTube. Everybody give me 15 seconds. I don't know why when I first start my stream, I always have to blow my nose a bunch. I think it's like I start talking and then that causes like my head to vibrate, like literally my sinuses, and then that just makes me want to sneeze everywhere. But okay. All right, let's go to get that live stream started over on YouTube. Everybody hang out with us just for a moment while we get that done. Here we go. Hello and welcome in for everybody who's tuning in and joining us. Thank you so much for being here. This is the 381st episode of the Dean Withers Show. Now, if you've never been here before, let me tell you what we do. We talk to Trump supporters. We debate them and we try to change their minds. Because Trump is the worst president in my life, your life, and the lives of everybody else tuning into the stream. And quite frankly, guys, every single day he does something new to prove it. I mean, literally, like every day recently, the breaking news has just been out of this world. And if any of the individual things in which Donald Trump has done on a daily basis over the course of the last year and a half was done by somebody like Obama, it would have been the end of his political career. Like, for instance, I saw this video where when Obama was president, Fox News, in their breaking news headlines, were like crucifying him for getting Dijon mustard on a hamburger, saying that Dijon mustard was really bougie and expensive, and he wasn't a man of the people because he got Dijon mustard. I'm not trolling, go look it up, okay? But now we have Donald Donald Trump, who is, I don't know, threatening genocide, raping women, passing the worst policy for the working class, and, Fox News just doesn't even turn a blind eye. Neither does MAGA, by the way. That's why I'm really convinced that it's a cult, and I think that something that happened yesterday really proved it. So, I mean, I forget the shithead's name, really quite a shitter. I hope he drops out of the race. Oh, Eric Swalwell. So Eric Swalwell is a congressman from California, and yesterday an article dropped from CNN naming 5 credible accusations against him from women that have worked for him. And the accusations are disgusting, ranging from sexual harassment to sexual assault to rape. And I did a little bit of a deeper dive into these allegations. And, these have actually been talked about by different influencers and Democrats across the internet for the last couple months. And they've just been screaming, trying to get anybody and everybody to listen to them, and they just haven't been believed until now. So clearly, I think that Eric Swalwell needs to drop out of the race. But I've noticed a very keen sense of hypocrisy from MAGA, because in response to these credible accusations being released against Eric Swalwell, we've seen congressmen and women in the GOP calling for him to be thrown out of Congress, which, by the way, is not necessarily something I want to support. But to hear it from people in the GOP that are like, oh, he has accusations, he needs to be thrown out of Congress immediately because we will never stand for this. Meanwhile, they've been parading an adjudicated rapist whose accuser proved herself to be telling the truth in a court as president, and just kind of sweeping that under the rug is so hypocritical. Just the hypocrisy oozing off of MAGA and the clear double standards is just grotesque. And I thought that was a really good example of those double standards. And I think that any sane, rational person shouldn't support anybody in Congress if they have credible accusations against them. But apparently the GOP disagrees. It only matters if you're a Democrat. Now, the breaking news of today is the fact that we have now been witnessing one of the most corrupt series of events from the Trump White House in the history of the Trump White House. This headline was broke yesterday. Donald Trump has repeatedly told his insiders that he will be issuing full and complete presidential pardons to anybody who's come within 200 feet of the Oval Office. He's literally telling them to go break the law in his name if it helps further his agenda, and they will be fine. They'll be scot-free. They're helping him, therefore they're not going to go to jail because they're going to get a pardon. And this is just the most gross sense of hypocrisy and that I've ever seen. And the reason why is because we hear this narrative from MAGA, from the GOP, and from Trump supporters and Trump himself that nobody is above the law. And this is why we need to be arresting unaccompanied minors who are undocumented immigrants to then deport to send back to their home countries. This is why we need to arrest and deport hardworking mothers and fathers who are just trying to build a better life for them and their children, because nobody is above the law. And now apparently there are a lot of people above the law. You just have to be a buddy of Trump's. Now, the second thing I want to call out here is just how fast misinformation spreads on the TikTok chat. This is something that's really meaningful to pick up on. YouTube can hear me. You guys are just spamming that because one person said it. I would highly recommend not believing something just because one person says it in the chat and then it becomes a train. That actually happens quite frequently. So I just, thought I'd let you know. But anyways, let's go ahead and now at this point try to go and hop into the debates with Trump supporters. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president on TikTok, please. We already had a Trump supporter loaded up and connected to the live stream, but he actually dipped. He left. I even asked him before I started the YouTube stream if he'd stick around until I was done with the intro so then we could hop into debate. But and he said yes, but then midway through he changed his mind, which is unfortunate. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please, and thank you. I need to blow my nose again. I have a very runny nose this morning. Don't know what's caused it. I think it's the kitty, because I seem to have a runny nose like every other day on stream. I think it's just because I'm allergic to Momo, although I do love her. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I support dick in my ass.
All right, you're gonna go to be the 5th ban of the day, guys. You got to be 18 plus. You got to be American. You got to be MAGA. If you want a reminder of what those rules are, go ahead and take a look in the middle of the phone screen. If you break those rules, you will be getting a ban. So far, we're at 5 bans, and we've only been live for 12 minutes. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Fuck you, faggot. Remember me, bitch.
All right, now we're at 6 bans. Let's go ahead and load up the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hello, do you support Trump?
From when?
Fuck, I didn't mean to join.
All right, we're at 7 bans. Let's go and move on to the next guest right now. We got TBD loading up into the box. Hi, do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you?
36.
Okay, I'm going to thank a couple of people, then I'll pass that mic off to you. This is the very first super chat of the day. Thank you so much, LC, for the $20. I appreciate you so much for that love, man. Show some love to LC down below. Let's get 200 LCWs. LC with the 20 says, hey, relatively new to seeing your content and just wanted to say that I appreciate you taking the time to debate those who may be ignorant to what's going on in the world and more about our president. Hope to learn more as well. Well, I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. And it's so awesome that we're still bringing new people on a daily basis. Honestly, I forget that fact sometimes and just think everybody is a return viewer. But I appreciate you for being here and thank you so very much for the love. Thank you, LC. We have 3 people to quickly thank on Venmo. Serena, Lupin, and Ashton, you guys are so kind. Serena, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Serena, I feel like it's been a little bit. I hope you're doing well. Serena with the $50. That is beyond kind. That is so much money. Says, so good to see you. Haven't been able to catch you live lately, but wanted to tell you that my local coffee shop hung up my New Kings photos. Good shit, Serena. I'm so proud of you. I hope that you're doing well, as I just pointed out, and it's good to hear from you. And thank you so very much for the $50 donation. Show some love to Serena. Lupin with the $10 donation says, camping's fun. Hope you have a fun time. I haven't been in a long time, but plan to this summer. One night doesn't feel like enough. Well, one night is unfortunately all I could do. But I appreciate you for the $10, Lupin. That is why I'm live early, because later I'm going camping. And the last one here on Venmo for now. Thank you so much, Ashton, for the $30 donation. Ashton with the $30 says $30 to celebrate me turning 30 and passing my CCMA medical assistant certification. Cook these MAGA crazies. Ashton, happy birthday. I know you. I know you've been watching these streams for a very long time. And just know that I hope that you have a great birthday today and you live it up and it excels in all expectations. Thank you so much for that love and support. Now that we've caught up on Super Chat and Venmo, we have 2 people to thank on PayPal. Then we're going to pass the mic to this guest. That would be Michelle and Crystal. Crystal, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. He says, will you debate me, please? I'm a communist. Well, we're actually just debating Trump supporters on live today, but I appreciate you for the $10. And Michelle, thank you so much for the $24 donation. I want to see 250 Michelle W's, who says, stuck at work on a Saturday, but at least I get to be entertained by you calling out the hypocrisy on the right. Thanks for helping me pass the time. Oh, these live streams definitely help pass time. I know that. So hopefully, the rest of your workday will fly by, but we're all caught up. Thank you so much for that love. Show some love to all of the donors down below. Go to Take It Away, dude. Tell us why you support Trump. And while you do, I'm going to blow my nose.
That's not the only thing he's blowing. He doesn't want to do it on camera. Oh, Lord! I guess Parker's there. He's over there, doing what he does best.
Okay, well, at least I know you're not a troll. You're definitely a Trump supporter. Because only a Trump supporter would be making insinuations about me being gay when I gave you the floor to tell us why you think Trump is a good president.
Bro.
That's like such a
Dean,
MAGA is never beating the weird allegations. You just always want to talk about how you think men are gay, and you always want to talk about men engaging in gay sex, even when it's just completely irrelevant to the conversation, such as this stream being live stream about politics and political debate, and I'm asking you why you support Trump, and then all you could bring up is the proposition of gay sex. Come on, dude, just tell us why you support Trump.
Are you not okay with being gay?
No, I think that being gay is perfectly fine.
Okay, I thought this was a safe space. So let me ask
listen,
you. Okay,
listen. What you said was weird, not because it was gay sex, but what you said was weird because you brought up sex in response to me asking you why you support Trump on a political debate stream.
No, you said you're going to go blow something, but before you told us what you're going to blow, you put yourself on mute. And you went off camera.
Oh, I must have been talking about a massive, veiny... clearly.
Okay, no, but seriously though, do you answer hypotheticals?
Yeah, they're like relevant and pertinent to the line of discourse. Absolutely. I'm still waiting for you to tell us why you support Trump, though.
Well, why do I support Trump? You know why I support him. You know, he's a significant advocate for the 1031 exchange, and you know that. I don't want to go down that road. You know why I support him, but let me just ask you this hypothetical question that is aligned with politics. You okay with that?
As long as it's relevant to purporting an argument insofar as why you support Trump.
Perfect. Okay, we have different viewpoints and positions on what a fetus is, okay? I believe that it's a child or a baby. You don't, okay? The hypothetical here is, let's just pretend that it is actually a baby. Okay? Would you still support Schmishmortians?
Schmishmortian. So the word is abortion. You could say that on TikTok. You're fine. And actually, I'm going to deem this hypothetical as completely irrelevant to you purporting a reason insofar as why you support Trump.
Oh. You can't answer the question.
Yeah, I'm refusing to answer it because it's completely irrelevant to you purporting a reason why you support Trump. Now, if you were to ask me that hypothetical question as it would be relevant to a debate about abortion,
let's do it.
We were debating abortion.
Okay.
I can see that being fine, but listen, I just, like I said, refuse to answer irrelevant questions, and that seems like a pretty ridiculously irrelevant question because we still haven't heard from you why you support Trump. You said that you support Trump because of the 1030 exchange. I looked up what that is. Apparently, a 1031 exchange is something that allows real estate investors to defer capital gains taxes on investment property sales by reinvesting proceeds into like-kind properties within strict 45-day identification and 180-day closing windows. This mechanism helps maximize purchasing power, diversify portfolios, and defer taxes. Well, I mean, I don't even know if I support that. I'm not sure if I do. This just seems like a way for the top 1% to further reduce their effective tax rate. Meanwhile, the average American is stuck with paying one that is twice that of the top 1%. But regardless of that, I mean, I think that we could point out some like overwhelming like things that are definitely going to be significantly worse for the country than Donald Trump, quote unquote, idealistically supporting the 1031 exchange, like Donald Trump passing some of the worst economic policy that we've seen in modern American history to take healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, promising everybody in his cabinet a full and complete presidential pardon at the end of his term, basically calling for them to break the law in his name, which is very hypocritical because it sets forth this notion of rules for thee but not for me, because he wants to deport people with no due process to be tortured in another country because they're guilty of a victimless federal misdemeanor. But if you commit a crime in his name, including the J6 rioters who try to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol, all of a sudden you're a patriot that deserves to be roaming free on our streets. But he left because he couldn't handle those facts. And that was a very quick first debate of the day. Let's go to move on to the next guest, Warriors of God. If you are inside of that queue, make sure that you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. We are at 7 bans so far today. Don't be the 8th. Welcome in, Warriors of God. Do you support Trump?
I'm on the fence now, but I never did. Then I did. Considered myself MAGA. But I think it's important for me to be.
Do you mind if I ask you a quick question? If the election was held tomorrow, knowing everything that you do today about Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, who'd you vote for?
Could we get better candidates?
Yeah, there's a third option of not voting at all. So if the election was held tomorrow between Harris and Trump, who would you vote for, or would you even vote at all?
I wouldn't vote at all.
Okay, well, I appreciate you so much for coming up. But it sounds like when you say that you're on the fence, you're on the fence in the sense of not knowing if you want to support the Democratic Party, but you're not on the fence insofar as knowing that you don't want to support Trump. So I think that, that's a position to be in that would definitely be conducive towards taking value out of watching the stream. But, we are just strictly looking to debate people who support Trump as president. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And your name is Southern Pride?
Yes.
Why do you have pride in a failed movement that got kicked to the curb and absolutely obliterated by the union in a time span shorter than the amount of time in which the video game Fortnite has been alive? Like, you guys got dog walked, dude. Like, holy shit.
Southern Pride is, and I'm
bombs.
from Mexico, so from the South. Damn, you just Shit on yourself.
you're not talking about the American
Nací
South?
en DF, pendejo, in Mexico. Nothing to do with fucking America. I get you're obsessed
When
with
99 out of 100 Trump
racism and
supporters
shit, but I
say
came up
Southern
to
pride,
address
what do
some
they
of the
mean by
bullshit
it?
I heard you say. So
No, answer
you
my
said-
question. Answer my question. When 99 out of 100 Trump supporters say Southern pride, what do they mean by that?
They're proud of being from the South.
And when they refer to the South,
Like,
what do
what
they
it
mean?
implies,
Are they talking
Southern
about the
pride.
American South, the Confederacy, or what used to be the Confederacy, or Mexico?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them. So they're talking about being.
Well,
from the
I mean, I
South.
think I absolutely
someone-
do
are you
know that
asking
99
about
out of
when someone
100 Trump
flies the
supporters mean
Confederate
they're talking
flag?
about the American South.
Are you talking about when someone flies a Confederate flag?
No, I'm just talking about when 99 out of 100 Trump supporters say that they have Southern pride. They're talking about
Yeah,
the
they're
American
from the
South.
South.
Well, what
Yeah,
they're
they're from the
specifically referring
American
to.
South. Yep.
Can you allow me to finish speaking?
Congratulations.
Okay, well then exactly you understand why. Of course, in response to seeing your name Southern Pride, in
What does that have to
response
do
I
with,
bring
like,
up how hard the Confederacy got
Confederacy and
dog-walked.
Civil War, though? If
Because there's
someone's-
about a
if
99
someone's proud to be from.
One moment. Because there's about a 99% chance that you were relaying a virtue signaling pride in the American South.
Okay, so if I'm proud of being from the American South, that has to do with slavery, Confederacy, Civil War, and the Union.
99 out of 100 Trump supporters who claim
This
American
is why
pride.
you guys lost. This is why you guys
Well,
lost.
this
every
is why
swing
you're
state.
losing the debate because you can't
You
let me finish
hate.
speaking.
This is why you hate the middle class.
You hate
the
allowing
working
other
middle
people to
class.
finish speaking because you won't even allow me to answer your question.
Go ahead, dude. Make your whole point.
Thank you. Yeah, so when 99 out of 100 Trump supporters claim Southern pride, they are very specifically claiming pride in the Confederacy, yes.
That's a huge assumption that you cannot prove with any statistical fact. I came to address the bullshit you just said, though. That
Well,
it's
Torta
a-
Patrol, you've been up here 25 times.
Yeah,
I'm
and I
not going to
destroy
let you up
every
for 26th. And that is actually something that we would be able to prove with statistical fact. You know, what I want you to do is go on Google, type in Southern Pride, go to images, and the 99 out of 100 images, what you're going to see is a white dude flying the Confederate flag. So pretty easy to prove. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm here somewhere.
Okay, Drew's not here. Perfect. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got the very next guest, Jack, loaded up into the box. Perfect. Yeah, like happily, I guess good. And it's really good for my view because the people who say Southern pride will like fly the Confederate flag, you know, with their whole chest. You know, they say it's a part of their family heritage, and you know, it's pretty embarrassing, but definitely would prove my claim there. Okay, that's a troll. You're going to go to be the 8th ban of the day. Appreciate you for coming up. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. If you are inside of the queue, y'all, make sure that you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. You have to be 18 plus, American and MAGA. Take a look at the rules. They are in the middle of your phone screen. Hi, welcome, and do you support Trump?
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say that I support you a lot. And thank you so
I
much.
appreciate you. Wait, also, guys, that last guest was trolling. Like, he was like intentionally proposing the notion that he was like pro like racism and slavery in the Confederacy, because what was his profile picture? It was Pepe the Frog. Who is Pepe the Frog toted by? America First Nazi Groypers. So he's intentionally proposing himself to be a Groyper, which are historically pro-white supremacy, slavery, and racism, while then also giving his name to be Southern Pride, which in 99 out of 100 scenarios also goes back to being pro-racism, white supremacy, and slavery. But then he says, oh no, actually, the reason why my profile picture is Pepe has nothing to do with the fact that that's been coined by the America First Nazi movement. And then the fact that my name is Southern Pride has nothing to do with the fact that that's a slogan typically toted by American First Groyper white supremacists. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you are MAGA. That's like having your bio be like 1488 with like two lightning bolts, and then claiming that 1488 just happens to be your favorite number and you really like lightning bolts because you think that weather is cool. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I support myself.
Okay, well, then you are going to be the 9th ban of the day. Guys, we're only looking to talk to American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. We are trying our best here to find the next guest. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Bryce, you are going to be the 10th ban of the day because you automatically left. Don't be the 11th ban of the day. Please only up inside of the queue if you are MAGA. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
Fish Girl, you are going to be the 11th ban of the day.
Dean, no.
All right, you take care. Let's go and get the next guest, Donnie Rob 77, loading up into the box. Hi, welcome in, Donnie. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right, you're going to be the 12th ban of the day because you were under the age of 18. Let's go to get the next guest, Jesse, loaded up into the box. Can you guys just stop doing this? Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to be the 13th ban of the day for the same reason as the 12th ban of the day. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. This guy's username is that he just likes to rape women, so he's going to be the 13th ban of the day before he even loads in. Oh, wow, yeah, he said the N-word, but luckily it was partially cut off because I banned him before he even joined. Let's go to move on to the next guest, Mimi. Mimi, please don't end up being the 14th ban of the day. Only up inside of that queue if you are MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I don't support Trump.
All right, Mimi. I regret to inform you that you're the 14th ban of the day. Let's go and get the next guest, Kay Baser, loaded up into the box. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
23.
What year were you born in?
2022. 2002.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go and put myself on mute to blow my nose. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Because the reason I support Trump, because he makes the American great better than Biden did, better than anybody has. He been better than Kamala Harris. Biden, the reason I didn't like him because he was a pedophile.
Whoa. What's your evidence for that?
Because I heard stories that he had his little girl sing on his laps and all that stuff.
Okay. Actually, dude, unfortunately, I'm going to have to ban you. You can't say that on TikTok without getting a misinformation flag because it's, misinformation. And that misinformation flag will actually reflect on my account. So I'm going to have you be the 15th ban of the day. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And how old are you, Dom?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in, Dom?
2007.
Okay, and why do you support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
Because of his economy. He did a good job. Before COVID, there was low unemployment rates, and he made him come back.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So, quite frankly, I think that the worst part of the Trump administration and their policy today has got to be their domestic economic policy. I mean, it is truly atrocious, dude. Last month, gas prices rose the most they have in any given month since 1967 with the Vietnam War because Donald Trump started a war in Iran. How is that for good economic outcomes? Last year, in November, we had the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. Last year, in 2025 as a whole, we had the most bankruptcies in the manufacturing sector since 2010 and the worst jobs report since 2003 if we ignore recessions. Not to mention this year, inflation is projected to top 4.1%, almost up 2x the figure that we saw at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. And on top of that, the jobs reports have continued to be increasingly terrible. Like, for instance, in February, we lost 92,000 jobs and the unemployment rate has continued to increase. So the economy is worse off in literally all senses. There is not a single economic variable that you could point out that is better off today because of Trump than it was when Biden was president.
All right, yeah, I can see that, but back then he signed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which actually did lower the corporate taxes.
Yeah, it did lower the corporate taxes, but then did nothing for the workers of those corporations. There was a financial study done by Brookings, which is a financial institution, that tells us that there was no macro level increase in new business investment caused by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So it just gave more money to the rich people. It didn't incentivize any further investment back in those corporations.
All right. You want to talk a little bit more about military?
I mean, I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about, dude. But by the way, the reason why cutting the corporate tax rate doesn't necessarily incentivize more investment is because they only pay the corporate tax rate on the profits after they minus all of the business reinvestment. So they're actually more incentivized to invest more back in the business when we have a higher corporate tax rate, because then they don't have to pay that corporate tax rate on their business expenses, which would include payroll.
Huh. Okay. Fair point. Another reason why I support him is his military. He increase the funding, which I'm heavily in support of. And
why?
What do you mean, why?
Why are you in support of increasing the expenditure on our military?
Well, don't you think we need funding for our military?
Agreeing that we need a military for defense is different than agreeing that we need to spend more than $1 trillion per year on that military.
So is that bad?
To spend more than $1 trillion a year, yes.
Why?
Because then it leaves us with less money to spend elsewhere, where it would be better spent on the betterment of the people compared to the industrial military complex.
All right.
Like, why do we need to spend even more money on the military? If we were to cut our military budget in half, we would still be spending an additional $2 billion per year on it compared to the second runner-up. Like, there's just so many better places that investments could be made. Like, if instead of spending $1 trillion on the military, we were to spend it like $1 trillion elsewhere and then like significantly cut the military budget and still be in first place, by the way, you know, like I said, just cut it in half. Okay, well then we could be making I don't know, like $5 trillion investments over the course of 10 years into like renewing public infrastructure, building bullet trains, ensuring that all cities across America have access to free public transportation, investing in universal healthcare for everybody, ensuring that people's basic needs are met so we don't see people dying from starvation or weather, or, you know, like better investing into cooperations and allyships across the globe, to you know, fight for more global peace, or, you know, just like in technological development and space exploration, man. I'd be so happy if we were to maybe cut the military budget a little bit to then reinvest that back into NASA. I think that space exploration isn't only cool as shit, but it also drives a lot of the technology that we now use on a day-to-day basis, because they have to innovate to make things for space. Like, for instance, Velcro was created by NASA, which is pretty crazy. And that's why I just think that arguing that we need to increase the military budget again from like $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion is fucking crazy. Not to mention, in his proposal to increase that military budget, it includes cuts to like so many things. Like, it includes cuts to education, it includes cuts to healthcare, it includes cuts to NASA, it includes cuts to grants for education, it includes cuts to food services, it includes cuts to like about 1 billion things. The list is so long. All for what reason? To ensure that we have more money to spend on bombs to give to Israel to kill more kids?
Alright, I definitely see. Alright, yeah, I got nothing much else to say.
Are you still a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
If Biden called for the execution of his political opponents, do you think that any Democrat should stop supporting Biden?
Wait, say that again?
If when Biden was president, he called for the execution of Republicans in Congress baselessly and called them terrorists, would you argue that any Democrat who still supports Biden should stop supporting Biden?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So therefore, if Donald Trump, called for the execution of Democrats in Congress with no good reason, then you'd argue that any Trump supporter who still supports Trump should stop supporting Trump, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he did this like 14 weeks ago on Truth Social. He basically accused 6 Democrats in Congress of treason because they reminded members of our military to uphold their oath. And then he said that their treason is punishable by death, and then he reposted one of his followers' comments that said, hang him.
Yeah. I don't really got much to say about that. I mean, I agree with you, but...
Okay, so then you're no longer a Trump supporter because you just said any Trump supporter should stop supporting Trump if Trump were to do this thing that I just proved he did.
All right, well, there's things I agree with and things that I don't agree with. I mean,
but you just told us that if he did this thing, then any Trump supporter should stop supporting him as president. So do you stop supporting him as president?
To a certain extent, yeah.
Okay, so then why did you lie less than a minute ago when you said if he did this, you'd stop supporting him as president?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
You see how that's like a possible example of just like strong cognitive dissonance, where you could rationally conclude that if Trump were to do this thing, that nobody should support him when it's just merely hypothetical. But when it's something that he's actually done in real life and you know that, then you just don't stop supporting him because you prefer to maintain a state of willful ignorance and expression of cognitive dissonance?
Yeah, bro.
And let me guess, you're still a Trump supporter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think that you have a brain. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next
All right,
guest.
have a good day, man.
All right, sounds good. See you, Dom. Let's go to get that next guest loaded in the box. By the way, I accidentally just sent a comment in the comment section. In order to ban people in the chat, I have to copy their comment, which then puts it in my text box to then put into my banned keywords list. And the comment just sent from my account. So if you saw that. That's just because TikTok requires it to copy into my text box in the chat in order for me to copy it to then ban it on my banned words list. So if you saw that, just thought I'd explain that. Welcome in, Jay. Do you support Trump? Oh wait, never mind. I banned the keyword, so you guys didn't see that. That's good. Hey, Jay, hello. Do you support Trump? Okay, Jay's not here. You're gonna go to be the 14th band of the day. Let's go to. Oh yeah. You guys so good. You guys didn't see the chat because I banned the keyword first. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. All right, we got Magasaurus loading into the box. What a name. By the way, if you're watching the live stream and you want to support me, support the stream, support what we do here, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. It's a good way to get a message across or to ask a question. I'm very grateful for the continued love and support. Thank you so much for supporting what we do here. So this is Sarge. Their bio says Dean is a loser and scared to debate me on his live, and he says Trump supporters are ignorant even though he makes fun of people's speech impediments. And it's a 4-year-old kid. Okay, let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Kinsey loading up in the box. They were the 15th band of the day. Please do follow the rules. If you happen to be in the queue, you got to be 18 plus, American and MAGA. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I am 26.
God, and you really support Trump?
Yes.
Dude, come on.
What do you mean?
That's embarrassing.
I'm not embarrassed by it.
I mean, it should be. I'm going to thank a couple people, then the mic and the floor will be yours. Leslie, thank you for the $5. Happy birthday, Leslie. Nathan, thank you for the £5. And then Luca, thank you for the £2. You guys are very kind. We are all cut up over on Super Chat. Thank you guys so much for all the love. We have one person to thank on Venmo, I think. Yeah, Eva, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the quote-unquote anxiety pen that came in 16 minutes ago. Thank you, Eva. And then this came in 3 minutes ago. Thank you, Ashley, for the $5 as well. Show some love to Eva and Ashley, who says, I finished writing my thesis proposal, all 71 pages. God damn, Ashley. And your lives helped me so much by keeping me motivated, so thank you. Well, I'm happy that the live streams could keep you motivated. I love to hear it. And oh my God, Karen, thank you so much for the $110 donation on PayPal. Karen, the absolute GOAT. Holy. Karen with the $110 says, I appreciate all that you do. You help me feel more positive about the future. Karen, I'm so happy that I could help you feel more positive about what looks to be a very bleak future. That dude, that just makes me so happy. And genuinely, man, from the bottom of my heart, Karen, I'm so grateful for the love and support. I mean, that is like unreal. I don't deserve a penny of that. Just to the moon and back. Thank you from my heart to yourself. Thank you so much for the kindness and the generosity and for supporting what we do here. While we're hopping into this next debate, I want to see W's for Karen in that comment section for at least the next 10 minutes. Thank you so much, Karen. I don't fucking deserve that. Go ahead, take it away. Tell us how you still support this maniac president who likes to threaten genocide and argue rules for thee but not for me, as he's telling anybody who's come within 200 feet of the Oval Office that they will get a full and complete presidential pardon at the end of their term, essentially telling his loyalists in his cabinet to break the law to further his agenda.
Yeah, so I support the work that he did in getting Roe v. Wade overturned. I think that he was helping us at least begin the process of stopping that from happening in America, because it is rooted in, Planned Parenthood is rooted in racism. Margaret Sanger's obviously right. Oh God, like how dare we support an organization founded by somebody like that, correct?
Well, I'd actually argue that banning abortion is ultimately rooted in racism because black women get a disproportionate number of abortions compared to white women due to the fact that 57% of women who get abortions indicate that it's because of financial instability, and because of racism, its aftermath, a lack of generational wealth, and over-policing of predominantly black neighborhoods, and discrepancies in the average socioeconomic standards of black Americans compared to white Americans. This means that black women are more likely to experience said financial instability, meaning that they'd be more likely to get abortions. So, in other words, when we're advocating to to overturn access to abortion, we're essentially supporting a program that ultimately would disparage black people. Not to mention that you're arguing here that it's rooted in racism because the founder of the company was a racist. Margaret Sanger absolutely was. Okay, well, this is like arguing that if you buy a Volkswagen today, then you're a Nazi because Volkswagen was originally an automotive company brought up in Nazi Germany to create bombs for Hitler. All right, but no, like clearly what we'd argue here is that when Volkswagen was operating under Nazi Germany, they were absolutely a racist Nazi company. But due to the fact that Nazi Germany is dead now, Hitler's dead, the Third Reich crumbled, and now Volkswagen has gone through generations of different board members and CEOs that do not support Nazi Germany. They would no longer be a racist company today, the same way I would argue that Planned Parenthood is no longer a racist company today.
So you're saying black women have more abortions because of the issue for their finances?
Black women are disproportionately more likely to access abortion compared to white women because they're disproportionately more likely to experience financial instability because of systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath. Yes.
Well, it's interesting that you say that. I've actually never heard somebody say that the reason why black women have more abortions than any other demographic of women is because of their finances. Usually people say the majority of people that get abortions are because of medical concerns versus elective reasons, which how can you defend anything to do with Planned Parenthood? Like a car isn't, my opinion, a car is a lot less valuable than a human being.
Because they ensure that women have access to their reproductive freedom and healthcare.
It's not reproductive
Laloon, thank you so
freedom
much for the wolf. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
It's the intentional unalivement of an innocent human being. And you just brought up...
Which would be healthcare.
You brought up a car.
Killing a fetus is healthcare, absolutely. Based.
Well, what is a fetus then? How can you support a fetus being unalive?
When you ask me the question, what is a fetus? I don't really know what you mean because it's like a rather arbitrary question. I'm assuming that you want me to say that it's a human being. Okay, yeah, it is because it's a live human being from the moment of conception. I just don't think that there's any reason why we'd argue that it's wrong to kill it because I can't identify any reason why it would be wrong to kill it.
Well, I guess if you're going to approach...
Oh, wait. But you were making the argument that before we even talk about the morality or ethics of abortion, I actually want you to make the argument that Planned Parenthood is racist today. Please. I'm sorry. I hear that every so often. I think it's insane every time. And I would love to hear that argument from you.
Of course. 79% of all Planned Parenthoods are located in minority communities. You even accept that, correct?
What is a minority community?
It's a community that is inhabited mostly by people of a certain demographic or race.
What is that certain demographic?
And so
wait. So you're arguing that a minority community is a community in which is made up of at least 51% of one race?
They're groups that differ from the dominant societal majority in race, ethnicity, culture, etc. So they have lower social status, they're marginalized, and they have less people in those communities.
Wait, so you're just saying that 79% of Planned Parenthoods are in areas where like the average like GDP per capita is lower than that of the country's
Well, I'm not saying that. That's what Congress is saying.
Oh, okay. So in other words, your claim is that 79% of Planned Parenthoods are in areas where the average GDP is like lower than that of the country as a whole. Is that what your claim is?
The GDP doesn't really have an impact on the point that I'm trying to make in the position.
So then, like, what trait are you using to determine that they're quote-unquote minority communities? That's the question that I'm asking you. Are you saying that quote-unquote minority community is a community that is disproportionately made up of marginalized demographics in comparison to their makeup of like nationwide demographics? Like once again, you're just using this phrase, 79% of them are in quote-unquote minority communities, but I don't think that you've properly described to us what a quote-unquote minority community even is.
So there's different types of minorities, and when we're talking about people that get abortions, we're talking about women. Do you agree that women are the only kind of person to give an abortion, or do you think that men can also get an abortion?
Well, what we'll say is that females are the only type of people who could get abortions. Okay. And we'll stay with that claim, because if we were to make this about gender identity, then all of a sudden we'd be having a debate about what a woman is instead of why you think that Planned Parenthood is racist. But you still haven't answered my question. Once again, you're arguing that Planned Parenthood is racist because 79% of them are in quote-unquote minority communities, but you can't even tell us what a minority community is. So in other words, you're essentially telling us that Planned Parenthood is racist because 79% of them are in areas that you can't define, that you can't explain.
They target black people.
Anything about
there's different kinds of minorities, and I hope that you would agree with that, correct?
They're different kind of minorities, yes, but you have yet to tell us what a quote-unquote minority community is.
we're talking about people that get abortions, we're talking about women, and you acknowledge that black women are more likely to get an abortion than a white woman or any other demographic of a woman.
Okay, so now you're shifting the claim away from arguing that Planned Parenthood is racist because 79% of them are in
Well, they are racist
minority
because they're
communities.
located
Because you
in
can't tell us what a minority community is, but now you're
Right,
shifting
so
the claim to arguing that
again,
it's racist because they
different kinds of
disproportionately serve
minorities.
to black women compared to white women. Okay, that's fine. Now tell me why you think that Planned Parenthood would be racist in consideration of the fact that women are disproportionately more likely to get abortions compared to white women. Tell me why that makes Planned Parenthood racist.
Because they're located specifically in the communities where those people are, making it easier access for them. They lower the cost of abortions for people that don't have insurance. And if you're saying that black women are inherently more poor than any other demographic of woman or person, then they're accommodating for them. And that's exactly, they're targeting black women. And that's exactly what Margaret Sanger did, was target black women. You even acknowledge that. So somebody that's starting an organization to target a certain kind of community, specifically a racial community, and then now that they're not alive, they're continuing to do that. Why wouldn't they disperse Planned Parenthoods in all kinds of communities and not just specifically centrally focused in communities that are inhabited mostly by black women that are of low income and according to you?
So the first claim that I'll make is you said that I said that black women are inherently poor. So first and foremost, inherency means that a black woman would always be poor because poorness is inherent to being a black woman. I never claimed that. The only person that's claimed that is apparently you. And then the second claim that I made wasn't about them being poor. It's about black women, the realistic fact that black women are more likely to experience financial instability when in comparison to white women for all the reasons that I went over. So saying that black women are more likely to experience financial instability because of systemic racism is very different than making the claim that black women are inherently poor. Okay, so I think it's very important here that we be precise about the claims that each other are making, because it seems like now you want to paint me out to be a crazy racist because I'm dunking on you in this debate where you're trying to argue that Planned Parenthood is racist. Now, the second thing that I'll say here is it seems like we've finally gotten a definition of what a quote-unquote minority community is. You're telling us that a minority community is one with a disproportionate amount of black women. So now please tell me where can I find the evidence for the claim that 79% of Planned Parenthoods are in areas with majority black women?
Yeah, so two things I want to say. The first is, if I misquoted you or even myself in what I was saying earlier, I do apologize. This is my first time on your panel. I've actually been quite not nervous, but hesitant to come on and talk to you because I am really good friends with somebody that I know for a fact that you hate and that has cooked you several times. So I'm sure he's in here watching, waiting to come up, but tax-paying American, what a great
I dunk on you
both.
both.
Well, you're not really dunking. You didn't dunk on him last night. I was watching for a while and we've been talking about it all day today.
Well, Kenzie, it's because that you're a delusional Trump supporter. You don't track reality. Or else you want to support a rapist as president, okay? But, like, clearly, I wouldn't expect people who are delusional and don't track reality and argue that access to abortion is healthcare and rapists should be presidents to, like, be able to, like, correctly represent a debate I had with some random other nerd last night. Now, I asked you for a source for the claim. You haven't given it yet. You just started yapping about how TPA is so great. I'm actually going to drop that question because I have a better one for you. Do you think that Walmart is racist?
I don't know. I haven't researched the history of Walmart and
wait, why? Because in comparison to other businesses, Walmarts are more likely to exist and to serve areas with disproportionately lower incomes compared to the country average due to the fact that the items in which are sold at Walmarts cost less in comparison to other stores. All right.
Do Walmart
now? If you want to make an argument that that's why, one moment. If you want to make the argument that that's why Walmart would be racist, I feel like most people would turn around and they say, well, that doesn't make any sense because, like, clearly, if a company is going to sell like products that cost less compared to that same product on a nationwide average, like capitalism would just naturally dictate that they'd be more likely in comparison to other companies to exist in areas with a lower like median income. But like this same thing would be true for access to abortion. Like we already agreed here, a vast majority of abortions are received because of financial instability. So if we would see a propensity for Planned Parenthoods to disproportionately exist in areas that experience more financial instability than the country average, that would be a natural dictation of the market given that capitalism is true. And then the second layer that we're looking for here is that, well, if black women are more likely to experience financial instability than white women because of systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath, then it would also be true that black women would be disproportionately likely to live in areas with lower socioeconomic socioeconomic standards in comparison to the nationwide average or that of white people. Therefore, the conclusion would be true is that black women are disproportionately more likely in comparison to white people to live in areas that are more likely to also have a Planned Parenthood. But this isn't because Planned Parenthood is specifically targeting black women, but this is rather because of the natural dictation of the market where Planned Parenthoods would be more likely to exist similar to Walmart's, and then the unnatural racist dictation of the market that black women are more likely to experience financial instability because of systemic racism and its aftermath. And I would actually argue here that you only want to further that issue and further reduce the financial standards of the average black American in this country, because the leading cause of poverty in women is childbirth. And now you want to force all of these black women who are disproportionately more likely to experience that instability and to access abortion to forcefully give birth to a child that they don't want, to then be more likely to be driven into poverty while simultaneously violating their human rights, because I think it's a human rights violation to deny a woman access to elective abortion. So if anybody's racist here, it's quite frankly you and your worldview.
So me wanting more black people walking this planet makes me racist.
You wanting to infringe upon the human rights of more black people disproportionately compared to white people is what could possibly make you racist.
Well, what's interesting is that you bring up Walmart, because Walmart isn't responsible for the unalivement of over 40 million black people, correct?
It's not the argument that you made was not that Planned Parenthood is racist because they're responsible for abortion.
It is.
The argument that you rather made is that Planned Parenthood is racist because they disproportionately target areas where black people are more likely to live in comparison to white people.
Yeah, well, the reason why they're located in those areas has nothing to do with finances. It has to do with the color of their skin. I don't know about you, but I don't determine.
Wait, prove it, because I just gave you a good argument to prove that claim wrong. Prove that. I just gave you a really good argument to prove what you just said wrong.
There's this whole part though where you have to like listen to what I say, and I know that you're really okay. So anyway, Walmart isn't in low-income communities because they want to murder the children that are there. And that's exactly what Planned Parenthood is doing. Walmart isn't responsible for the unalivement of innocent black people.
You're not answering my question. The question that I asked you is, I want you to prove that the reason why Planned Parenthoods are disproportionately more likely to exist in areas with median incomes below that of the nationwide average is because of targeting the color of black people's skin. Prove that claim.
Margaret Sanger.
Yeah, this is where you go back to Margaret Sanger saying that she's a racist.
Of course.
Did you know that she died? Did you know that she died before like 99% of all Planned Parenthoods were built and the company was taken over by others? And did you know that she died before abortion was legal in any state in this country? So I don't think just merely pointing out the fact that Margaret Sanger was racist is going to be indicative that the claim is true, that therefore the reason why 99.9% of all the Planned Parenthoods that were built like years and decades after she died was because they want to target black people. Not to mention that once again, like I'm sure like that if we were to go back and look at the founder of Walmart, or the founder of these other companies in which are disproportionately more likely to exist in predominantly low-income areas, that their founder would probably be racist too, okay? Because let's face the fact, our grandparents' generation endorsed sundown towns, our grandparents' generation endorsed separate drinking fountains, our grandparents' generation endorsed racial segregation. So if you were to flip a coin, I'd argue that coin would be more likely to land on racists for the founders of companies that founded their companies over 50 years ago than not. So I mean, I want to point that out. So I just think that merely suggesting that Margaret Sanger was a racist, which is true, does not prove, once again, that the reason why Planned Parenthoods are more likely to exist in areas with a lower median income on average compared to the country average is because of her and her racism, especially when we denote the fact that women who are experiencing financial instability are much more likely to access abortion.
Well, and that makes sense, but it doesn't mean that it's okay. Things that make sense aren't always going to be moral and right and okay. I mean, I don't understand how you can call me racist when I'm advocating for the birth of more black people. How does that make me racist when I want more black people, more diversity, more opportunities? I'd rather have a child born
By the way, you're pivoting.
Or what?
You're pivoting because remember, before we debate the ethics of abortion, or before I answer the claim insofar as why your argument is racist, which
Well, it
by
is
the way, I already
relative
have, you
because
just
you called me
overlooked
racist.
You first have to try to prove that the reason why Planned Parenthoods are more likely to exist in areas with a median income below that of the nationwide average is because of black people, and you haven't. Once again, you've just been able to say Margaret Sanger, but now at this point of the debate, I've thoroughly debunked your claim 3 times.
Yeah, then you can believe that, and that's fine.
So then what's a counter argument to everything in which I've said?
My counter argument is that what you're saying isn't relative to what actually the core argument is, and that I support more black people being born. You do not.
Wait, no.
I
The core argument that you were
regardless
making,
of their skin color.
You're pivoting again. You keep on
You're not
pivoting
listening,
again.
though. Here's this funny part,
I am,
though.
which is why I know why you're pivoting. The claim that you're pivoting away from is that the
Okay,
reason
well,
why
if I'm
the
an
claim.
idiot
Listen,
and you're gonna
here's
push
the
me, then
claim that
just
you
let me
made.
finish.
Here's the claim that you made. The claim that you made that you're pivoting away from is the reason why Planned Parenthoods are more likely to exist in areas with lower financial stability compared to that of the nationwide average is because they specifically want to target black people because of the color of their skin. That's the claim you made. That's a claim that you supported by pointing out Margaret Sanger was racist. And then that's the claim that I thoroughly debunked at this point 5 times. So I want you to either concede that you were wrong when you argued that Planned Parenthood is racist today, or I want you to give a cogent and coherent counter rebuttal to like the 3 different counter arguments that I've given to debunk that notion.
Yeah, so you even acknowledge it yourself. That's the issue. And you're talking about debunking me, yet you agree with me that Margaret Sanger was racist. So when I said Margaret...
Wait. Yeah, I agree with the claim that Margaret Sanger was racist. I don't agree with the claim that Planned Parenthood is racist.
Okay, and you can believe that, and that's fine. I can believe what I want to believe, and that's fine. But what isn't fine is that
So you want to move on now because you lost?
I mean, if you want to call it that, that's fine. It's not going to upset me or my soul. It's not going to say my mental health like tax stays in yours. I'm not going to come off the panel and then think about you for the rest of my life, even though you do with tax, and probably me now because I am the it girl.
So
I just think it's interesting how...
the quote unquote it girl is waving the white flag in the air because she can't give a cogent counter rebuttal against my claim to prove her wrong. Okay, that's fine. What do you want to talk about next?
You can believe that, and again, it's not going to hurt my spirit or soul.
My evidence that my belief is like tracking reality is a fact that you still haven't been able to provide any counter argument to my suggestion.
I've got one question for you then, I guess.
I guess so, because you don't have a counter rebuttal. Okay.
Well, I guess I have 2 questions, but the first one is, do you not support more black people being born?
What I support is everybody, regardless of their race, having access
That's
to
a yes or no. That's a yes or a no. Do you support more black people being born? Yes or no?
Do I support more black people being born?
Why do you laugh at that?
Because you're attempting to insinuate that by supporting access to abortion, we are preventing more black people being born, and this is racist. When in all reality, once again, the real racist fact of the argument that we're providing here is that when we ban access to abortion, we're disproportionately infringing upon the human rights of individuals. So black people. So here's the way I think I'd answer the question. I do support more black people being born, but I also support black women having access to their human rights, even if it means less black people being born.
Well, black people having human rights would begin in the womb, which you clearly don't believe for some godforsaken reason.
Prove that. Why do you think that the right to life begins?
We can argue theory and history, but we can't argue.
When does the right to life begin?
What do you think I'm going to say?
I don't know what you're going to say because I'm not you.
Conception. That's what science says, actually.
So science
but again,
doesn't.
You still have yet to. You haven't.
Wait. Can I tell you why you just blundered?
No. I'll do that after you admit that you refuse to answer the question that I just asked you.
Oh, yeah, I did answer it. You said, Dean, do you support more black people being born?
You did not. It's a yes or a no. Do you support more black people being born?
My answer was yes.
Yes.
And then I followed it up by stating that I also support black people having access to their human rights, even if it means less black people being born.
There's no but. There's no but to that. Because if what you said is true, what you believe is true, what you claim, you would practice it, and you don't. You're defending... You're defending Planned Parenthood.
Let me give you an example, right? Saying that we would support more black people being born doesn't mean that we would support all ways in which more black people could be born. Like, for instance, do you support more black people being born?
What do you think?
I don't know. You answer my question.
I've said it 10,000 times, but sure, yes, I do support more black people.
Oh, okay. So that must mean that
And
you
I
support.
would rather
Wait.
have- I
Let me
would
let me
rather
speak.
have a
Let me
child-
speak. Oh, okay. So because you just said that you support more black people being born, this must mean that you support white people forcing black people to breed in cages to ensure that we have like a higher level of a black population to enslave. Oh wait, that's what the Confederates did. Did you know that the Confederates and the slave owners and the racists also supported more black people being born so then they could enslave them on their plantations? Oh, wait. What does this mean? That we do actually support more black people being born, but we don't support more black people being born if it means we're infringing upon human rights. And that's exactly the thesis that we would apply to like forcing black slaves to like engage in sex to then produce more black children to enslave. And for the same reason why we wouldn't support forcing black women to engage in continued forced pregnancy and birth in violation of their human rights and access to healthcare. So now we see with great clarity how we can support more black people being born as long as it is in respect to human rights of those in which are giving birth. That's the claim that I make. How about you?
You agreed with me.
I mean, do you agree with me that we only support more black people being born if it is in respect to the human rights of the black person in which is giving birth?
So what an incredible pivot that you just made to bring up slavery. What an
Wait,
incredible
answer my
pivot.
question. Can we agree that like the
You
claim...
said yes.
Wait, one moment. Can we agree...
You literally said yes.
Can we agree that we only support more black people being born when it is in respect to the human rights of the black person giving birth?
We absolutely need to respect human rights, which is why more black people should be born.
Wait, answer my question. I don't
would
understand why
rather
you're not
have a
answering my
child
question.
born-
Yes, or
I
she's
would rather
she's
have
dodging.
a child born.
She's
and
legit
be-
dodging.
It's not dodge. It's not dodging.
I just want a yes or no. Can we agree that both you and me support more black people being born as long as it is in respect to the human rights of the black person giving birth?
And the child inside of the womb.
Okay, so you want to add on "and" to the child inside
Right.
of the womb.
We can agree
now that's
with
the
that.
part
what
I'll
you
dispute.
said, and add in. We can agree on that, and then include human rights to the human in the womb as well.
The reason why I
Because
dispute
it is
that
a
is
human.
the reason why I dispute that is because I don't think that there's any good reason to give, the right to life to a zygote, as you suggested. Now, I actually do want to ask you a question about that because you said that you think that the zygote has the human right to life from the moment of conception. So let me ask you about that. Do you think that it's murder when you kill a human life with the right to life unjustifiably?
Well, there's a difference between killing and murder, correct?
So the question that I asked you is, do you think it's murder when you kill a human life with the right to life unjustifiably?
With the right to life unjustifiably.
Yeah.
Are you saying if the mother is having a medical emergency or something? Like, what do you mean by that? Can you explain?
So when I ask you if it's murder to kill a human life with the right to life unjustifiably, I'm literally just asking you if it's murder to unjustifiably kill a human.
Yes, it is murder to unjustifiably kill a human.
Okay. Do you think that a woman not experiencing medical health complications can ever justifiably kill the fetus or zygote growing inside of her uterus?
Well, in the protection of all life, then yes, if there's a life-threatening situation for the mother, then that needs to be taken into account. But all medical procedures specific to
I
pregnancy
did take that into account.
and in general are focusing on protecting both lives. And if there's a
I did take
situation
that
in which
into account. Could you please answer the question?
yeah, so is it murder to kill a human being unjustifiably?
No, the question was, is killing like the fetus or the zygote inside of a woman's uterus always murder when that woman is not experiencing a medical health complication that could kill her?
I think in the case of ectopic pregnancy, then possibly. But if there's a
Is it always murder in cases of a healthy pregnancy?
yes.
Okay, sounds good. So you think if a woman has an IUD, knowing that that IUD could kill the zygote after conception by preventing its implantation in the uterine lining, then you'd argue that that woman is culpable for murder if
Yes.
she engages in sex and a zygote develops?
Yes.
Do you think all murder should go to jail?
Yes.
So you'd argue that sexually active women on birth control should go to jail for murder?
Well, it would be women with IUD.
Yeah. birth control. So you do think some sexually active women on birth
having an
control should go to jail for
IUD
murder?
and then having an IUD and then
Okay, so it's just
fertilizing.
so this does mean that you think that some women who are sexually active on birth control should go to jail for murder, 25 to life, right?
Yes.
All right. So who's the pro woman person now? Because it's certainly not you.
Pro woman person. Interesting how you phrase that.
Yeah, because now you're saying that
You believe that pregnancy is a
women
precedent
who are
cause of that.
sexually active on birth control should be going to jail for the rest of
Sexually
their lives.
active with an IUD.
Yes, form of birth control.
And that's the whole point, though, of having an IUD is to prevent fertilization. That's
Well,
why it's like the
serves a
rate of
secondary purpose
women that get
sometimes
pregnant.
to
Please
allow
let
for
me finish a
fertilization to occur than to
sentence.
prevent its implantation.
Please
All right.
let me
Well,
finish
I
a
think
sentence.
I think that I just won the debate, because clearly that's absurd.
You're not letting me finish a sentence.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the reason why IUDs are so effective is because it prevents the fertilization of an egg. So if something like that happens, which is extremely and incredibly rare, can we agree that it is very rare for a woman to have a fertilized egg having an IUD and is sexually active?
I mean, I think it's at around 5% likelihood. If you want to consider that rare, you can, but I don't think the rarity of this outcome changes anything. Like for example, if I had a pistol in my hand and I shot it at my wall, which faces the street and other houses, it'd be like pretty rare and unlikely for the bullet leaving the gun to go through my wall and kill somebody on the other side. But still, yet if it did, I'd be culpable for murder. So I don't think that the rarity of this outcome changes culpability for the outcome.
Okay. Well, I think it's just good, though, to put it into context that, like, it's not breeding and it's not pro-birth, because we know that a child can sustain its life outside of the womb, typically between 22 to 24 weeks. So if there's something that happens before that, then that can be up for
I just can't believe that she just said that like women should go to jail for murder for 25 to life for killing a unicellular organism. That's just so like wild. It's like that's like clearly an insane view. Okay, how about this? You're in a burning building. You could only save 1 newborn baby or 10 fertilized zygotes. Who are you saving?
Okay, so I'd love to answer that, because making a choice like that, if I were to go for one or the other, it doesn't mean that the other one is less valuable of being alive, correct?
Well, I mean, actually, the predication of the question would imply that the group in which you'd save would have less value compared to the group that you didn't save would have less value compared to the group that you did save. Like for instance, if you asked me that same question, but instead you posited, Dean, if you're in a burning building, would you rather save 1 newborn or 10 newborns? My answer would be the 10 newborns, and the reason why that would be my answer is because I ultimately do think that 10 newborns are more valuable in comparison to 1 newborn.
Mm-hmm. So like,
I think it
like
actually does
a petri
suggest
dish.
a value proposition where you're comparing the value of the first group to the second group, and whichever group you save seemingly does have more value than the group in which you didn't save. So please answer the question: would you rather save 1 newborn or 10 fertilized zygotes with a human right to life that apparently a woman would be a murderer, should go to jail for 25 to life if they were to kill 1?
Yeah, I would go to the 10 embryos. Absolutely, I would. Maximizing and protecting
Over
life.
a newborn baby. How about this? Donald Trump or the 10 embryos?
10 embryos.
Yo, based. Hell yes. All right. Maybe dude. Okay. No, that was a bad one. How about this?
What do you mean?
How about this?
Here we
are
go.
you Christian?
See, because like you're bringing up hypotheticals.
Wait.
Because
I just got one more. I just got one more. Are you Christian?
Am I Christian? I'm
Yeah.
Catholic.
Okay. John the Baptist or 10 embryos?
10 embryos.
Oh my god, dude!
You can say actually, I'll do you one better. Jesus Christ, 10 embryos. 10 embryos.
No fucking way! I didn't even ask you that. I intentionally went with somebody that was like surrounding Jesus Christ instead of choosing Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ, given the Christian worldview, is literally fucking God. You think that 10 unicellular organisms are more valuable than God?
God doesn't, well, Jesus himself doesn't give his life, yet by the means in which he allows it to be taken.
Holy shit.
He already sacrificed himself for the 10 embryos by being on the cross, did he not?
Holy shit, dude. Oh my god.
Jesus
I just
Christ
can't
already
understand the
sacrificed
absurdity.
himself for us by dying on the cross.
Dude, the absurdity.
He doesn't allow anyone to take his life without the willingness of God himself. So we can't
Holy
actually
fuck.
we can't, when Jesus was crucified, it wasn't because,
Holy shit.
it wasn't because when Jesus was crucified, it wasn't because he wanted to, listen,
I'm listening.
I really hope you are.
Yeah.
Because the nails in Jesus's cross wasn't what kept him up on the cross. It was his. It was
then
his
why
sacrifice.
did
At
he
any
fall
moment, he
off
could
of
have
the
called a
cross
legion of angels to come and take him off of the cross, and he
nails.
didn't.
Oh, okay.
And he did it for people like me and for you, Dean.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If it was, yeah, if
Can I
it was
ask you another
Jesus Christ
question?
in one room and Dean Withers in another, I would pick you.
Okay. Interesting. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think that you could possibly be pro-life if you threatened to genocide 90 million people?
Pro-life to threaten genocide of 90 million people.
Like, clearly anybody
Well,
who would threaten to
obviously-
genocide 90 million people is not pro-life, right?
What?
Can we agree that clearly anybody who would threaten to genocide 90 million people is not pro-life?
I mean, I would probably say no.
Earlier you were arguing that Trump is pro-life, right?
He's more pro-life than Joe Biden was.
Well, I mean, seemingly not, because he did threaten to genocide 90 million people.
Yeah, and that's terrible.
Okay, so he's actually not pro-life at all. So definitely not more pro-life than Joe Biden.
Well, Joe Biden didn't do anything to help impregnated women, short of allowing him. Plus, he used Catholicism as a mockery.
Okay.
Especially when you consider,
So first and foremost,
the fact that he made Easter
the claim is
transgender day of visibility,
So no, that's not true. He made March 21st the transgender
which
day
happened
of
to be on
visibility.
what?
Which happened to be on Easter for that year, not every
For
year,
that-
because
yes,
the day
for
in
that
which
inaugural
Easter
year.
changes, okay,
Making a
the day
mockery
in
out
which
of-
Easter is changes, because Easter's not in a set date, okay? Easter is on a
Yep,
Sunday.
I know that.
Now, do you know what Donald Trump did on Easter Sunday?
You can enlighten me if you'd like.
Yeah, he threatened to kill a bunch of people and make their lives living hell if they didn't do what he wanted. He threatened war crimes in the sense of destroying civilian infrastructure in Iran, and then he praised Allah. Oh, and then the day after Easter Sunday, he then threatened to genocide 90 million people.
Okay.
Can we agree that because we're both pro-life, you know, that
Well,
if somebody
technically,
threatens
I'm
to
more
genocide
leaning
90 million
abolitionist than
people,
being pro-life at all,
then they
but-
shouldn't be president?
What? What did you say?
Because we're both pro-life? Can we agree that people who threaten to genocide 90 million people who call their political opponents terrorists, people who actually call for the execution of their political opponents baselessly, shouldn't be president?
He didn't do anything to incite violence or genocide on that group of people anyway, whereas people on your side of the argument have. How many
Okay.
times was he attempted to be unalived?
So that claim is false. You just said he hasn't
How
done
many
anything
people try to
incite-
unalive Joe Biden?
One moment. You just said that he hasn't done anything
Exactly.
to incite violence against the Iranians. Well,
Let me ask you a question.
You can't. No, because I'm going to respond to your claim. You said that he hasn't done anything to incite violence against Iranians. Are you
Like,
stupid?
hasn't, no, done, not incite violence, but he himself done.
Oh, that's also.
And the question I want to ask you
He's a commander in the.
The question I
chief
wanna
of-
ask
no,
you is, okay,
because I want to
let's
correct you. I want to correct you. You said that he hasn't done violence against the Iranians. He's the commander in chief of a military that killed 164 schoolgirls in an elementary school in southern Iran. He's the commander in chief of a military that, through the war that he started, has killed upwards of 2,400 innocent civilians, including men, women, and children. He's the commander in chief of a military, okay, in which has destroyed their civilian infrastructure and committed war crimes. So clearly, your claim that he hasn't done anything that was violent against the Iranian people is absolutely false, because it is absolutely violent to kill little girls. It is absolutely violent to murder thousands of innocent civilians.
And how many millions are unalived in the room?
Oh, God, what the fuck? No. That's not the way this
Exactly.
works. No, not exactly. You didn't eat
That is
shit.
exactly
Well,
how it
actually, the only thing that you ate was shit, because you just regurgitated out of your mouth with that last statement. The claim that you made was that Donald Trump hasn't done anything violent against the Iranian people, and then I'm like,
I never
well, that's
said anything
actually
against
false.
the Iranian people. I never said anything
So then you just
about
admit,
Iran.
wait. So then you just admit in general he hasn't done anything violent? Okay, well then a good example of the violent things that he has done would include the Iranian people, okay, and the Democrats that he called to be executed, okay, and the people that he gave full and complete presidential pardons to after they tried to kill others, okay, and the undocumented immigrants who he illegally deported to be tortured in CCOT in El Salvador, okay, and the low-income men and women who we cut off of health insurance, 10 million of them, when we already have 51,000 that die every single year via lack of access to healthcare, okay, and supporting the murder of people like Alex Preddy after he got 12 shots in the back. He paraded his murder as a patriot, and now he's still on the job. Same thing with Renee Good and Keith Porter. Okay, and he raped E. Jean Carroll. Okay, and he sexually exploited naked little girls and naked women at Miss USA and Miss Teen USA. Okay, and he called for E. Jean Carroll to be thrown in jail after he raped her. Okay, and according to the Epstein files, he may have done something similar to a little kid. Okay, that was a credible accusation from somebody that won millions, okay, from Epstein after he sued his estate. Okay, and the fact that he was just merely best friends with Epstein, knowing what Epstein was doing. Okay, and the funding that he's sending to Israel to drop bombs and to kill innocent little Palestinians. Okay, and his threat of conquest and invasion of Greenland and one of our allies, annexation of Canada, threat of an invasion of Mexico, Cuba, and Colombia after his invasion of Venezuela, where he's now declared himself their acting president, even though that he wasn't voted for by the people, meaning that he's declared himself their acting dictator, on top of about a billion other things. Like, no, clearly, he's done many things that are very violent. You're just ignorant.
Okay. You're entitled to your belief and your opinion. I have two questions for you. Two questions.
No. Prove even one of the things that I just said wrong.
So you said that he was best friends with Epstein.
Yeah.
Okay. Then why wouldn't Epstein and his lawyer bring upon evidence to blackmail him before his trial? Do you realize that his lawyer said, I have nothing on? So Epstein's lawyer asked him, do you have anything on Trump? Because, and I hate to use the word successful, but the reason why Epstein was so successful in what he did was because of blackmail. So when he's talking to his lawyer asked him, do you have anything on Trump? And he said, no, he wasn't involved.
Because Epstein always maintained his innocence. If Epstein were to have blackmail on Trump committing bad crimes with him, then he'd be incriminating himself. Same thing with his lawyer.
Okay, so
that one's that one's really self-explanatory.
So what's interesting to me though is like words on a paper you think are always going to be fact-based, evidentiary, and submissible in court. So because like I could make a claim about anything, and then when I go and I have it written on paper, you're like, all right, that happened.
Where are you getting this from?
From what you just said.
What did I say that demonstrated I'll believe anything written on paper?
Because you're talking about how he's in the e-files.
Oh, yeah. So the reason why I believe the
and his lawyer literally said we have nothing on him.
Well, because the lawyer also always maintained Epstein's innocent. So if he had anything on Trump, then he'd be incriminating this client. Okay, once again, a really dumb point to make. But the reason why I believe the credible accusation against Trump in the e-files is because the woman who accused Donald Trump, did so in a private, confidential 302 interview with the FBI, and then they came back to her and had another 2 interviews, meaning they thought her allegation was credible. And then she later went on to sue and win millions of dollars from from the Epstein estate, meaning that she was able to prove that she was a victim of Epstein's. And she said that Epstein introduced her to Trump. And we also have to consider everything else that Donald Trump has done that we know of, like the fact that a court determined that he raped E. Jean Carroll, and like the fact that he admitted to sexually exploiting naked beauty pageant contestants. So clearly, when we know he was Epstein's best friend, we know that he knew of Epstein's crimes because that's what he told the police after Epstein was arrested, that we've all known about this all along. We know that he's raped at least one other woman, and we know that he sexually exploited a bunch of beauty pageant contestants because he boasted about it and said it was funny. And then we know this woman who accused him of raping him inside of the Epstein files did so in private, confidently to the FBI, who thought she was credible, and then she later went on to win millions of dollars from Epstein. Yeah, I am led to believe it because of all those character priors.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, like I said, 2 questions and then I'll go.
Well, I mean, do you accept that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll? Do you accept that Donald Trump sexually exploited beauty pageant contestants? Do you?
I know that they were claimed, but I've never seen any proof.
Okay. How would an admittance of guilt be? Would that be proof?
No. People make false confessions to shit all the time. Look up the...
What? Oh my God! Wait.
Look up the West Memphis 3.
People make false confessions to the police when they're coerced, right?
Of course.
Okay, so
do you know who the West Memphis 3 are?
Wait, I'd assume similar to the Central Park 5, people who were coerced into false confessions. Now, here's a question that I want to ask you, okay? Now, if I could give you Donald Trump admitting guilt, not to the police, and not with coercion because he did so to his friend, then would you believe it?
No.
Why?
Words aren't proof.
Well, I'd argue that words are proof, and the words are coming from the person admitting to engaging in sexual violence.
Okay.
Why do you disagree?
Because words aren't proof.
Okay, so if you had like a man that was your friend, and you know last night that man was at a party with drunk women, and then that man came home to you and told you that he raped a woman that was drunk at that party, and then you turned around and you asked all of the women if they remember getting raped by this man, and then one of them says, yes, I remember this. So now you have an admission of guilt from the perpetuator of the crime, and then a corroboration of said admission of guilt from the victim of the crime. Then would you believe it?
No.
Why?
Words aren't proof, Dean.
But what standard of evidence would be higher than a direct admission of guilt from the perpetuator and a corroboration and confirmation of said admission of guilt from the victim?
Physical evidence.
Like what?
Physical evidence on
Like what?
the woman or anyone's body that's consistent with rape.
Okay, so wait. So you're saying like, okay, if a rape case
Which
is done, that
I have been before, and I've tried to make reports,
but like,
they don't care.
Well, yeah, they don't care because of the line of dialogue in which you just shared with us. You just said words are never proof, even if it's the rapist admitting to it. You were like, I'm so sorry that happened to you.
Physical evidence.
But you gotta like understand here that like, quite frankly, the argument you're making is the reason why you were never believed, which is why you shouldn't make the argument you're making. But I want to add on top of here, do you believe that it's okay for people to go to jail if they plead guilty?
Yeah.
But I thought words weren't proof.
But that's a plea is at the end of a trial or proceeding or
No, it's not true.
investigation.
It's at the beginning of a trial. It's actually before the trial because they don't do a trial if they plead guilty.
Then that's why we have the Alford plea, correct?
What's that?
That's why we have the Alford plea, correct?
Don't even know what that is.
So that's if you are sentenced from admission of guilt, and then it gets to the point where it's like you, first of all, there really wasn't a lot of evidence to convict you anyway.
Wait,
and then
do you
after
accept,
some,
do you accept that
What?
it's okay to sentence people based upon an admission of guilt through a guilty plea?
no, there has to be evidence.
Okay, so somebody could admit
And that's
to a
why the
crime
Alford
and
plea
you'll never believe them.
exists.
Holy shit.
That's why the Alford plea exists.
Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Okay, I want to go back to
You don't.
my
You
question.
don't even know.
Like, listen.
what an Alford plea
Listen,
is.
I want
and
you to
I
tell
can't
me.
explain it because you keep interrupting.
I want you to tell me why, if somebody tells you that they raped a woman, and then that woman tells you that they were raped by that man, why you wouldn't believe them?
Physical evidence.
Like, what level of physical evidence would be more convincing than the scenario in which I just described? Because, like, for instance, maybe if there could be a produced video of it happening, okay, well, I would legitimately argue here that it's more likely any produced video of it happening is AI than it is likely that both the rapist and the rape victim are lying when they're telling you this happened. Like, it is infinitely like more likely that a rape occurred if the rapist is telling you the rape occurred, and then the victim who the rapist identified is also telling you the rape occurred. Like, at like what point does this just become the absurd denial of reality? Right? This is like so clearly the absurd denial of reality. If you will not accept any level of evidence from what anybody ever says, even when they're admitting to a crime that has been corroborated by the victim, I just feel like you have to live in such an unreliable worldview where you can't really accept anything to be true, right? Like, how do you know my name is Dean? Because like all the evidence that you have that my name is Dean is the fact that I'm telling you my name is Dean. How do you know that I don't support Trump as president? Because ultimately, all the evidence that you have for the claim that I don't support Trump as president is that I'm telling you I don't support Trump as president. Like, how do you know? Like I'm even like a fucking real person, and I'm not just like an AI chatbot on your phone screen. Because there's like a similar likelihood that I'm not a real person and just AI that there is that my name isn't actually Dean. Wait, but like, what if you were to like go interview like every single person I've ever met in my life by asking them what my name is, and then they say it's Dean. Oh wait, well that doesn't fucking matter because words aren't proof.
Right.
Like, you understand how it's just like insane so crazy, so absolutely crazy to always deny somebody's words when they're admitting to something that is clearly something that they wouldn't lie about because it's not in accordance with their own interests? This is why you should believe a rapist if they tell you they're a rapist. Because when people lie, they do so to further their own self-interests or the self-interests of somebody that they care about. So if they admit to you that they're a rapist, that's not furthering anybody's self-interests. So we all have already identified that they don't have any reason to lie. So now that we've identified they don't have any reason to lie, we should believe them, all right? Because it's not furthering anybody's self-interest to admit to rape. But then on top of that, when we also hear further corroboration from the victim that they identified saying that this occurred independently and separately, well, then we just have like 2 layers of confirmation. But then your takeaway is, no, we don't believe any of that. So answer the question. Why do people lie?
There's several reasons why people lie. To exploit, to get themselves out of trouble, to embellish a fantasy, to manipulate people into getting what you want. There's several different reasons why people lie. And I think it's insane to say that you wouldn't support fact-checking a woman claiming
none of the reasons
a crime
that you just gave, insofar as why people lie, could apply to Donald Trump's admission of guilt to sexual violence. Your first reason was to exploit. Wait, who is he exploiting outside of himself if he was to lie and falsely admit to sexual violence? Okay, so that one fails. Okay, the second claim was to get themselves
You don't
out
have
of
to have
trouble.
all of it.
Okay,
You realize that, right?
Clearly, he doesn't have any of them. So then your second claim was to get themselves out of trouble. Okay, admitting to sexual violence when in all reality you didn't do it doesn't get you out of trouble. That puts you into trouble. Okay, so we couldn't apply that reason to Trump's admission of guilt either. Then the third reason was to embellish. Maybe he lied about doing these sexual things with the beauty pageant contestants to embellish, to boost his ego, to make himself look cool because he was able to do all these sexual things with the beauty pageant contestants. Oh, wait! Until we consider the reason why people embellish is to make themselves look better to those around them. But it does not make yourself look better to those around you when you falsely claim to be guilty of sexual violence, when in all reality you're innocent. So no, the reason, quote unquote, to embellish wouldn't apply to Trump either. Okay, and then the last reason was to manipulate. Okay, well, once again, why do people manipulate? To get what they want. Okay, but things in which people want are things in which are good for people. Okay, but there's no good outcomes of falsely admitting to sexual violence when in all reality you're innocent. Okay, because you get in trouble, you get criticized, you get scrutinized, you get pushed out of society, people don't like you, people are scared of you. Okay, so we know it wasn't to quote unquote manipulate either. So once again, the reason why clearly we should believe Donald Trump when he admits to sexual violence is because we are now like scouring our brains to identify the reasons why people lie, yet we can't identify one reason why people lie that we could genuinely apply to Donald Trump's admission of guilt.
Okay, my rebuttal is, first of all, I didn't get through the whole list, and second of all, that's why we have the Alford plea. You just don't understand what the Alford plea is, what it does, and you also didn't let me finish. Look, he's typing it up. Good for you. And then you also didn't let me finish the reasons why people lie.
Okay,
and I
so then
still
identify
have my
one
two
reason why
questions
people
for you as well.
identify one reason why people lie that we'd be able to apply to Donald Trump's admission of sexual violence.
To obtain a reward.
Okay, what reward was obtained by Donald Trump admitting to sexual violence?
Did he go to jail?
No.
There you go.
Did he go to jail before he admitted to sexual violence? No. So that wouldn't be a reward from admitting to sexual violence. So, okay, next reason, because that one fails.
That actually doesn't fail. You literally
Yes, it
just
does.
said that.
Because
no, it doesn't.
there was no reward achieved by falsely admitting to sexual
his
violence.
reward in saying it and then in doing that.
Yeah, what was his reward in
allowed
saying
him to not be. You know he's. Do you know that he's president right now?
Can you answer my question? What was Donald Trump's reward in saying that he committed sexual violence when in all reality he didn't?
Not going to, and the word starts with a J and ends in ale.
Okay, you don't know what a reward is. A reward is something positive that you get because you did something. He didn't go to jail, not because he said he committed sexual violence, due to the fact that if he didn't say he perpetuated sexual violence, he wouldn't have gone to jail in that scenario either. So therefore, that was not a reward for saying that he engaged in sexual violence.
Okay.
So then what was the reward for him saying that he engaged in sexual violence?
Where did he not go? Actually, where is he right now?
The White House. So you think that Donald Trump's in the White So you think that Donald Trump is in the White House because he admitted to sexual violence?
No.
then it's not a reward for admitting to sexual violence. So then what was the reward that he yielded for admitting to sexual violence?
The reward that he yielded in not admitting to sexual violence is the fact that...
in admitting to sexual violence falsely, because you think he was lying.
He's not lying. There wasn't physical proof.
Oh wait, if he wasn't lying, then he was telling the truth when he admitted to sexual violence, so then he is guilty of sexual violence.
There isn't proof.
Yeah, the proof is his admittance of guilt, which we could reliably
His
trust
words
because he
are
wasn't
an
lying.
admission of guilt.
Yes, they are. If we could identify that he wasn't lying, then they absolutely are. And we can identify that he wasn't lying because there'd be no reason for him to lie.
There is a reason why he would
identify it. Like earlier, even like you said that words can't be proof, and then you brought up like coerced admissions of guilt from like the Central Park Five. Okay, well actually in that scenario we could identify like a reason for lying and falsely claiming guilt, and that was because of the coercion from the police force. So all of a sudden, boom, we could identify a reason for lying. Can we do the same thing for Trump? No. In order for you to uphold that we cannot reliably believe that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual violence in the sense of exploiting naked beauty pageant contestants, is, even though he admitted to it, is to reliably determine a reason in which he lied about sexual violence. Do you agree or do you disagree?
Disagree.
Why?
Because you've said it yourself. You've quoted me. It doesn't matter what he says or anyone else says.
Why?
We didn't have physical proof.
Wait,
and so in order for him to avoid that,
could you agree that we should believe people if we could reasonably conclude that they were not lying?
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
That we should believe what people say if we could reasonably conclude that they're not lying. Sometimes reasonably concluding that they're not lying would be giving evidence to corroborate their claim. Other times, reasonably concluding that people aren't lying would be ruling out all possible reasons why they would lie. But regardless of the way in which we're reasonably concluding that somebody's not lying, still yet, can we agree that we should believe what people say if we can reasonably conclude that they were not lying?
No.
What do you think it means to believe what somebody is saying then? Why do you think in courts you're supposed to give evidence if you're accusing somebody of a crime? The reason why you have to corroborate an accusation of a crime in court is so then the court can reasonably conclude that you're not lying. So if you reject the notion...
Because even if they do, it's not always true.
One moment. If you reject the notion that we should believe people if we could reasonably conclude that they're not lying, then you're basically saying that we should never believe what anybody says, even if they could give evidence for it.
No, that is if they can give evidence for it.
Wait, but giving evidence for it would be what? A reasonable conclusion that they weren't lying, therefore they're telling the truth, therefore they're guilty of the crime.
But in our country, it's innocent until proven guilty.
Well, not to you, because Donald Trump was held civilly liable of rape in a court, found guilty, and you still believe he's innocent. But that aside, why do you disagree with the proposition that we should believe people if we could reasonably conclude that they're not lying? Why do you disagree with that?
So when you say reasonably conclude reasonably conclude is to provide evidence, correct?
Yes. That's one way to reasonably conclude.
I think that's where we're getting disconnected because...
Okay, so then you do agree that we should believe people if we could reasonably conclude that they're not lying?
Reasonably in the context of providing evidence.
Wait, why not reasonably in the context of just disputing that there's no reason for them to lie?
Someone being somewhere at a certain day or time isn't going to be
you're like another way to reasonably conclude that somebody's not lying is to rule out all of the possible reasons that they would lie about it. Like, I'll prove it. Do you believe that my name is Dean?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm sure at some point you've had to be able to make your account and type the letters onto the name.
Yeah, but that's you trusting.
Like, none of us really do know unless you...
Wait. That's you trusting what I'm saying, though. But the reason why you trust that my name is Dean is because there's no good reason to believe that I was lying about that, because there's no incentive to lie about my name, especially when I created my account name to be Dean Withers is when I had 0 followers. So there's like no reason for me to lie out of like some like deeper notion that maybe I could get doxxed or people could find my real identity, because at the time I had 0 followers. The reason why you believe me when I tell you my name is Dean is because I have no reason to lie about my name being Dean.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Do you accept that's the reason why you believe me?
Sure.
Okay, so now you do believe what people say if we can reasonably determine that they had no reason to lie about it. So because we could reasonably determine, one moment, because we could reasonably, one moment. So because we could reasonably determine that Donald Trump had no reason to lie about admitting to sexual violence, then you believe that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual violence.
No, because
so then what's the difference? What's the difference between you reasonably believing that my name is Dean because I have no reason to lie about that, and me reasonably believing that Donald Trump admitted sexual violence and he's guilty of it because he had no reason to lie about that? What's the difference?
It wouldn't be confirmed until you actually show your birth certificate.
Wait, so you believe things without enough evidence? Because you said that you believe my name is Dean.
Yeah, I believe your name is Dean. It doesn't mean that.
Okay, perfect. So then we're just going to use the word believe. What is the difference between you believing? No. What is the difference between you reasonably believing that my name is Dean because I have no reason to lie about that, and me reasonably believing that Donald Trump barged into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants because he had no reason to lie when he admitted to that?
Well, there would be reason potentially why you would lie.
Okay, so then you're just saying that you believe that people say even when they have reason to lie.
But I'm not going to say, oh, let me have access to records that are private and personal, and then to go off of the proof that.
Can you just answer the question?
The proof of the consistency that.
Why are you not answering the question?
Because I don't know if I've seen you on
why she's just straight up dodging the question because this is where she loses the debate.
Well, according to you, I lost the debate like an hour ago.
Oh wait, this cat's name is Momo. Do you believe that this cat's name is Momo?
Where?
This kitty.
What kitty?
The kitty at the bottom of your...
I didn't even see that. I'm sorry.
Do you believe that this cat's name is Momo?
Sure.
Because I have no reason to lie about the name of my cat, right?
I hope not. But I can't. You can't provide.
So therefore, we should believe
that. Evidence that it is.
Stop. So then we should believe that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual violence because he admitted to sexual violence, unless you could posit reasons why he would lie about.
Because the reasons and what he would say would negate the other people what they are saying.
What do you mean by that?
And you still haven't answered my two questions.
Wait. What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by what?
I just gave you a really damning argument, and then you responded by saying what he was saying contradicted what the women said. I don't even understand that excuse. So I was asking you what you mean by that. Once again, the argument that I'm going to need you to address is a fact that you just admitted that you reasonably believe that my cat's name is Momo because I told you my cat's name is Momo, and I would have no reason to lie about that. The following question is what I want you to answer. Therefore, why can't I not reasonably believe that Donald Trump sexually exploited beauty pageant contestants? Because he admitted to sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants, and he had no reason to lie about it.
So, I want to be able to answer your question, but I want you to be able to understand where I'm coming from when I say these things. Because it really doesn't matter what people say.
You just admitted that it does.
Really matters
by admitting that you reasonably believe that my cat's name is Momo.
You are very good as well as not coming off of what other people say, and I've seen that every time with you with tax. But the root of our conversation right now is whether or not Donald Trump was guilty of doing these things.
You're not answering my question.
Correct.
Then answer the question.
The answer to your question I've already explained.
No, you haven't.
Several times, actually.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I absolutely have.
Then explain it again.
Why should... No, I'm going to use your word and say no.
So now you're just refusing to answer the question because you know that you've lost the debate. Clearly...
You can believe that. It's not going to hurt my spirit or my soul.
You've admitted that you've lost the debate because you admitted that you reasonably believe that my cat's name is Momo because I told you her name is Momo, and I have no reason to lie about that. Therefore, just tracking the logic, we should all reasonably believe that Donald Trump sexually exploited beauty pageant contestants because he told us he sexually exploited beauty pageant contestants, and he had no reason to lie about that.
You're refusing to acknowledge, though. You're refusing to acknowledge that the reasons why people lie would be subjective. And the reason why people's words are subjectively true or not, or admission of guilt or proof
Listen,
of
they're
innocence,
subjective, but they're
is
not
without-
arbitrary because we could identify them.
It's
through
subjective
instrumental
though. It's
rationality.
subjective when you talk about somebody, someone that
As
is
long as they're not
lying for those
arbitrary, then
reasons.
we could identify them. And
If
because we
you
can't
won and
identify
you're
them in the
cooking me, then why
circumstance,
can't you let me finish the sentence?
well, because I thought I'd cook you a little bit more. I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm kind of well done, and so now that's a good notion then, right? Of like
Well, at least you
letting
know
me
it.
say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. So, like I've said before, the reasons why people lie are subjective. And words that you say that are a lie are not an admission of proof. I mean, you can say whatever you want. I could say I'm a woman, and then I'd say that to you and you'd probably agree with it. I'd hope. Lord knows that's already a very difficult conversation to have with people. But his words fitting into one of the categories of why somebody would lie doesn't mean that what they said is true or not. Because there is no physical proof.
Do you believe that you could only reasonably believe something to be true if you have sufficient evidence for it to be true?
I mean, sure, but now you're going.
You just
now
conceded.
you're pivoting away from the reasons why people lie.
No, you just conceded.
You absolutely
You just
refusing
admitted.
to-
Wait. You just admitted.
Why can't you
that
wait?
saying something without reason to lie is sufficient proof for that thing to be true. And I'll explain this. Because you just accepted. Yes,
That
you did.
wasn't-
You just accepted that we could only reasonably believe things when we have sufficient proof for them to be true. But you told me that you do reasonably believe that my cat's name is Momo because I told you it, and I had no reason to lie in telling you it.
The reason why
Therefore,
you're saying
somebody
you don't have a
telling
reason
you
to-
something they've done
No.
without a reason to lie is sufficient evidence for you to reasonably believe that that thing is true with proof. So you
Okay,
just conceded
if
the
I-
whole argument. You
if I said that-
you just literally conceded the whole argument by acknowledging that yes, actually, Dean, when somebody admits to something with no reason to lie, that is reasonable evidence to find that thing to be true.
Okay, so if I misspoke, then I apologize. That's not the point I'm trying to make.
What did you misspeak about?
The point that I'm. The
What did you
question that
misspeak
just-
about?
The question that you.
What
just
did you
asked me-
misspeak about? We need to be clear. Did you misspeak about saying that you reasonably believe my cat's name is Momo? Or did you misspeak about arguing that you could only reasonably believe things if you have enough evidence for them to be true? Which one of those two things did you misspeak about?
I think the first one.
Wait, so you can't reasonably believe my cat's name
Because-
is Momo?
Listen for a moment.
Wait, so you don't believe me when I tell you my cat... Just yes or no. Do you believe me when I tell you my cat's name is Momo?
Yes.
Okay, then you do reasonably believe that my cat's name is Momo. Or is that an unreasonable
even
belief?
if- but-
No, answer
but
my question.
reasonably-
You just said that yes, you do
reasonably
believe.
believing
No,
something-
stop.
Let me-
Stop. No. I'm cutting you off. You just told me that you believe my cat's name is Momo. Answer the following question. Is that a reasonable belief or is that an unreasonable belief?
Reasonable, but it wouldn't be true without proof.
What? So then you just accepted that it actually was a reasonable belief for you to believe that my cat's name is Momo. And you also accepted in order to reasonably believe something, you have to have sufficient evidence for it to be true. Therefore, you just admitted and conceded again that you actually do have sufficient evidence to believe that my cat's name is Momo, with that sufficient evidence being the fact that I told you it and I have no reason to lie about it. So now you
that's
are
not
accepting
proof.
that admitting to something. Yes, it is, because it's sufficient evidence. So the phrase
It's not
sufficient
sufficient
evidence
evidence.
is... Wait, so then are you arguing that you can reasonably believe things without sufficient evidence for them to be true?
You can reasonably believe things, but that doesn't mean that it is true.
Wait, so then what does it mean to reasonably believe something? Like, conceptually. Because when I think of what it means to reasonably
Because it's
believe something...
subjective.
Don't interrupt me. When I think of what it means to reasonably believe something, that means to believe something with reason. Good reason, in fact. And believing in something with good reason is synonymous to believing in something with good evidence, or to believe in something with good proof. So if you are accepting that you reasonably believe that my cat's name is Momo, then you were simultaneously accepting that you were believing my cat's name is Momo with good reason, which would be a synonym for good enough proof. So then you are actually conceding that good enough proof for something to be true is somebody admitting to doing something with no clear reason why they would lie. And if you are admitting that sufficient proof for a belief to be true is a person admitting to doing something with no good reason to lie, well, then we just agree here, because we can't identify a reason for Donald Trump to lie about sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants, then we actually do have more than a good enough reason to believe that he did it. And we have now proven the claim. Now, what you're going to do in response is you're going to throw all of this out the window because you can't keep up, because you're a white belt fucking idiot with zero brain cells, because you're an absolute moron that has been indoctrinated into cult-like proclivities where you just don't believe that sexual violence occurred, even when the perpetuator of the sexual violence is admitting to it, calling it funny, and then 6 women that he took advantage of, that he told you he took advantage of, are all affirming that it happened to them, on top of the court that ruled he raped a woman, which you don't believe, even though earlier you were arguing innocent until proven guilty, but now when it's proven guilty, you still don't believe it, and it's embarrassing. Quite frankly, dude, the only reason why I've kept you up on the stream for this long, the only reason why I've even indulged in a debate about what it means to reasonably believe something, and if we can reasonably believe things because people told you they did it without enough reason to lie, even though it's been insufferable and moronic, is just because I want to prove that there's zero substance and zero reason to ever support this contorted cult-like MAGA worldview. It is so fucking idiotic. I just can't believe that a real person would ever hold to these estranged beliefs, and I think that you should probably seek an education because you are clearly in need of one, you fucking indoctrinated cult member.
Okay. And I want to say I appreciate you for letting me sit up for this long.
Lily, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you, Lily. Let's get 200 Lily W's down below in that chat. I appreciate you. That is Lili. Thank you so much, Lily. Lily says, thank you for the dedication and patience dealing with the lunacy. My father's basically still stuck on the same talking point of the Bill O'Reilly on a loop. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Lily. Thank you so much for the $20. Josh, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Let's get 100 Josh W's. I appreciate you. Dylan with the $5 who says, this is for your poor cat Momo therapy session. Thank you, Dylan. Then Josh, thank you so much for the $10 as well on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Show some love to Josh. And then Abby, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo as well. Let's get 200 Abby W's. That is ABI. Abby with the $20 says, we all know your birth name is actually Dean and C. $20 for maintaining your cover. Thank you so much, Abby. Sarah, thank you for the $5 who says that this lady is disingenuous. She's unserious and just being argumentative. She is Catholic but doesn't believe things based on words, only physical evidence. She's a troll, right? Cassandra, thank you for the $5 as well. He says, when somebody tells us who they are, we believe them. Yes. Arya, thank you for the $5 as well. And then Ben, thank you for the $10 who says, a fascinating evidentiary standard. Statements don't count. Witnesses don't count. Now we've entered a system where evidence exists, but belief is optional. Pretty much. Cassandra, thank you for the $5 who says, if words are proof, how's the Bible proof of God? Dead fucking ass. Katie, thank you for the $3 who says, ask her if she feels about Trump after he threatened the Pope. She doesn't care. Zach, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Oh my God, Zach, it is so good to see you again today. I want to see 500 Zach W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you, Zach. That is beyond kind of you. That is ZAK. Show some love to Zach down below. And then this came in 33 minutes ago. Rami, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says it is all about the bigots, but once they are born, let's bomb their school. Pretty much. Thank you so much for the $20, Rami. And then Abby with another $30 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much, Abby. Abby, you've been so kind today. Thank you. And then Rebecca, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Oh my God, Rebecca, thank you so much. With the $50 says, in order for Planned Parenthood to be racist, they would have to be forcing women to get abortions, which they're not doing. And by the way, this was, I guess, this guest's first argument is that Planned Parenthood is racist, and that's a great point, Rebecca. In order for them to be racist, they'd have to be forcing black women to get abortions. I could not agree more. Donna, thank you for the $10 who says, thank you for smashing that pro-life witch who hides behind the mask of caring for an oppressed community. Yeah, it's so fucking insufferable and so disingenuous and so bigoted, honestly. Tyler, thank you so much for the $15 donation on Venmo, who says, love how she said you're gonna think about them every day after she literally said her and TP USA have been talking about you since yesterday. I know, because she's obsessed. So is he. Abby, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you, Abby. Ashley, thank you for the $5. And we're actually all caught up over on Venmo. I appreciate you guys. Sorry, it's been about 45 minutes since I've thanked you guys last. On Super Chat, thank you, Matthew, for the $20 who says, I think people gaslight themselves into not believing it because they know that they'd still support him if they did believe it. So in order to not hate themselves, they invent reasons to not believe it. No, I actually agree with you, Matthew. She would fucking hate herself if she knew that she supported somebody who's guilty of sexual violence. So instead, she just decides to basically deny the sexual violence. Herbie, thank you for the 11 euros over on Super Chat, who says, every day she doubts if her friend's name are really their names, if homework that the teacher gives is actually the homework, if written words like cabbage is really cabbage instead of M-drug. I know, like, how does she, like, shop at the grocery store? Does she believe the names of the items in which she's buying? Maybe the cabbage is the M-drug. Really good point. Thank you. Josh, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you, man. Show some love to Josh. Josh with the 20 says, on the topic of abortion, when I was younger, my friend and I were raped by her dad. I'm really sorry to hear that. She ended up getting pregnant. We didn't report it because we were only 11 and scared. She ended up getting it aborted. Her dad spun it off. And that's exactly why it is so important for victims of rape to have access to abortion. And I'm so sorry to hear that that happened to you and your friend Josh. Full band, I appreciate you so much for the $20 as well, who says, quote unquote, I didn't do it, but I admit the prosecution has enough evidence that I'd probably be convicted, so I'm taking the deal, is what an Alfred plea is. It's not even accepted in all states. Oh yeah, because it sounds a little silly. Thank you so much for the love. Amsteer, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, like most religious and pro-life people, Collar does not give a shit about babies once they're born out of the womb, hence why she won't care about Donald Trump bombing a school full of children. I know, because it's a virtue signal just to control the bodies of women. DK, I appreciate you for the $20 in Super Chat, who says, on her point about IUDs, by that logic, any failed implantation is murder. That would be natural anatomy, like a bicornate uterus the word that I can't pronounce, which is absurd. IUDs prevent fertilization, no embryo, no pregnancy, no killing. Yeah, she thinks women with IUDs should go to jail, by the way. That's something else that maybe a lot of the viewers of the stream didn't hear earlier. Thank you so much for the love. That's incredibly kind. Herg, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate that, Herg. Let's get 250 Herg W's. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And then Ria, thank you so much for the 20 euros. And then Thick Frog, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, might I chime in? Black women have the highest mortality rate compared to any other race of women. On top of that, women of color are not listed or taken seriously in most of the time anyways, including black babies. No, you're right. There's so much medical racism. It is unreal. So if we were to deny black women access to abortion, we'd just be ensuring that they have even higher disproportionate death rates from pregnancy and childbirth because of that medical racism. And then she's going to sit here and try to argue that it's actually anti-racist to deny black women access to abortion. Insane. Jania, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, who says, imagine getting cooked in front of thousands by some dude holding his cat. What an L. I love that, Jania. Beckett, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, hey, Dean, I just want to say that I love your channel and support you forever. Thank you, Beckett. Show some love to Beckett. Shaim, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate that, Shaim. Show some love to Shaim down below. Anastasia, thank you for the $3. Gary, thank you for the 5. Nicole, thank you so much for the 10. And then Ollie, thank you so much for the $14, who says, Dean, please fix your hair. It's making me mad. Ollie, I'm just having a bad hairdo today. Can't cap. Show some love to Ollie down below for the $14. And then Dylan, thank you for the $10. Gary with the 10. And then Rachel, thank you so very much for the $20 donation. Rachel with the $20 says, as a 52-year-old female, I'm always shocked when a female supports a racist rapist as president. I appreciate you using your platform to educate on why this country's in trouble and what needs to happen to make it better for all groups. Rachel, aka Mama Pat's Mystical Pat on TikTok. Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think that this woman is just legit insane. Actually legit fucking nuts. We have 2 more people to thank, then we'll hop back into the debate. Kyle, I appreciate you for the $20 donation on PayPal. He says, fuck MAGA. Let's go, Kyle. Absolute truth nuke. And then Marissa, thank you for the $20 donation as well. He says, I'm always so grateful for your work in this era when you can feel the misogyny and racism in the air all the time. Well, Marissa, thank you so much for being here, and I appreciate you for the $20. And I'm so sorry that that's something that you have to feel every time you go outside. Please show some massive love to all of the donors. I am so grateful for each and every single one of you guys. Holy fuck, dude. I just had to catch up on so many people just from the last 45 minutes. I am so fucking grateful so much for all the love. Please show some massive love to all the donors. And if you want to support me in the stream, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. You could even attach a message or ask a question. Thank you guys so much for the love. Show some love to all the donors down below. Now, I actually just have one last question for you guys. Do you think that the Bible is proof of God? As a Catholic.
I'm sorry?
As a Catholic, do you think that the Bible is proof of God?
Yes.
Wait, but I thought that you disputed what somebody says is evidence. Because the Bible is not physical evidence. The Bible is just a collection of things that people said. So actually, you do accept things that people said.
Because it's not what people said.
Okay, then it's not the Bible.
It's through an anointing.
Okay, well then it's not the Bible. Because the Bible is just a collection. Well, no, because the Bible is what? A collection of things that people said. And if it's not a collection of things that people said, then you don't think that the Bible
is not a collection of things people
of Jesus is God.
It's not a collection of things people said.
then what is it? Because as far as I'm concerned, it is quite literally a collection of things that people said, i.e. stories.
It was written,
and
it was written by people through an anointing. Do you know what that means?
Well, I mean, you're Catholic, so I'd assume that like some normative authority of the church fathers, right?
No.
If you're Catholic, I don't know what else you could mean besides like the papacy and the lineage of the papacy and the lineage of church fathers passed down from one generation of church fathers to the next. That's literally the magisterium. If that's not what you're referring to, then I don't know what you're referring to.
So, sorry. So the Bible is a collection of books. By the way, it's not just one book; it's a collection of books.
Are books
and
things
it's
that
written
people
by
said?
What?
Aren't books just things that people said?
It's not things that people. When we're talking about the Bible, it's not things that people.
But can we agree that books are just a collection of things that people said?
No, we can't, because I haven't finished explaining what you mean by the Bible.
Okay,
it's an anointing. So
wait. Can we agree that books that are fully comprised only of words are just things
words that
people
come
said?
from the anointing? That's why the Bible is proof.
Wait, well, no, it wouldn't.
Let me explain what an
That
anointing
makes the
is.
anointing and the normative authority and the infallibility of the authors of the Bible proof.
Okay, so the anointing refers to God himself. So yes, human beings wrote the words, but it wasn't their words. It's an anointing. So they're writing.
How do you know that?
Through the coverance, because that's a Catholic belief. It's the anointing.
Oh, wait, so it's something that some Catholics said?
It's what Jesus said. It's what the Pope
What's the
report,
physical
and
evidence
it's
of
what the physical evidence of Jesus. Are you kidding me?
No, the physical evidence that the authors of the Bible were infallible and divinely inspired by God. What is the physical evidence of that? Because remember, you only accept physical evidence. You can't argue faith here.
So, in accordance with the New Testament, it would be through Jesus, and according to the Old Testament,
through what it said? But you don't accept what people say.
Human beings, it's not you. First of all, you said it's a collection of things that people said, which is not true.
I know, because then you argued that it was divinely inspired infallibly by God. What is the physical evidence that it was divinely inspired infallibly by God? By the way, this is where most Christians would say faith, but you only believe in things with physical evidence, so you can't see faith. So what is the physical evidence that the words of the Bible were divinely inspired by God?
Yeah, so as I was saying, that you interrupted again, the New Testament is through Jesus. Do you agree that Jesus was a human being? Yes or no?
Do okay. I agree that you're not giving me physical evidence that the words of the Bible were divinely inspired by God?
Is
yes.
Jesus fully human and fully God, or is Jesus just fully human?
In accordance with Christian theology, it's fully human and fully God. In accordance with my belief system, I don't know, because I'm agnostic.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to ask you another question, but
I just want the physical evidence that the words in the Bible were divinely inspired infallibly by God. Please.
Sorry, my mom started calling me. Physical evidence of the proof of the Bible. Physical evidence of the things that people wrote weren't coming from what those individual people wrote down.
Yeah, but rather coming from God. That's exactly what I'm asking you.
That is right. And the answer to that question is Jesus Christ, because he is the physical evidence of being of God being there, and that scripture is derived directly from God through an anointing. There's physical evidence that Jesus Christ was a human being.
Yeah, but there's not physical,
and there's physical evidence that
Jesus Christ
he's also
was God
fully
that
God.
divinely inspired the words of the Bible.
Jesus, yes, when Jesus was
what is
walking
the
earth,
physical evidence that Jesus Christ was God? Okay, that fully, divinely, and infallibly dictated the words of the Bible that we read today.
The Shroud of Turin.
Okay, and how does the Shroud of Turin prove that Jesus is God?
Because the 3D encoding on the shroud was not technology that existed back then and even now. So how was that image there?
Wait. What did you say? Was
every part of his crucifixion
Wait. What did you say?
Is relevant to injuries that are found on the front side of the shroud.
Okay, so that's not necessarily true, because it shows blood splatter where we would expect the hands to be, not where the wrists would be, where the blood would be coming from. And then B, what did you say is unique about the Shroud of Turin, and which would rule it out from any other possibility except the possibility that it was created by God?
So the Shroud of Turin itself was created from a noble, I think either Galilean man back then or whatever, but the linen itself is not proof of God. The image on the shroud is the proof of God.
Okay, why?
There are injuries on his body that are directly related to the Gospels of how Jesus was unalived. It's even in the Old Testament too. I can't remember the specific verse, but they do talk about nailing you to a cross. That was written thousands.
So how do you? Okay, the first question would be, how do you know that the Shroud of Turin predates the Gospels? The second question would be,
It doesn't.
Okay.
We have encoding. We have the pollen too. Do you know about the pollen? The 58 different examples of pollen that were only provided.
All that I'm asking you is, how do you know that the Shroud of Turin predates the Gospel?
Well, it doesn't predate the Gospel. It is the Gospel.
No, the Shroud of Turin.
Predating the Gospel would mean it's before. So predating the Gospel.
The Gospel is the word of Jesus Christ. Okay. The Shroud of Turin is not the word of Jesus Christ. Therefore, the Shroud of Turin is not the Gospel. What the fuck are you saying?
So first of all, relax. Second of all, listen,
sorry, just
you're saying that the Shroud of Turin didn't predate the Gospels.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking
Which
for
is
your evidence
true
that it
because
did predate the
Jesus,
Gospels.
it is proof that Jesus Christ was God during the Gospels. That's literally what the Gospels are.
Well, that would first
An account for
necessitate
Jesus' life,
that
death,
would first
and
necessitate
ministry.
that you give physical evidence that the Shroud of Turin predated the Gospels, right? So what's the physical evidence that the Shroud of Turin predated the Gospels?
It didn't predate the Gospels.
If it didn't predate the Gospels, then it's not the Shroud of Turin, and it's not the Shroud of Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ predated the Gospels.
The Gospels are the accounting for Jesus Christ and his life. So
And
it
when
can't
were the
predate
Gospels-
the Gospel
and when
because
were-
Jesus is the Gospel.
But the earliest artifact that we have of the Gospel was like what? 40 years after Jesus died?
No, the Shroud of Turin.
What?
The Shroud of Turin was Jesus's burial cloth.
Wait, what
So
is
it can't-
the earliest
it can't
artifact that we have of
predate
the
Gospel.
Gospels?
Oh, are you saying like the written words of the Gospels?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So then that's exactly where we're getting to.
So do you
That's
think
the
that the
whole-
Shroud of Turin
that's the whole
predates
point
the
of the
written word of the
anointing.
Gospel?
So Jesus.
Can you just answer the question?
was-
Does the Shroud of Turin predate the written words of the Gospel?
Pause. The Shroud of Turin predating the Gospel.
The written words of the Gospel. Does it predate the written words of the Gospel?
Yes.
What is your physical evidence of that?
The anointing.
What is the anointing? What is the anointing?
In the Catholic faith, the anointing is the process in which somebody is saying, doing something that is directly influenced by God himself. For example, priests.
Wait, so the physical evidence of the Shroud of Turin is that Catholic leaders have said it. And then the reason why we should believe that the Catholic leaders are telling the truth
God himself
is
said it
because
through
of
the
God
anointing.
himself told them. But then the reason that we should believe that Jesus is God is because of the Shroud of Turin. So ultimately, your argument is circular.
That in a combination with other
you're
things, but
saying
that is the most
because you're saying that the Shroud of Turin proves Jesus to be God. Okay, but the proof that Jesus is God is the Shroud of Turin. Do you get the circularity of that position?
Well, how can people write the Gospels without the Gospels happening?
The same way people are able to write Harry Potter without Harry Potter happening.
Well, Harry Potter is a fictional person that never existed.
like the same way people
You literally
are able,
admitted that Jesus Christ wasn't human.
Oh, okay, so I need to use an example of a real person. I hate to be self-defeating here, but unfortunately this is the best example I could think of. If you go on Wattpad or AO3 and you look up Dirk, you're going to read a bunch of fan fictions about me having
I don't
gay
even know what that
sex
is.
with Charlie Kirk. I am a real person.
What?
Charlie Kirk was a real person. We were both real people. Does this mean that the Dirk fanfics of us having a whole bunch of steamy gay sex are therefore true?
Where's the 3D encoding on your sexual relationship with that person?
The fuck is 3D encoding, dude?
You're so uneducated. It's just so.
You're so uneducated. You don't even know what 3D encoding is. You're so uneducated. You're so uneducated, Dean. You don't even know what 3D encoding is. You don't even know. Dude, shut the fuck up. Just tell me what it is. Holy.
So the 3D encoding is the actual image that's on the shroud. When scientists in the 70s...
Get out of my life, bruh. Holy shit. Dude, that's unreal. You're showing it. You don't even know what 3D encoding is. You don't even know what 3D encoding is, Dean. You're such a fucking idiot, Dean. You don't even know what 3D... Dude, after I spend like an hour and a half describing to this lady why we should believe that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual exploitation given that he admitted to it and he has never
Oh my god, hi.
just like, holy. Hi, welcome into Sport
Hold on
Trump.
for a second because it's louder on me and I will... hold on.
Do you support Trump? Please answer.
I don't direct.
All right. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Apple, thank you so much for the 2 galaxies. I really appreciate you. You were awesome. Show some love to Apple down below. Thank you. Hey, over on YouTube Super Chat, thank you so much, Fullban, for the $20. I appreciate you, Fullban. Thank you so much, man. Fullban says the shroud has been thoroughly debunked, not to mention the Bible says that his head was wrapped in strips, not a whole cloth. It has traces of ink that weren't of the time. Yeah, no, I think that's true. And by the way, that doesn't debunk Christianity, okay, for all the Christians watching. The point of that conversation wasn't even to debunk Christianity. It was to demonstrate that her characterization of how we determine things to be true only with the use of physical evidence was false. As well as Darian, thank you so much for the 20 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you. Thank you, Darian. Darian with the 20 euros says donation to buy Dean a pile of rocks. It has to be more intelligent than the woman he's talking to. Yeah, she's pretty stupid. I appreciate you so much for the 20 euros, Darian. Show some love to Darian down below. I appreciate you. Welcome into eSport Trump.
No, but I wanted to explain something regarding the existence of
I'm sorry, we were just looking for debates.
Oh.
Damn!
What?
All right, you started to change
cooked, bro. You got cooked, bro.
Yeah, so real.
You don't know what was she saying?
You started to change up your profile now that I told you.
Yes, because you're so easily tricked, and your chat's so easy to rage bait. They're DMing me.
By the way, Fish Lady is not even a Trump supporter.
What? Yeah, I love Donald J. Trump.
No, she actually doesn't.
The J stands for God. The J stands for God.
Yeah. So I actually found her on some like random Trump supporter stream.
Stop! No, stop! No, you didn't. Stop.
Debating them, and she was actually doing quite well.
No,
like,
you
didn't. Not only is she not MAGA,
you didn't.
but she was absolutely destroying this MAGA influencer in a debate. So she's a troll, but what I'd recommend here is to not troll about those things, and that you're still like pretty unemployed because of how much time you have to troll about these things. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. I'd really appreciate that. Let's go to get that next guest, Snorlax Aquatics, loaded up into the box. Cario, thank you so much for the $15 donation on PayPal. That is Cariro. Thank you, Cario. Cario with the 15 says, MAGA idiots really make everybody else look and sound smarter, not gonna lie. I know, like a bunch of people, including maybe some people watching the stream, probably think that I'm like some super intelligent guy. No, I'm just well-spoken and have common sense. It is really easy to dispute MAGA beliefs. There's so many more people out there that are so much more intelligent than me. I'm not even like top 1%. You know, that's not me. But thank you. I appreciate that, Cario. Hi, welcome into eSport Trump.
Can I get the link to the fanfic or?
Dude, get out of here. Permanently banned. Moving on to TM Johnson. Permanently banned. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
Okay, what year were you born in?
I was born in 2006 in June.
Okay, yeah, all right, sounds good, man. I'm gonna thank a couple people, then I'll pass that mic and the floor to you. Holy shit. Max, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says day 365 of sending Dean money for a whiteboard. I still need to get one too. Taylor, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. And then Wade, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo. Thank you, man. Wade with the 15 says, keep it up. I love watching you debate with the MAGA cult of Trump. I couldn't continue to debate like you do because I would go silent at the idiocracy, so W's to you. Man, yeah, that last guest was truly an idiot, man. Lily, I appreciate you for the $5 again. Shelby, thank you for the $10, who says, say hi to Momo for me. Fuck MAGA. Fuck MAGA. I'll make sure to give her your regards. And then Michael, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Michael, you are the GOAT. Holy shit, that is so kind of you. $50 is a shit ton of money. I want to see 500 Michael W's down below. Michael with the 50 says, my Iranian coworker said that she quote-unquote fully believes in what Israel's doing, and that quote-unquote Fox News is the only news source I could watch. People are so undereducated. Damn, that's really sad to hear, especially from an Iranian man. But, I mean, indoctrination knows no bounds. I appreciate you for the $50. Evan, thank you for the $20, who says, I'm currently working right now, but I'd love to debate you at some point, maybe even later today. Yeah, Evan, if you're a Trump supporter, feel free to hop in that queue at any point when I'm live. Robert, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, describing to me what an alpha plea is. Yes, thank you so much, Robert. Let's get 250 Robert W's. I really appreciate you. And with that, we're actually all caught up. If you guys want to support me, support the stream, help pay for my therapy, because clearly I need it after that last crazy guest. You can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. Go ahead, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, real quick, I just have like a kind of question on the side. Is it true that you used to NFT scam?
No.
Okay. Anyway, I just support Trump because I think he's honestly the best choice for the economy. Honestly, this is probably the lowest gas prices we've ever had. Honestly, at least in this administration.
Gas prices rose last month. The most gas prices have ever risen in a month since the
that's because of the war. Though. I'm talking like no war, pre-war, lowest gas prices for sure.
Okay, so you just completely selectively ignore the fact that post-war they rose by the most they have since Vietnam?
Okay, well, according to the IDEECC, the gas prices have lowered.
How long has it been since you've been up here?
$1.25. You said what?
How long has it been since you've been up here? I remember the IDEECC. I remember you.
It's been a little bit. I don't know why you don't think it's a real source, though. Did you not look it up?
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. That guy's a troll, dude. All right, man. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box real quick. We're not gonna have this guy up for too long. Yo, TPA, hello? Bro, you and your buddies all need to go take a debate course, take a class, and you guys need to learn how to debate better. By the way, your friend, I forget her name because of how irrelevant she is. She came up here and said that, she was buddies with you, and then she gave one of the worst debate performances we've seen on this live ever. So, I mean, I just think it's time for you and your buddies to hop off the platform and go take a class. All right, go back to school, get educated, learn how to debate better. I just wanted to give you that quick recommendation, man. We're gonna go to get that next guest, James, loaded up into the box.
Hey, Dean, bro, let me cut your hair, bro. Please, let me cut your hair. Come down to Florida, bro, please.
I bet that he's probably a great barber. Maybe one day. Let's go to get the next guest. Road to Success 2026 loaded up in here. Christine, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says, W. Dean, thank you for all that you do, and thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. You're fucking amazing. Thank you, Christine. W. Christine, thank you. Dis Who I Am, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat as well. I appreciate you. Thank you. Dis Who I Am says, raised Catholic and the shroud is fake, dated to modern times, and they said that something so significant was never mentioned in the gospel, which is weird. Anointing never heard of, divine inspiration of retelling of oral tradition I have. Yeah, I think that she was using the word, or more so the phrase, the anointing of church fathers wrong, but whatever. I appreciate for the love, and thank you for the $20 in the info. Hi, do you support Trump, James?
I support certain aspects.
Okay, but overall, do you support him as president?
No, I mostly just wanted to debate abortion.
All right, well, I appreciate you for coming up, man. If you don't support Trump, we're going to move on to Sonia. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only up in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in here. Sonia, hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Sonia's not here. What about you, John? Do you support Trump?
Dean, it's me, but I no longer support Trump. I thought you would want to hear this. It's your favorite person to debate. I've cooked you so many times in the past, and even though I've cooked you, I no longer support him. Just wanted to let you know that. But I still did cook you. I'm not denying the fact that I cooked you. But
are you immigration guy?
I'm all the people. I've debated you about every topic.
You're abortionist, racist guy. Undocumented.
No, not the. You always think I'm the abortion racist. I don't even know what that is, but I've debated you in 2021, 2022.
Yeah, I remember
2023.
I do. Yeah, we've had many debates. You stopped supporting Trump?
Yeah, I don't support him.
That's crazy. Good for you, man. Good for you. Yeah, for a while, that guy was one of the most prolific Dean debates the co-hosts, guests, truly. He hasn't been here for a while, so I kind of forgot about him myself. But for like years, he was coming up on the stream on like a new account every day to have another debate. I don't think I've actually debated anybody on my streams more than that guy. Hi, welcome into Support Trump.
Hi, sure. What tax bracket would you be considered in? There's 7 tax brackets.
I don't know what tax bracket I would land in. Are you asking?
Do you make
for like the top tax bracket? If that's what you're asking.
Do you make over 100,000?
I actually make $5 trillion per year. But anyways, how
I'm
old are
just
you?
looking for a logistic answer.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not going to get one because I don't share my income publicly.
You don't want to share your tax information with your public viewers?
Yes.
Your
true.
fans?
Yes.
Why is that so?
Because it's private information that I wouldn't even tell.
So
to
I'm
a group of
assuming
people
you
at a
make
party.
over 100,000,
So why would I share it on
which is the
the internet?
24% bracket.
One moment.
So
one moment. So then why would I
What
share
are
it on
you
the
do-
internet in front of a crowd of over 20,000 people? Like,
What are you
listen,
doing as an influencer?
if I ever run for
what are you doing
public
as an
office-
influencer to help the
Okay,
community
why are you
within your tax
interrupting me?
bracket?
Why are you interrupting me?
What are you doing in the community to help with the tax bracket?
Okay,
like,
you're
what are you
question
doing?
spamming instead of allowing me to speak and respond to the other questions
Because
in which you've asked.
you're assuming that you don't do you.
Question
What
spamming
you're
won't
trying
get
to
you
say
anywhere.
is you don't do your taxes yourself. So I'm trying to understand. If you are a content creator
That's
and
actually
you care about the people, what do
that's
you
actually not
do
true.
in order to
I
help them?
did last year. I did do my taxes myself.
Okay, then what did you make last year?
I'm not gonna tell you. What the fuck?
Why wouldn't you? If it's
Because I think that
all
A-
publicly viewed.
Because I think that A, pocket watching is weird, weird, and then B, like I said,
But
that's
you
not
ask
information.
your viewers for
So you
money
ask- stop question
and
spamming.
support when
Stop
we're going
question
through a
spamming.
recession. So I'm trying to ask, what
You're
is the
question
money
spamming
for?
again. You're question spamming again. Okay, can you stop question spamming and actually allow me to answer the questions that you're asking?
Sure, just tell me your tax bracket. There's 7 categories.
So
stemming
this is
from
you're still question
10% to
spamming
37%.
because you're not allowing me to answer the question. I was just in the middle of answering because then you cut
I'm
me off midway
asking you
through.
how you
So then go back to
support
the first
others
question.
when they're
now
supporting you.
now you're asking me another question in the middle of my. Do you understand how like this question spamming tactic is going to get no one anywhere? Like, if,
But
if
you
like,
refused to answer my question. That's why I'm spamming it.
Okay, well, I did verbally refuse to answer your question by telling you that I'm not
You
going to answer.
refuse to tell your viewers how much money you make when we're going
Yes.
through a recession. When you are claiming
I
that you're
do refuse to
supporting
share
us,
my income.
the
Yes, I do
American
do that.
community. Okay.
Is there a problem with that?
I just don't understand why you have an issue with.
Wait,
sharing
now I'm going to
tax
question spam because
information.
you're refusing to answer my question. Is there a problem
I can
with
give
me
you
refusing
my
to publicly
information.
share my income on live in front of 25,000 people when that's not even something that I would share or talk
help my
about
community
within like a
and, like-
small group of people at a party? I think that that's personal information, not public information. In the same way I refuse
It is
to
public information. It's
to
the
tell my I disagree. In the same way
IRS
that I refuse to tell you
can
guys
use-
what my girlfriend's name is, in the same way that I refuse to show you guys a picture of my girlfriend, in the same way I refuse to tell you guys
So you
where I
don't help
live,
the
like my
community.
address, and the same way that
You leech off of others.
This is like telling me that I don't love my girlfriend because I won't show you what my girlfriend looks like.
Okay. So
See?
you
See
refuse
what I mean?
to tell your viewers how much money you make, but instead you would rather grift and ask for money in support of you when we're in a recession.
Oh, that's a great
I'm
question.
trying to understand
Why do you think I'm a
that.
grifter?
I think you're a grifter. Also, I watched Parker last night and he was answering questions, but he was only answering questions on Venmo and Cash App. He refused to actually answer the chat on the TikTok. So I'm confused. How is this a service when Google is free and we can all read, right?
I'm confused. Even
I
what
had
you're
to
thinking,
educate
Parker,
you
so-
on the 7
Could you just
different
tell me
tax
why I'm a grifter?
brackets.
Could you tell me why you think I'm a grifter?
Yes, I don't think you're doing anything willing with your time, sincerely.
What does it
I
mean
think
to
you're
do
just
something willing
catering
with
to
your time?
younger
It doesn't
people
make any
that
sense.
actually don't know what's going on. And you constantly ask and beg for money, but refuse to tell us what tax bracket you're in.
Okay, so my first line of refutation to your claim that I'm a grifter because I don't do anything willing with my time. First and foremost, I'm not even sure what it means to do something willing with your time. I think that you mean productive with my time. So I'd actually posit that you're wrong. I think I'm doing something incredibly productive with my time. Not only are we pushing more people to the progressive left by proving that the views of the right are completely incoherent and abominable, but we're also advocating for more real material change in the world around us, regardless of that's me showing up at in-person protests or changing the minds of family members of like 16.
You're giving me a bunch of spew when I'm asking asking you for your tax bracket. I don't really
I
care.
actually asked you why you think I'm a grifter. You gave me your response. Are you not going to let me like debunk your response? I think this is the issue with a lot of people that will baselessly accuse me of being a grifter. And honestly, a reason why I think that a lot of like Dean hate is like legit a right-wing psyop,
Dean
because you
hate
guys
is-
just like scream at the top of your fucking lungs,
Did I-
grifter, grifter, grifter,
I
neo-Nazi,
say I hate
neo-Nazi,
you?
neo-Nazi. But then when
Did
I'm
I
like
s-
trying to like legitimately have a good conversation about it and tell you why you're wrong, you
No,
just won't
I'm
let me. So the reason, once
I'm trying to
again, why
understand-
you're wrong in your charge that I'm a
Hiding
grifter because I don't do anything productive with my time is because A, I do something productive with my time. This is very meaningful, very productive. And then B, even if I didn't do anything productive with my time, that still wouldn't make me a grifter, because the definition of a grifter isn't somebody who does nothing productive with their time. The definition of a
What is
grifter
your
is somebody who
tax
falsely
bracket?
represents
Why do
their
you
beliefs
refuse to answer that when it's on
in order to make
IRS.gov?
money. And I don't falsely represent my
that
beliefs in
people
order to make
can
money. So you're wrong
request for
about
that
your accusation that I'm a
information.
grifter.
But what are you doing to help the community is what I'm asking you.
Well,
What are
actually,
you doing
I asked you why you
personally?
think
Do
I'm a
you
grifter,
donate?
and then
Do
you
you
didn't
spend
respond.
your time doing stuff to help
Yes.
others, to help the homeless?
Yes.
Because I have not seen anything of that being done.
Have you
so
ever seen
far,
me eat
this
lunch?
Whole week, So far
Have you
this
ever
whole
seen me
week,
eat
I have
lunch?
watched you and your friend Parker.
Answer my question.
just
Have you ever seen me?
request
Have you
money.
ever seen me eat lunch?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know what you do in your free time.
Answer
but
my question. Have you ever seen me eat lunch?
Have you ever seen me work out?
No, I haven't ever seen you work out. Does that mean that
Okay,
you don't
there
work
you
out?
go.
Does that mean that you don't work out?
So I'm just asking.
Yeah, you see my point. So like
what
you're over
can
here.
you do
Oh,
to-
Dean, I've never personally seen
You're
you
asking
like
for
I've never
support
personally
in Venmo
seen
and
you
Cash App
see,
when
seen
most
you.
Americans are in a recession,
I've never
and they
personally
don't
seen
have
you.
that opportunity
you give to
to
the
give you
needy. I've
money.
never personally seen you donate.
So I'm just
okay,
so
that doesn't mean that I don't give
confused.
to the needy or I don't donate. That's just something that I happen to choose to do in my private life because I don't need to publicize the donations in which I make because
In
I
your
don't need a bunch of
private
people
life,
just saying,
you
"Yo,
like
yeah,
to
Whippy, Dean's such a good guy."
So I'm just asking you because.
Oh, hey, Kyle, thank you so much for the $6 on Venmo to raise Dean's tax bracket. I appreciate you so much, Kyle. Just some love. Oh, one moment. I'm taking some donors.
I'm
Kyle, thank you for the $5 to raise Dean's tax bracket. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. How dare you take my money? I'm taking your money. I'm taking all of your money, Amanda. Dylan with the $5 who says, here's $5 to make your tax bracket go up higher. Rose, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says it's nobody's business how much you make. Have some egg money I make for my chickens. Well, thank you for the $10, Rose. Stacy, thank you for the $10 as well. He says nobody cares about how much you make. This girl is crazy. I appreciate you for the $10, Stacy. Sarah, thank you so much for the $15. He says, hey, Dean, I appreciate all that you do. Thank you so much for the love, Sarah. He says, you've helped me get through a lot of college with my government classes base. I'm so happy that we could help you out doing something productive, right? Mary, thank you for the $2. Emily, thank you for the $5. Daniel, thank you for the $4. Fonnie, thank you for the $5. Then Serena, thank you for the $10. He says, for a drink after dealing with all the MAGA idiots. I appreciate you so much for the love. Then
May I
Kirsten, thank
ask
you so
you
much
if
for the
you've ever
$10
worked
as
an
well, who says,
actual real
I am
job
a
in, like,
39-year-old kid.
McDonald's
Please
or a
stop taking
grocery
advantage of me during a
store?
recession. So real, Kirsten. Thank you so much for the $10. Lily with the $5, then Ray with the 10, who says critical thinking and reasoning is what MAGA lacks, and that's a sound statement. Fact. Well, I appreciate you for supporting the grift. And then Liz, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Says you do so much, and I don't give a fuck about your bracket. I appreciate you so much for the $25, Liz. Let's get 300 Liz W's down below, and then Ellie and Claire, I appreciate you both so much for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Ollie, for this $7. Who says stop taking my money. No, I'm gonna take it because I'm grifting. Varga with the $5. I appreciate you, and then Dwayne, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. And Dwayne, I'm gonna get around to your message later once we're done talking to this guest because it's actually pretty similar. Thank you so much for the $30, Dwayne. Don't worry, I will get around to that. Let's get 300 Dwayne W's. Rachel with the $16 who says, how dare you make me give me your money? It's because I'm a grifter. Sean with a $10 tattoo to the tax bracket. Millie with a $25 to your favorite grifter. Jessica with a 20 who says, I'm a tax accountant. You don't owe this lady any information. Nobody's required to give you money to consume your content. On God, Jessica, thank you for the $20. Mac with a $5 because she needs a life. Now with a $5 because she needs a life. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Allie, for the $10. I appreciate you so much. Allie says she wants you to loudly declare that you help people because that's what she does. She loudly declares that she helps people. When in all reality, she doesn't do jack shit. She just kind of like virtue signals on the internet all day. Amy, thank you for the $5. She says donating for the tax bracket. I appreciate you so much for the love, Amy. Thank you so much for the love, Amy. Angelina, thank you for the $10. She says fuck MAGA. Cammy with the $10. She says you are so controlling. She is
It's
very
like
controlling.
sending money to
Thank
a
you so much.
celebrity. I don't see the point.
You think I'm a celebrity?
Well, in your head, you could be. But
well, in
you refuse
reality,
to
I'm
tell your
not?
tax
Okay.
bracket, and you refuse to tell how you're sharing that income with the community when most of these people are in a recession, living paycheck to paycheck. but you're over here still accepting their money.
I have a quick
oh
question.
no, I wish I
quick
couldn't
question.
accept this. I can't do this.
I have a
Your
quick
medical
question.
bills, they're $5,000 deep in the trash. But
Hey,
hey, I will
Sin.
take that $100.
Hey, quick
and
question
Santana,
for
I
you.
don't want to hear anything from you right
that's
now.
fine.
And I know
It's
you're
okay.
here to
I
help.
Quick
You
question.
refuse to say your tax bracket, and it's for a
what
good
does
reason
this-
too.
I
Because
know, I know. Hey, question. What does
You
this
are the
actually?
rich-
What does this actually prove?
you are the rich.
Like you coming on here and
You
virtue
are the
signaling.
rich.
Like now you're just crashing. Holy smokes!
What are the
I'm not
chances
gonna
that
give up.
she's what are the chances that she like has like a picture of like Hassan Hobby on her wall too?
Yeah, I mean, like serious
We say
question.
eat the rich, but you are the
Serious
rich.
question.
So
Serious
I'm confused on why people
Serious
are so
question. Like, what does this prove, and how does this help people? And that's just a genuine question. Like seriously, in this moment, what you're
so
doing.
we can
what does this
understand
prove, and how
that
does this
why are
help
we
people?
sending somebody money when we're struggling ourselves? I don't understand this, and he refuses to entail his
Okay.
tax
So
bracket.
it's about.
So
Wait.
you're
So
paying,
it's about. Hold
you're
on.
paying
hold on.
at least.
Wait.
You're in
Hold
the
on.
24.
Slow down. So your
I
point
believe
is that
I
you're
believe
doing
you're
this because people need to
24%.
people need to understand why they're sending money
24%.
to people. Again, you're crashing out. I'm literally just trying to have a conversation with you. I'm gonna let you talk, but like, can you
Santana,
stop
I
that?
don't want to talk to you.
That's fine. I'm here. The point being, right, is this is performative. Like seriously, like
Yes,
the fact that you
understanding
actually
economics is so perform-
No, you and what you're doing in
Understanding
this very moment. Because if you actually
Understanding
wanted to provide someone with
so
any type
perform-
of transparency, then you would actually be having a
To understand-
conversation instead of crashing out.
to understand money.
Do you think that there's
Performative.
any type of transparency occurring right now? Like serious question. Like what do you think is beneficial for what's happening in the moment when I'm trying to have a genuine conversation with you, but you can't even like engage because you're so performative?
I'm having a genuine conversation with Dean Withers about his tax.
No, that's fine. Dean
And
brought
how
me
he's
up,
support-
and I'm sitting here trying to have a genuine conversation with you,
How
but you
he's
won't
supporting
even
the
do it.
community in a.
Okay, so
What are
this
you
is the one
doing,
thing
Dean?
that I want to say. The thing that I want to say is like when it comes to people actually helping their community, the idea that anyone should boast, brag, or even post about what they do to help the community is the most harmful thing that anyone can possibly do. If you
muting
are
me is
someone
fine
that's
because
going
you
to
don't
be
support
at
your
the
community.
core, if there's going to be someone that does something for their community, that does good for people, then you're not supposed to brag about it. Like that premise is absolutely insane. And even more so when you come up and you do this and you put someone on the spot like that's absolutely performative. That gets nothing. So I don't know. I was hoping just to have a quick conversation because there's better ways to actually like let someone know like, hey, you have this and it would be beneficial if we could get your support, or you could do this, this, or this. But coming up and saying like, what's your tax bracket? It's really weird. It's super performative and that does nothing beneficial. Anyway, Dean, I'm going to go back to cleaning and listening. I appreciate you having me up for a second, bro.
At any point, feel free to join if you want to co-host.
I'm trying to hurry up and clean the house before my wife get home so I can surprise her. So
hey, good husband. Good husband.
Yeah, I'll be back, bro. Yeah.
I think the issue is that people like that last guest who just want to hate me, like never will like actually engage in linear dialogue because they're scared of being proven wrong because their view isn't too reliable. It's like very shaky, you know? Like you could kind of like create like the virtue signal that Dean sucks pretty easily. Oh, just debates and platforms people on the right and makes money like a grifter. All right? But it's really shaky because it's really easy to like explore the nuance of that. Oh, like first, well, what are we actually productively doing? Changing minds, getting more people to the progressive left, getting more people to vote for Democrats. If we get people to then support the Democratic Party being reformed into something significantly more progressive, platforming more voices like Zoran Mamdani's. Not to mention, a big reason why a lot of people swung to the right in the first place is because people like Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, and Charlie Kirk were spamming clips on a daily basis of them debating, admittedly, like not too educated liberals, and then making liberal beliefs look like a fucking joke, which then got more people to hop on board with the MAGA train. So this is actually a type of reaction attempting to get more people back on the left, and it's very successful in doing so. And then about the money, no one is obligated to send me a fucking penny. But of course, I absolutely do give individuals the ability to donate if they want to, because this is my full-time job. And on top of that, no one is ever, forced to share the amount of money that they donate in private or the communities that they support in private, because that doesn't have to be public information the same way my girlfriend's identity doesn't have to be public information. But like, see, everything that I just said, plus maybe a little bit more if I were to turn around and really explore the nuance with more than just an offhand thought, is the reason why people like that last guess will come up and they'll spam their statements and their sentiments that they want to try to get other people on board with, but then they'll never legitimately communicate about them. You'll never find somebody that like genuinely believes that like Dean is a grifter that could actually tell you why in a productive, long-form conversation where they are willing to hear pushback on their belief that they could then dispute. You will never see that. It will like legit like be random kids in like internet like comment sections. It will never be like people that can actually uphold consistent long-form debate about the subject matter, because they can't prove it. I'll actually show you guys an example. Steph in the comment section just said, Dean, you are performative. Steph, I sent you an invite to join my live. Prove me wrong. Give me a productive, cohesive, long-form debate about that claim, because ultimately you won't. Because you know all you have is, Dean, you're performative. You don't have any substance to back up that claim. It's like legit, like just like an annoying virtue signal. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, I just wanted to come on here and say I've debated you before. I've debated Santana. I no longer support Trump. You guys kind of pushed me over the edge from Trump. Actually,
I remember debating you.
I called you a grifter. I was wrong. But I have over 200,000 followers from posting right-wing content, and now I'm not on that side. So
walking away.
I'm hopefully trying to like shift.
I love that.
To the left.
Hell yes.
But it's probably not going to go well with my followers, but
I remember debating you, and you're right. You do have close to 300,000 followers and 3 million likes. Man, I really appreciate you so much for coming up here and sharing that with us. In fact, the time to share that literally couldn't be better, because we were just being told how unproductive these streams are, and now we have a right-wing an ex-right-wing content creator who was not only right-wing himself but also convincing other people to be in the process, that now has been inspired to post left-wing content. Thank you so much, Skylar. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much for coming up here and sharing that.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, call that performative. Call that a grift, dude. That's there literally couldn't have been better timing, dude. Also, on a real note, I'm really proud of you, man. Thank you so much for waking up and seeing the light. I do remember debating you. I just think that's really cool. That's really awesome. Show some love to them down below. That's awesome, man. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do not know, but my parents do, and I just wanted to know your viewpoint on the best way to talk to them civilly to try to bring them to the left, because I'm not like...
Of course. I'm going to kick you because you're not a Trump supporter, but I will answer that question. There's actually a really easy answer. So it kind of sucks, and you definitely don't have to do it, because it, like I said, kind of sucks. But the most productive way to like change the mind of somebody in private is to low-key like act like you understand where they're coming from, so then their guard is down and their mind is more likely to change. It is literally an intellectual Trojan horse. It's not pretty, but it works, because it's infinitely harder to change somebody's mind if their guard is up compared to if it's down. So I wish you the very best of luck in that, man. Welcome in, flying Rube X Cube. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, we have debated a couple times before. This is like my second time.
How long ago?
I want to say maybe it was about 2-3 months ago.
Okay, and you still support Trump even after he threatened to genocide 90 million people?
Yeah, actually, kind of, because Venezuela was kind of necessary. they stopped bringing drugs to our country.
Okay.
He was
Okay. Well, this wasn't a threat against Venezuela. This was a threat against Iran.
Yeah, I know, but the stuff with Iran I kind of don't agree with, so that's kind of irrelevant.
So what is the reason why you still support Trump as president, even though he threatened to genocide 90 million people?
I mean, we don't know if it's true if they're building a nuke or not, even though our intelligence did say we bombed their nuclear sources, what was it, last year?
We do know it's true. They're not building a nuke, because that's what the U.S. intelligence community tells us.
Well, I mean, what if they found out new information, though? Because that's the quote, right? That Iran said that they had the bombs on live TV, you know?
Okay.
What, you think it was just
now you're saying, what have we found new information? Well, the thing is that we haven't. Like, yeah, if we found new information that proved that they were building a
Iran
nuke.
saying themselves? But Iran said it themselves.
Iran said they have nukes?
On national TV.
So if the U.S. intelligence community under Trump has determined that they don't have nukes, then they've determined that Iran was lying.
Okay, but what if Iran wasn't lying?
Well, we don't play baseless what-ifs here, you know? Like, oh, what if Donald Trump was actually a serial, 100-count child rapist? Oh, would you still support him then? What if?
Yeah, but all this stuff about Donald Trump and the Epstein files are secondhand reports, and we all know what secondhand reports are, right?
I'm not even talking about the Epstein files. I'm just giving you an example of the way I could play the what if game. Like, you're coming up here baselessly positing that the U.S. intelligence community has gotten it wrong about Iran's nuclear arsenal, okay? And that Tulsi Gabbard is unreliable. The CIA is unreliable. Like, international intelligence communities, including the IAEA, NATO, the UN, are just completely unreliable. And then in response, you're saying, well,
they get hacked all the time.
Well,
so yeah.
see, the thing is that we don't have evidence that they're wrong.
I mean, we don't have evidence if those claims are true or not either.
Actually, yes, we do. Yeah, the intelligence communities form their conclusions predicated on evidence.
I mean, yeah, but what evidence is there that they're not lying, though? What evidence is there that they are lying? Like,
okay.
Come on, this is a null argument.
The evidence. No, it's not a null argument, because you're just basically disputing the consensus of all of global intelligence communities. We should, if global intelligence communities are coming to a conclusion as a consensus that seems to be not in the interests of American imperialism, because it would be better in the interest of American imperialism if they did have nukes, because that would further serve as justification for a war. Then I think that we should believe them unless we have evidence that they were wrong. And because we don't have evidence that they were wrong, therefore we should believe them.
All right, so my question is to you. Why do you think that Iran
I don't want a question. I want a response to the argument I gave you.
Bombs?
I don't want a question. I want a response to the information I just gave you.
Okay, response to what? Hold on, because my phone's kind of low. Because I didn't want you to echo off my phone.
Also, Iran has never officially declared the possession of nuclear weapons.
No, they said it on TV.
No, they didn't. Give me a source for that claim.
Newsmax and Fox News.
Okay, Newsmax. What's the title of the article?
I forgot, but I was watching it with my dad.
Okay, so then your sources ultimately just trust me, bro.
No, I just was watching it with my dad.
Well, if you cannot give me, all right, a source for the claim that they said they have nuclear weapons, then your source is trust me, bro.
And how is Newsmax not a reliable source when they just post both sides? I saw someone in the comments say that.
You're not debating the comments, you're debating me. Yeah, now that we've agreed you have no evidence that they said they have nukes, can you concede that we should believe the U.S. intelligence communities?
I mean, why would Iran say that they have a nuclear bomb when they would know?
Dude, they did not say that they have a nuclear bomb. You cannot prove your claim that they did say they have a nuclear bomb.
And didn't they break the peace treaty?
No, actually, they did not break the JCPOA
I heard that
because
like,
Donald
a
Trump
bomb
put us
hit
out of
them
that. Okay, but can you
while
answer
they
the
were doing peace
question?
treaty.
Why are you saying that they said they have nukes if you don't have any evidence they said that they have nukes?
I mean, I don't think we would attack somebody for no fucking reason. That's just insane.
Oh, okay. So it's just insane that we would attack somebody for no fucking reason.
So,
and
during
that's
the
just
storm, they
crazy.
didn't have the weapon of mass
Listen,
destruction, right?
did you know that we actually can agree that that is crazy? And that's exactly why American imperialism is terrible. And that's exactly why Donald Trump is a shit-ass president, because he attacks people without good enough reason. Like, that's kind of exactly my point.
My house rent taxes have gone lower.
They're not talking about taxes. We're not talking about taxes. We're talking about the fact that we can't identify any reason why we attacked Iran. He lied and he said that it was about an imminent nuclear threat. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, said that they are no imminent nuclear threat. The consensus of the U.S. intelligence communities and global communities have all said that they are no imminent nuclear threat. And we should believe that not only because it's a consensus, but also because it's not what is in the best interest of American imperialism. So they won't have any reason to lie about it because it's actually going against the narrative that Donald Trump would like to see. Okay? But then in response, you're telling me, well, the reason why you dispute these consensuses from the intelligence communities is because Iran themselves said they have nukes. But then when I ask you for the evidence that Iran said they have nukes, you can't give me any. Therefore, that claim is false. Or I guess at the bare minimum, a baseless trust me, bro, that I won't accept until you could provide evidence. Now, in consideration of all these facts, well, you're still just arguing here that, well, Donald Trump didn't lie about the imminent nuclear threat because it would have been bad and insane and crazy if he lied about the imminent nuclear threat. So why do you think Donald Trump would never do something bad, insane, and crazy? Because this seems to just be a type of confirmation bias where when I'm able to demonstrate to you something Donald Trump has done that is clearly bad, insane, and crazy with evidence, you dispute it, not with counter-argumentation or with evidence adjacent to the claim, but rather because you reject that Donald Trump would ever do anything bad, insane, and crazy.
I mean, Congress has to approve this, though, so he did have Congress's approval, no?
No, not necessarily how it works with the Wartime Powers Act. It's a bit different. We actually haven't officially declared war since World War II.
I mean, if he hasn't officially declared war, that means he would still need Congress's permission.
For what? For military action? The argument is that they don't.
Yes.
The argument is that they don't for the first 90 days. So Congress has not given their permission yet. But could you please stop pivoting and please acknowledge that you were wrong when you suggested that Iran might have nukes?
I mean, again, this is a null statement because this is a he said, she said. We don't know for sure.
It's not a he said, she said scenario because they're all saying the same thing, which is Iran doesn't have nukes. And then B, they're saying those things with evidence because that's how the intelligence communities build and form their conclusions.
I mean, the intelligence community has been known to be wrong on numerous occasions, though.
Okay. So the intelligence communities have been wrong before. That doesn't mean that they're wrong in this conclusion. You'd have to demonstrate that they're wrong in this conclusion.
300 times and being hacked over 60 times. Information
like
being
I'm actually, you know what I'm gonna do now? Oh, also, something else I want to suggest here is I don't actually think that the intelligence community is frequently wrong. I actually think that the intelligence community is very frequently right. And if anything, I think the situations of them being wrong is infinitesimally low. But what you're confusing here for being wrong is for telling a lie. Because at many points in the past, the presidency, Congress, the leaders of these intelligence communities, the politicians, okay, will lie about what the intelligence communities determined, will change what they concluded based upon their own feelings, or will ignore what they concluded, all right, when convenient to their narrative. But the thing here is we cannot identify a narrative in which is being served to by the intelligence communities determining that Iran has nukes. It's not serving to Trump's narrative. I bet he would love it if they were an imminent nuclear threat because that's what he said to justify the war. I bet this is not convenient towards American imperialism because more people would be in support of the war if Donald Trump was able to turn around and show evidence that Iran had nukes and that they're going to nuke us all tomorrow, right? Same thing with the original massive amount of support surrounding Bush's war in the Middle East, because he just claimed weapons of mass destruction. At that point, the American people were too ignorant to understand that sometimes the president lies.
My dad was actually in
So
Desert
my
Storm,
point here
so I
is
actually have inside
that you were wrong when you suggested that the intelligence communities are often wrong. And we can't identify any reason why the intelligence communities would lie about it in this scenario, because it's not serving to the American empire's narrative of pro-imperialism destruction.
So, about Desert Storm, George Bush, my dad was actually there, and the weapon of mass destruction was actually gas.
Okay, so
Neural
you're going to
gas.
ignore everything that I just said. Got it. I'm
No,
going to kick you.
but-
I'm going to kick you because you just straight up won't address what I just said. I'm so fucking done with these idiots coming up here, making an argument, and then when I defeat it, they just straight up ignore it. Like, it's so fucking annoying. It's unbelievable. I just explained in great detail why that fool was wrong, and he just ignored it all and started talking about gas in the Middle East. Like, dude, it's just so fucking annoying. So annoying. So oh my god, like I'm starting to like lose my fucking patience here. Rarely lose my patience, but it's just been guest after guest after guest. Like straight up, that is the same thing that every guest on live today, with the 3 hours that we've been live, has been doing.
Excuse me. I'd like to say I'm from South Africa, and I'm totally on your side.
Based, I appreciate you, man, but right now we are just looking for American adults that support Trump as president. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No and yes.
Okay, I kicked you out because of the no, but if the and yes means that you would vote for Trump tomorrow if the election was held tomorrow, knowing everything that you do now, feel free to hop back inside of that queue. We got Lindsay Harris 496 loading up into the box. By the way, guys, I'm going camping tonight. Yippee! So I'll tell you guys. One night camping. One night in the middle of nowhere. Yippee! It's gonna be fun. Me, my girlfriend, my sister, and her friends. We're gonna have a good time. Especially because her friends are very musically inclined. So I'm gonna bring my guitar. Hopefully they're gonna bring theirs. We're gonna be We're gonna be running a jam sesh in the middle of nowhere, booze cruising off our asses with a couple of really talented people. So I can't wait. Dude. That'll be fun. I think that this is Fish Girl on an alt.
Dude, the third time today. What the heck, bro?
Do you know how I was able to
You
tell that
got
it's
cooked. You what?
Do you know how I was
No,
able
you
to tell that
couldn't
it's you?
tell-
I
What?
just
No,
said
you
I
didn't
think
know
that
it
this
was
is
me.
Fish Girl's alt, and then I
No,
brought
you didn't.
up.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
Are you being like legit, like you didn't hear it?
No, I'm legit being serious. I did not hear you say that.
I did. The chat could attest.
They're all obviously going to be on your side. I was obviously clever with this profile. I don't know why they're lying. That's like really
The
weird.
issue with the profile would be the fuck you, Dean Withers.
No, but you can't. Wait, could you see it when I was in the queue?
Yes.
Bro. Cam, do you support Trump?
Bro.
Cam, are you MAGA?
Dean, I slapped the shit out you, bro.
Okay, calm down, buddy. Cornball out here.
You low
Holy.
testosterone. Low
Did you say
testosterone.
no
Do
testosterone?
nothing.
Yeah, says
Do
the guy
nothing.
that just can't even handle civil
Do
political
nothing.
disagreement. You want to start like dagging and slapping
Do
people
nothing.
because they could prove
Nah,
you
it has
wrong.
nothing to do with politics. It's just, look at you, bro.
Okay, I'm looking at myself. What do we see?
Look at your hair. Look at your face. Look at your eyebrows.
So white guys with middle
Why
parts
do you not have
have
a
low
smooth-
test. I
yeah,
dude,
big
Cam,
time.
I would argue
Big
here
time.
that if you were to
Why do
turn
you
on
have
your
no facial hair
camera,
either?
I would argue, yeah, because I shave, you fucking idiot. Holy shit, welcome to
Well, like,
2026.
you don't even look like you have any
Holy.
stubble. Like, you look like you're 14.
Well, maybe it's because I shaved right before I went live.
look,
And maybe if when you shave, you leave a stubble, it's just because you don't know how to fucking shave, because there's not been anything that you've been good at in your whole fucking life, even shaving. You're like, you'll pick up the razor, you'll give yourself a little nick, then you're just going to quit halfway through. So then the cumulative efforts of your shaving is like half a face of stubble.
You're a boy. You're a boy. You're a boy.
Because I don't have facial hair, because I shave it.
No, because look at your face, you low testosterone.
Okay, what about my face screams low testosterone? Tell me.
Bro, you look like a baby, Dean.
I look like a baby? And
You look like a baby.
Are you saying that I look young for my
Look
age?
at Charlie Kirk's face and then look at yours.
Okay, I would expect Charlie Kirk to look older because he was older.
He looks like a man.
Because he was
We
like 40.
are Charlie Kirk!
Dude. That guy needs to get a grip. Wait, he said that he wanted to slap the shit out of me because of the way that I looked. And then I asked him, well, how do I look? And he said, you look like a baby. So does this guy just get uncontrollable waves of aggression to slap babies? The fuck? Holy. My God. My God. All right, somebody needs to put him on a list. That's pretty bad. I would imagine that it's a bad thing to like hit babies. Just throwing that one out there. Just throwing that one out there. I welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Nobody cares that you're camping, Dean.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Nobody cares that you're camping, Dean.
That's essentially a... No, I got you. So why do you support Trump?
Can you take me with you? Like, when you go camping later?
You care that I'm going camping?
I mean, now I do if you're going to take me.
No, I'm not going to take you.
Why?
Because who the fuck are you?
The goat?
The goat?
Yeah.
Is the goat a Trump supporter?
I don't know.
Well, if you don't know if you're MAGA, you're not my goat.
If I say yes, will you take me? Actually,
dude, the queue is full of trolls today. Okay, this is a more creative ult. You did better with this one. Oh, never mind. I thought that was Fish Girl. It was not Fish Girl. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Zay loading up into the box. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Jayblade, for the $20. Who says, "Hope you're doing good today."
Who says, "Sorry, I've been cracking up. You did pronounce my name wrong."
Sorry. Are you a Trump supporter?
I support little of what he does. Not
If
fully.
the election was
I
held
do not
tomorrow
support the
between
fact-
Trump and Harris, would you vote for him?
I'd probably vote for Harris just because he is.
Perfect. Jayblade with the $20 says, "Hope you're having a good day today." I am. Joined in when that lady was asking you about your tax bracket, which is insane. The only people that I trust with my taxes is my parents. Yeah, honestly, true. The only people who know my tax bracket are my parents. And that was actually true even when I made like $2,000 a year, man. When I made nothing. Those were the only two people that knew my tax bracket. Those were the only two people I'd tell my tax bracket. It's honestly just kind of something that a lot of people keep private regardless of what their income is. And honestly, something I've learned is the higher somebody's income is, the more they love to scream and shout about what tax bracket they're in. We're going to go get Joe loaded up in here. Wheelie, thank you so much for the $100 super chat on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for that love, Wheelie. Show some love to Wheelie down below in that comment section for the $100 super chat. That is beyond fucking kind of you, man. Thank you so very much for the love. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Show some love to Wheelie down below. Thank you so much. Wheelie sent that $100 donation quite a while ago when that lady was up screaming about the tax brackets. And he just sent that $100 to call her an insolent brat. God damn. God damn, Wheelie. Appreciate you for that love. No, seriously, from the bottom of my heart. That is beyond comment. And I'm so very grateful for you. Show some love to Wheelie down below. And dude, we got a big one over here on PayPal from Dr. Alex MD. Thank you so much for the $250 donation. Oh my God. MD Alex is back. Mr. Alex drops by the stream maybe like once every month or two. It drops like an insane donation, and then he's not to be seen for like another 2 months. Alex, I hope that you've been doing well, man. It is so good to finally get to catch up with you again. Alex with a $250 says you're awesome, bro. Alex, you know what I'm about to say. You are awesome. Thank you for supporting me and what we do here, and continue to do every single day. You are beyond kind, my friend, and I'm just so fucking grateful for you. Like, genuinely, I don't deserve that. I don't. No, not a speck of dust that comprises my body deserves that, and I'm so grateful for you. Please, I want to see so many W's for Alex in the comment section for the next 10 minutes, because that is beyond kind. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Mac?
Oh, no, I don't. I don't belong up here, sorry. Love.
No worries. You take care. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Kim joining. Angelina, thank you so much for the $25 donation on PayPal. It says you don't need to read this out loud. Okay. I will keep that on myself, but Angelina, just know that I really appreciate you so much for the kindness and love. Let's get 250 Angelina W's. Thank you so much, Angelina. Kim, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Kim, hi Kim. It's
Hi,
Dean
I'm
Withers
here.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Do you support Trump?
Hi, I would like you to debate my grandmother. She's a heavy-duty Trump supporter, and I know you articulate far better than I do. This is the first time I've ever come on. Just please be nice. She is my grandmother. I love her very much, and she is polite as long as other people are. And I know you are always usually very, very polite. Sorry, I'm rambling. I'm just very nervous. Who am I talking to? This is Dean Wither. He is he's amazing at I watch him a lot. He is amazing at articulating his point. He can articulate points far better than me. He has resources far better than me. He is, between him and Parker, they're just amazing at what they do. So this is my grandmother, Libby Tatum.
So I'm on the internet.
Yes, you are on TikTok right now debating.
Hi.
No, sir. That was done without my permission.
I guarantee you, though, I told you earlier that he can articulate a lot better than I can.
Can I? Here's my offer. Keep in mind, you don't have to accept it. My offer is a genuinely productive line of dialogue surrounding the state of the country, where we're at, how we got here, and if we support it. I think that said dialogue is so important today because so much is on the line. I don't want to personally attack or ridicule you for who you are. I just want to have a conversation about what you believe in and why. Now, of course, if that's something that you don't want to do, I'll move on. No harm, no foul.
And it's like I was saying earlier that I'm not good at articulating these things, and you were asking me, well, what was the source of that? Or can you show me this? Or what was that? It was hard for me to find reliable sources.
You manipulated this.
No, about 2 minutes ago. He didn't know to call 2 minutes ago when you were asking for source after source after source after source.
So is the verdict that you don't want to have a chat, Grandma?
Pardon me?
Is the verdict that you are not interested in having a chat?
I'm not with all these other people making comments about somebody they don't know.
No worries. All right. Well, Kim, I hope you have a good rest of your day, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Unfortunate. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. A couple of people in the chat actually bring up a good point. You guys said, tell her that we can't see her. Yeah, honestly, I should probably say that to more individuals. Is this Fish Girl? I think this is. Nope, she just left. That was Fish Girl. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Mommy Tiger loading up into the box right now. Someone in the chat says hearing from older people is definitely interesting. Yeah, I love debating older people. Until I don't.
Yo, what up, bro?
What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. No, I
I appreciate you for coming on, man. Today we are just looking for Trump supporters. You take care, man. You take care. Have a good day. Have a good day. By the way, if you're watching and you do want to support what we do here, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Put a message over on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the E. Make sure that you get that without the E. Or you just go to the link tree, the bio. I really appreciate you guys so much for all the love and support. Jessica, thank you for the $5 in Venmo. Altered Dreams, I appreciate you for the $5 as well. And then Trisha, thank you so much for the $20. She says, my weekly tithe to our Lord and Savior, Dean. Happy Saturday. Keep kicking MAGA's ass today. I appreciate you for that love, Trisha. Although I'm not your Lord and Savior, but that did read as a joke. So thank you, Trisha. Show some love to Trisha down below. And then Brooke, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. Says you support our community by what you do on TikTok, and I can't thank you enough. Well, thank you so much for being here. I'm so grateful for you being here, Brooke. Thank you. I'm so happy that you're tuning in and hopefully learning something new. Maria, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you, Maria. Yolanda, thank you for the $2. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Valerie with the $5. And then Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Says I'd rather give money to Dean than Trump. I know. A lot of people disagree. Ellie, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Says last time I checked, it's our money. We decide what we want to do with it and who we want to support. I think that she sent that in with that. The guest was up here. Nugget Barlow, I appreciate you with the $15. He says you're crushing it. Thank you, Nugget. And then Lee with a $20 donation. He says please grift me. I'm grifting you so hardly. And then Carissa, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. He says people are ridiculous. I can't believe people are mad at that you won't share your money and tax info. That seems reasonable to not want to tell us. Well, Carissa, it is so good to see you again today. I hope that you've been doing well, and thank you so much for the kind words and the $50 donation. Please, folks, while we're trying to get that next guest loaded up into the box, show some love to Carissa and all the other donors down below in that chat. I'm internally grateful for you. Thank you so much, Carissa. And that is Carissa with a K. Let's try to get that next guest connected into the live stream right now. We're still trying to find the next Trump supporter. We're doing our best here. We got Dion and Trevor loading up into the box, and Alana too. Dion, do you support Trump? Dion, you had a lot to say in the comment section, so I know that you're here. You just got done calling me a grifter down below. Oh, but then you join on the live stream and you have nothing to say. That's crazy, right? Alana, do you support Trump? Alana's not here either. Well, we're trying to find anybody that's MAGA and would be down to come up here and debate. So let's try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Swift is MAGA connecting to the stream. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Good morning.
Is this? Hi, are you MAGA?
Yes.
Why are you so anti-American?
I'm not.
How old are you?
19.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
February.
All right. Yeah, and I do think that you're anti-American because I think that Trump is anti-American. Not only has he been positioning himself above the Constitution, abridging federal law and defying Congress, defying the American people, but he's also gone on a self-described path of quote-unquote conquest.
I mean, everybody has their mistakes.
What's that?
Everybody has their mistakes. I don't think that he did that
his
intentionally.
Mistakes are what demonstrate him to be anti-American. Now,
go ahead.
You're actually trolling.
No, I'm not.
Your one repost is anti-ICE. Let's go get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yo. Hey.
Hey, are you MAGA?
Yes, I'm 100% be MAGA.
Yeah, in the chat you said that I'm a grifter.
You're 100% a grifter, yes indeed.
Oh, so true. Why's that?
Because y'all working with the DNC to push the agenda on Trump, and y'all don't even come with y'all own ideas. You keep pushing the same ideas that the DNC is already pushing on news media outlets like the CNN News, CBS. You just use the same exact talking points. You don't come up with your own talking points. Like at least people like Charlie Clerk. Okay, for example, like.
Hey, SJ, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. He says much love. I appreciate you so much, SJ. Let's get 200 SJWs down below. Okay. I really appreciate you for the $20 donation. Show some love to SJ. Go ahead.
For example, like, God damn, why you do that, man? All right, so like we was just talking to the dude last, like 2 dudes over. You was saying like something I read. Oh my God. majority of the stuff you say is stuff that I read on news articles. Like, that's just how I see that. Like, if I read it on a news article, I then go on your live stream, you talking about the same talking points that was just on the same article I just read.
Yeah, I would assume that the truth is publicized beyond my live. I'm not the only person alive that tells the truth.
Okay, but I'm saying you don't give your own points of view on something. You don't just give your own point of view.
Well,
you just
following
the news media.
The thing is it's just probably the case that because the article you're reading is purporting what is true, and I am purporting what is true, and only one thing could be true about any given thing, then, okay, we're saying the same thing. Because we're both telling the truth. I like as an example, I say Trump is a rapist. Okay, I bet you they could go find news articles out there that also says that Trump say that Trump is a rapist, and the reason why is because there's only one reality. So both me and that news article are referring to the same reality and the same thing that is true of the one reality.
Okay, but see, just like how you just brought up the Epstein stuff, the pedophile stuff, that's like things. Oh my God, let me slow down. Them are things that Democrats bring up to Republicans when we try to express, like, what's our stance or why we believe that Trump is a great president for us. People just throw that at us. That all
him being a rapist would like definitely change that fact, right?
Okay, and Obama is a murderer, a mass murderer. He killed a bunch of kids.
Obama's guilty of war crimes. Yeah, he is.
Yes.
His administration absolutely is guilty of war crimes.
Okay, so why does that make us bad? Because we made a bad mistake.
Well, see, the thing is that Donald Trump is bad for raping E. Jean Carroll, and the military-industrial complex under Obama that killed like 48 people at a Doctors Without Borders hospital in Afghanistan is also bad. So I don't understand why you think that these things aren't like mutually exclusive, because we could condemn two things simultaneously, right? Can we like agree that the fact that Donald Trump is a rapist as adjudicated by a court, it would be disqualifying?
No, it wouldn't be disqualifying. I'm saying people aren't condemning. Y'all are condemning the wrong. Y'all just trying to.
Bro, listen, I don't think that you're even educated enough to know what you're trying to condemn Obama for. What specifically are you trying to condemn Obama for?
I'm not trying to condemn Obama for nothing. I'm saying y'all trying to condemn the people who voted for Trump. Y'all trying to down the people who voted for Trump as if we're lesser people. Every single time that we try to come up and like have these debates with people, a lot of Trump supporters aren't as articulate as like, there are, more people who follow like analytics and stuff like that. A lot of Trump supporters, we try to follow like the news media outlet because a lot of us are workers. We're workers. We work hard. We work day to day. We don't have time to focus on analytics like people do. So we look for these news media outlets. You just kind of see what I'm trying to get with it.
I know you're trying to say that Democrats are more educated than Republicans.
No,
I don't know why. I don't know why you're trying to say this. But you are.
Because a NASA worker will be working on their analytics all day, that they don't have time to sit around thinking about politics and thinking about who to vote for. They don't have the time to do that. So they will look at the news, and whatever news media they consume is going to be what they think about the.
Then why is the vast majority of college educated professionals in their working within their respective careers Democratic?
That's not true.
That is.
Where's you getting that source from?
I think that this one's coming from the Guttmacher Institute. If only college-educated Americans voted, then the Democrats would like sweep every election over the course of like the last 50 years. Like it's actually insane. It's actually nuts.
I know a lot of college
so Democrats are not only more educated than Republicans, but Democrats also make more than Republicans, by the way. And I think Republicans have a slightly higher unemployment rate than Democrats. This is why we see that blue states are significantly more economically productive than red states. More educated, better off, more money, more work. Like the top 10 most educated states in the country are all blue. The bottom 10 least educated states in the country are all red.
Yeah, see, things like that. Y'all try to throw things like that at Republican states. But we can look at states like Chicago. Chicago
is not a state.
A blue state. No, it's a blue city. It's a blue city.
Okay,
but
so it's
the
not a
majority
state.
of the money, a lot of money that Chicago make comes from the surrounding suburbs of Chicago, which is all Republican. So what is you talking about? Then we can look at places like New York City.
Right. Did you just say that a blue city makes a lot of money because of the Republicans?
Because of the surrounding suburbs. Yes.
Okay. So prove that blue cities make money because of Republicans.
I just told you a prime example.
You made a claim, but you haven't proved it.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let me look.
Proven it. You haven't proven it. And let's go right grammar. Okay, by the way, you don't have to prove it. You know, you could just kind of ignore it and move on because that's a pretty like weird claim that I don't.
Okay, it didn't have to be proved. Okay.
How about you just tell us why you think Trump is a good president?
Okay, he's a great president because he do everything that he said he was going to do. The last term, he said he was going to make it easier to get jobs. He was going to bring jobs back to America. He said he was going to do these things, and
then he did.
From my point of view, he brought more jobs back to the construction industry. You know, giving more jobs to our construction workers, which was really, well needed for construction workers. And he's bringing the jobs back to America. And I mainly stand for construction workers because I currently am in construction. Like, immigrants have been coming in and taking the jobs of construction workers. Construction companies will hire immigrant workers over American workers because they got to pay them higher wages, all type of things. And that's one of the main reasons I supported Trump this term, because I felt like our jobs were being attacked, and our jobs are currently, especially construction worker jobs are being attacked right now. And Democrats are allowing it to happen because they say people don't want to do them jobs. So I couldn't vote for that. Sorry.
How did Donald Trump create more construction jobs in his first term?
Deporting immigrants. Deported immigrants. Immigrants don't even want to work right now. They don't want to work right now, so it's way more work for American citizens.
So why do you think that deporting immigrants makes the job market better off? Why do you think that?
Yes, indeed. Because, as far as the construction industry goes, it opens up. So our young men who are going to trade schools right now can get jobs. And
I can tell you why you're wrong.
Why am I wrong about that, Dan? Please.
Because jobs are created by economic productivity, and economic productivity is created by more people working than spending money. When you do a mass deportation of 8.3 million of our laborers and 12 million of our consumers that generate 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars worth of economic stimulus annually, then you lose jobs because you lose more people that are making money than spending that money in the market. Maybe this is one of the reasons why in the last year, 2025, we saw an historic high level of undocumented immigrants deported, alongside the very worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions, the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010, and the highest level of unemployment and the most layoffs since the pandemic.
Okay, can you look up also the stats of how many American citizens are currently unemployed?
I actually think it's, 4.9%? It's only gone up since Donald Trump started his mass deportation?
Hey, that's because a lot of people, it takes time. It takes time for people to figure out what's going on, and they can
get these jobs. It's actually not 4.9, it's 4.3.
But still, these jobs, them people leaving creates more jobs for American citizens who are already here. I told you why
that's not true.
And why is it not? If you just said,
I just told you because jobs are created by more economic productivity, and we lose economic productivity when we do mass deportation. Because
wouldn't we have more economic productivity if we had our people working, American citizens working?
We would have more productivity with just more people working, regardless if they're American citizens or not.
Okay, you don't get what I'm saying. I'm trying to say, like, if we focused on trying to get jobs for American people, like the workers were just protesting about their pay and stuff like that.
We'd probably have less economic productivity because then we'd have barriers on the market, and it'd be essentially like what the right labels as DEI, but for like natural U.S. born citizens. Where we're now giving preferential treatment to citizens merely because they're citizens, even if they'd be worse at completing a task or doing a job compared to a non-citizen. Like, so in fact, our economy would be less productive overall if we stopped immigration, rescinded the H-1B visa program, cut off work permits and green cards, and deported every undocumented immigrant in this country, even those that have been working and paying taxes for the last 30 years. All of those things would make the economy less productive, because then we'd be giving preferential treatment to less educated and lower skilled American citizens merely because they are American citizens, which is not an economic indicator of productive output. But education and skill, those are economic indicators of productive outputs, which is why would we rather focus on things such as education and skill, regardless if you're a citizen or an immigrant on an H-1B visa, green card, or work permit, we see more productive economic outcomes, which then makes the country and its economy more healthy for everybody, including the citizens. So this is why mass deportation is an American last worldview, not only because it hurts the immigrants, but also because it hurts us, the natural U.S.-born citizens.
Okay, that all right.
And I think that was honestly a really great explanation of it too. I don't think I've literally never better explained why cutting off immigration would hurt our economy and make it less productive than I did just right now. So
You
I
explained
really
it
hope-
perfectly.
Good.
You explained it perfectly, but the way,
really
same
hope
way
that
you
you
explained it can be flipped. And like, bro, we have to worry about our children in the future, bro. We have to worry about our people.
then
There's
let's make the
people,
economy more
American
productive
citizens
and
who
better
are
off for you.
homeless on the streets. I see this stuff every single day with my own eyes. Houses in America that are broken down. We need to fix our country before we start trying to let other people come in,
Immigration
helping other
helps
countries,
fix our country.
doing
because
all
then
them
it gives
things.
our government. Immigration helps fix our country because then it ensures that Americans are being paid more because immigration has an upward pressure on real median wages. Immigration helps fix our country because then it prevents recessions and generates a surplus. According to the Khalil Institute, immigrants haven't just paid in but generated a literal surplus, accounting for expenditure of $14.3 trillion over the course of the last 30 years. Immigration helps our country because it generates more taxable revenue through more economic productivity, which then ensures that our government has more money to spend on infrastructure, our government has more money to spend on healthcare, our government has more money to spend on social safety nets, our government has more money to spend on child tax credits for your future children that apparently you care so much about. All of these things, okay, are made better by more immigration. You've just been misled by, your orange cult leader and thinly veiled racism and xenophobia as been perpetuated and
For sure we're not
told by the
racist,
talking faces on the TV. And I'm not calling you racist. I'm saying that the people that have led you to believe in what you are were espousing thinly veiled racist and xenophobic ideals. Because
sorry, I don't
ultimately that's
believe
the
in
only
anything.
underpinning for this worldview, because there's nothing productive about a worldview in which is inherently anti-immigration. It only ensures that our country will cripple and die, not only because of reductions in taxable revenue, reductions in fiscal surpluses, reductions in economic productivity and growth, but also reductions in population growth. Right now, our birth rate is unsustainable. If we didn't allow any immigration, this country would die, not because of the economy, but because we wouldn't have a sustainable rate of repopulation, right? Like,
And
there's
that's
so
because
many
of
really good
abortion.
reasons insofar as why we need more immigration. And no, that's not because of abortion, because if we were to take away people's access to abortion and then tell people to only have sex if they want a kid, well, then every single one of those kids that wasn't born because of abortion wouldn't have been conceived in the first place because it was unwanted.
Still, that was how it always was. You was more than likely was not going to be conceived if your parents had the option to get an abortion. A lot of people wouldn't be here. Imagine if we would have never, if the Democrats would have never had you to be sitting here protesting and stuff because
my
your
mom
mama
did have
just
the
wanted
option to
give
get an
it up.
abortion. When I was born, every woman in America had the option to get an abortion, regardless of who they were or
Exactly,
where
and
they
she
were at.
chose not to. And they got you now. So that was a miracle in the making. So that's what I'm saying. We can't keep aborting our kids and then accepting other people to come here. And then back to the immigration topic. I see these immigrants every single time. They come here to this country. I see them. They come to African American communities and they have to live in the most impoverished conditions I've ever seen, bro. They be living 5 people in the house, 10 people in the house, 20 people in the house. And it'd be horrible conditions, bugs everywhere, everything. And
Yet they
y'all,
still
this is the
choose to
type of
be
conditions
here
y'all
to
want
make
people
this
to come
country
live
better.
in this country.
What is
Y'all
more
want people to come
patriotic?
be slaves
What is
and
what
work
is
for
what is
other-
what is more
work for our
patriotic than
corporations
choosing to be
and have them
here,
live in gutters?
even when living in
Come on,
substandard
and then people saying
conditions?
I'm lying in the comments. I see this every day.
So what issue are you getting at here? Because it doesn't sound like you're identifying any. First and foremost, you said that they lived in suboptimal conditions. That's true because they're undocumented immigrants, which is exactly why we need to give them a pathway to residency or citizenship, so that they don't have to live in those suboptimal conditions. Why?
How about in that case, if we allowing their citizens to come over here, they come here, they get our money. Well, it's a whole
They don't
bunch
get
of
our
things
money.
that-
We get their money.
Bro, Chicago gave $1 billion to undocumented immigrants to have them living in some of our most lavish hotels downtown.
And then
What are
the
you talking
undocumented
about?
immigrants
And
paid over
taxpayers paid for
$100
that.
billion per year in taxes on the state, local, and federal level. That is an ROI of 100x. The fuck is a
Them
okay? Like,
Venezuelan
hello?
immigrants paid that money? Them Venezuelan immigrants paid for that?
Do Venezuelan immigrants pay taxes? Yes, Venezuelan immigrants
No,
pay
they did
taxes.
not. Oh my God. You're
What?
talking about immigrants.
Wait, now you're saying that you could
already been
identify
here.
a
I'm talking about the
demographic of
that just came
immigrants
across.
that has never paid taxes merely because of their country
How
of
are they
origin?
paying taxes? They only
The
been
fuck?
for a year.
Wait. Give
They
me a
only been for
source
5
that
years and they
Venezuelan
already paying
immigrants
taxes.
don't. I want you to give me a source that, like, dead ass Venezuelan
I
immigrants.
want you to
don't pay
give me a
taxes.
source that say that immigrants, Venezuelan immigrants who came across in 2020 is paying taxes now and working jobs and building companies and businesses in the United States as of right now. Show me
Sure.
these communities, please.
Yeah, of course. The unemployment rate for undocumented immigrants is lower than that of natural U.S.-born citizens. because more of them are
Venezuelan
of
immigrants,
working
not
age.
undocumented immigrants. It's immigrants that already been here before, hard working. And I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the immigrants who ran across the border and was not allowed to come over here. Them
what
are the
an
immigrants I'm
undocumented
talking
is.
about.
That's what an undocumented is, dumbass.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying.
You
I'm
know what
talking
I'm
about undocumented immigrants, and then you cut me off and you say, Dean, I'm not talking about undocumented immigrants. I'm
not
talking about
I'm
undocumented
talking
immigrants.
about a specific group of undocumented immigrants that came here in 2020. I'm talking about them.
If undocumented immigrants as a whole pay taxes, work, they're economically productive, in fact, are at a higher likelihood to work compared to natural U.S.-born citizens, then why would just one subset of this group be less likely or actually not likely at all to pay taxes? I'm
Because
just
they're
that confuses
totally
me.
different cultures. Two different cultures. Totally two different cultures. Venezuela have a totally different culture than all them other Caribbean countries.
Then provide
they
me a
have a whole
source.
totally different culture.
Provide me a source that Venezuelan undocumented immigrants don't pay any taxes. Bro, I'm tired, man. Just tired of this shit, dude. They're so fucking stupid, man. Like, how, like, brain rotted do you have to be to genuinely, guys, genuinely believe that all undocumented immigrants that are Venezuelan don't pay taxes? Like, you, dude, holy, like, just stupid, man. That's, like, legit, like, a really stupid belief. Someone in the chat says, don't call them names, we're better than that. Listen, bro. I am not better than that. I am not better than that. Like, listen, if you want somebody who's better than that, I'd recommend to scroll. And I'm sorry, because that's not me.
Okay. There is no article or no source that directly say anything about what the Venezuelan immigrants from 2020 was doing. There's no
Right.
source. Nowhere online.
Right.
But if you can look, but I'm in the community with these people and I still see them standing on corners.
Bro,
So,
you do not listen.
I live in Chicago,
Here's the way to
West
say
Side.
this. Here's the
Yes.
way I want to say this. You say that
Okay.
you're in the community with these people. Well,
Yes.
you don't fucking act like it. And the
I
reason
act
why I
like it. I
say
live
that,
every day with these people,
one
yes.
moment. You do not fucking act like it. Because if you were to act and acknowledge, okay, that both you as a black man and undocumented immigrants in this country exist as marginalized communities in this country, well, then you wouldn't be up here supporting the white billionaire rapist who thinks that they're all poisoning the blood of our country, has been deporting them with no due process to get tortured overseas, and is pulling from the Mein Kampf, labeling them all as irredeemable, like deplorables who come here to commit violent crimes, rape women, kill them too, and they've all escaped mental asylums and prisons. Like, no, If you share a community with him, then fucking act like it, dude. Stop siding with the oppressor, who, by the way, wants you to be against other oppressed individuals. One moment. Who wants you to be against other oppressed individuals. Because for as long as you continue to infight, not only do you directly serve to the narrative of the oppressor, because it's something in which you parrot, but it also distracts you away from going after the oppressor. That's what they fucking want, bro. You're playing into their hands by holding on to these incredibly bigoted beliefs, ultimately to the downfall and detriment of the country and of individual humans and people just like you. Like, what is another historical example similar to the claim all Venezuelan immigrants don't pay taxes because their culture is different? Oh, I know. All black people are really violent because their culture is different, and that's why we need to kick them out of town at 7 p.m. and make sure that they live on the outskirts.
That's racist right there.
Exactly.
That was an extremely racist claim.
Exactly. That is an incredibly extremely racist.
You made a claim off of people's actions. I made a claim off of people paying money to the government. That's what I made a claim off of. Not off of nobody. I never said they were bad people. I never said they were bad people. I never said that they were vicious people. I never said nothing about their characteristics at all. I just said they don't pay taxes. That don't have nothing to do with their characteristics. But you brought up race. You brought up
it's not a characteristic of somebody to like cheat the system, not pay taxes, take all the benefits from the people. No, that is absolutely okay. The cumulative characteristics of somebody who is here to hate, break, and take, which is exactly what Donald Trump wants everybody to believe about undocumented immigrants, and exactly what white supremacists have wanted people to believe about black Americans for generations.
You are doing what white supremacists wanted people to believe about black Americans. Look, what was it, in the early 1900s, I think it was, when they had the workers march and stuff like that. They was marching for their rights and trying to get higher pay wages, and companies started hiring African Americans instead of hiring the white people and raising their wages and stuff. What they did, instead of raising the wages, was give the jobs to the African Americans and told all the white people, the black men, they are taking your job. And that made black people start targeting them people. That is exactly what you are doing right now. You are doing that same exact thing. You want us to allow them people to take our jobs instead of the companies raising the pay wages so we can feed our families. That's what you're doing. That is the same thing. History is repeating itself again, and you are following it and allowing it.
Bro,
so come on, let me hear your history connection.
This is crazy. So you just pointed towards the historical example of companies hiring African Americans in response to white Americans demanding higher wages, because black Americans at the time had a lower level of bargaining power in the market force. Therefore, they were more willing to accept lower wages, in contrast to just increasing wages for everybody. Okay. Yeah. And then you accused me of doing that same thing, but about undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, because
unironically, that is a perfect description of what you are doing.
No,
companies are taking advantage of labor from undocumented immigrants in response to natural U.S.-born citizens demanding higher wages, because undocumented immigrants, have less bargaining power, therefore they're more likely to accept lower wages, and then turning around and trying to convince the natural U.S.-born citizens that the undocumented immigrants are the problem because they're stealing their jobs, compared to offering the undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship to stay here, to gain amnesty, to gain that purchasing power, so then they wouldn't be more likely to get paid higher wages. I'm just so fucking perplexed, because the quote that you gave of what you think I'm doing is, like, unironically a really good description of what you're doing. And quite frankly, I think that historical example that you just gave of dehumanizing black workers in the workforce by claiming that they were taking the jobs of white Americans, when in all reality they were just more willing to accept lower wages because they had less bargaining power because of systemic racism. And the way that we fix that is by weeding out the racism and increasing their bargaining power, is something I'll likely quote in the future as an historical representation of why mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants would be economically productive for everybody, including citizens. Honestly, great point. Thank you so much for giving me a future argument.
You grabbed onto the wrong point. No doubt. But hey, I was just saying though, at the end of the day, that is the same thing that is re-happening in history. I just believe everybody pay wages should go up. We should worry about American citizens pay wages.
Wait, and so I'm in the analogy, sure are the undocumented immigrants the racist white man or the marginalized people of color? Because you're making a parallel here. Because you're making a parallel here to the racist white man claiming that the black man was stealing their jobs. So the parallel, who's the black man that's quote unquote stealing the job? Is that the undocumented immigrant who's being oppressed?
Currently, right now, the United States citizens want minimum.
Then why? How don't you see this? Yes, you're comparing undocumented immigrants to the oppressed black man. But the way to respond to the oppressed black man wouldn't be to fucking illegally deport him to be tortured in another country, right? Wait. You just in your own analogy. I have a very clear question. In your own analogy, you just compared the undocumented immigrant to the oppressed black man. Answer the following question. In response to the oppressed black man, should we have illegally deported them to be tortured in another country, or should we have implemented good policy and provision to increase their bargaining power in the workplace so they could get paid higher wages?
Okay, see, first off, them African American men were United States citizens, so they couldn't have been deported. So that analogy wouldn't work. But if they were able to be deported, if African Americans were able to be deported, then no, I wouldn't really think that would be the best option. I think we need to keep the people who are already here, and that includes some of the undocumented immigrants, but the people from 2020 who decided to rush the border, you don't need to be here. You don't contribute nothing to this country. They literally ran into the country illegally.
Silly narrative.
You don't need to have them here. That's
when
just
Trump was president.
That was when at the end of Trump presidency, beginning of Biden presidency.
No, there was not a day of 2020 when Biden was president.
Not 2020. I think it was. It was at the end of 2020, beginning 2021.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
he was president at the end of 2020 and the beginning of 2021. Trump again.
End of 2020. That was December.
Yeah, that's who was president in December of 2020. Who was president in December of 2020?
That was Trump still. And who was president in 2021 when the busing started happening?
At the beginning of 2021, Trump.
You know
what happened when the
Dean, I appreciate you having me back up, but this has been like a silly talking point. You mentioned the busing, and then you also mentioned like the inner cities. Like you do understand the only reason that these immigrants, one, they're not undocumented, they're asylum seekers, but two, the reason why they were shipped to places like Chicago and other quote unquote blue cities is because the Republican governors in Texas and Florida actually illegally trafficked these asylum seekers from those states to those blue cities, while at the same time keeping the federal funds that's allocated for those asylum seekers. Like, so you're sitting here talking about quote unquote busing or them being in downtown in a hotel. Like, yes, the reason why Chicago had put them in a hotel is because Texas and Florida shipped them to Chicago without the federal funds that were allocated for them. And so they needed to have somewhere for those asylum seekers, which is a legal process of coming into the country. They needed somewhere for them to be. You've been saying a lot of stuff that's just wrong.
What?
Yeah, like pretty much everything you've said has been wrong.
Okay, can you please clarify one thing that I said that was just completely wrong? Like I said,
when you start talking about the fact that these immigrants come into black,
real quick.
No, I'm answering your question. You said these immigrants come into.
Before you go into that.
Sure.
My stance is for construction companies, for construction workers. Construction workers are currently in the United States sitting at home, not getting no work from their union jobs. These are union jobs that are meant to help us get jobs and protect us. Yeah. Mind you, they're supposed to protect us. You don't have to monologue. I
can answer your question based off of that preference.
Because corporations would rather hire someone for $21 an hour or $15 an hour, overpaying me my $86 an hour that I am worth, that I have worked hard for. Okay. So why would I not get paid $86 an hour?
It's because the Republican Party doesn't want you to get paid that. Like, if you really wanted to advocate for better pay raise, if you really cared about that, then you would advocate for mass amnesty, right? That would give a pathway for raising the actual pay floor, because if undocumented immigrants can't, I'm still speaking. If undocumented immigrants can't, say it again, Dean?
I've already made this point 5 times. He just hasn't been listening. He
Got
just
it.
like he just continues to repeat himself over and over and over again, and I think that I'm going to end the conversation unless you could acknowledge that mass amnesty is a viable policy solution due to the fact that it put undocumented immigrants who are now residents or citizens on equal footing to pre-existing residents or citizens as it would relate to collected real median wages due to the fact that they'd have more bargaining power.
First off, you never made that claim. I do agree with that, but what I'm trying to say is jobs are being lost. I'm saying that. Okay, never mind. It's cool, bro.
I'm kicking that guy because like we've literally went over that all. Listen, my least favorite type of debate to have with somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about is one about the economy.
Yeah.
The economics. Listen, not everybody's super educated on economics, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because it's honestly a hard field to really get accustomed to, and it's not everybody's cup of tea. Like when I was a freshman in high school, when I was like a freshman in college, I didn't really like debates. Not debates. I didn't really like economics. You know, it kind of sucked to learn about. I had to take like micro and macro as a precursor to like a degree in business or philosophy, and I hated it. But at the end of the day, guys, if you're going to try to make a complex economic evaluation of the impact of immigration on the American labor force and real median wages, then you're going to have to be pretty accustomed to economics, and you're going to be able to hold water in debate and like understand these concepts. And a lot of people that will make those arguments can't. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump. Clavine.
Shit.
You can't hear me?
Nope. It's hard to hear.
You want to turn up your volume?
It's hard to hear.
Do you have your volume down?
Whatever. On Super Chat, thank you so much, Philippus. Thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. I appreciate it.
When did you last shit, Dean?
Jesus Christ, that guy's weird. Philippus with the $20 on Super Chat says Eric Swalwell is literally being blasted by the Democrats right now for the allegations that have come out against him. We go after whoever's in the wrong. I know, exactly, which I think is really a representation of why the left is not a cult. Because we're blasting the fuck out of Eric Swalwell.
I don't know if you saw this because like this just came across 9 minutes ago, but they have officially opened an active investigation into Eric Swalwell.
Yeah, I saw that. And you know what's really been pissing me off? Like so much. Like this has been like really unsettling me. Is watching all the Republicans in Congress turn around and demand that he be investigated, demand that he drop out of the race, and demand that he resign from Congress. Yeah. When they didn't do any of those things for Trump. And the reason why that pisses me off so much on top of like the clear hypocrisy is because it demonstrates that the Republicans in Congress aren't just dumb. Okay? They know that a credible accusation matters. They know that when a woman accuses a man of rape, it matters. They know that when a man has a shit ton of credible accusations, they're probably guilty. They know that when a woman is able to prove it into court, that dude's out. But they don't care when it is Trump. At all. It has been pissing me off. Honestly, I've seen a lot of people that have like said that I'm a little bit unsettled today. I'm a little bit more angry compared to most days. And I think it's true. I think the reason why is because of watching the GOP's response to Eric Swalwell. It's because it tells me that they know exactly who Donald Trump is. They just don't care because of their political affiliation with him. It like legitimately has been making me so angry all day long. Laura T, I appreciate you for the $10 as well. He says, why did this caller blame the undocumented immigrants and not the corporations hiring them? Stop defending the top 0.1%. Could not agree more, Laura T. You always have something smart to say, dude. Thank you so much. Outcast Logger for the $20 who says, have you ever thought that the reasons Charlie had something new because it's... I wasn't tracking that logger. Do you want to try to type that again? But know that I really appreciate you for the love. And then Angelina, thank you so much for the for the 70 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Angelina, you are awesome. That is so fucking kind of you. That is so much money. I'm so very grateful for you. Please, for everybody who's tuning into the stream, show some love to Angelina down below in that comment section. Thank you so fucking much. Angelina with a $70 says, hey Dean, I haven't been able to donate in a while, but I'm here every day. So here's a gift. I hope that you're doing well. Much love as always. Well, thank you, Angelina. That is beyond kind. Absolutely. positively, beyond kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bernie Krat, thank you for the $10, who says, you and your followers give me hope that we'll survive MAGA. I'm 73, and you'll be happy to not look at your age when you're my age. To me, you look like the Kool-Aid pitcher when you smile, quite frankly. Shout out to you, Bernie Krat. Thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Then Phoenix, thank you for the $20, who says, if we attacked Iran because they have nukes, why have we not attacked Russia? Because they have nukes too. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's because we actually don't really care when our adversaries have nukes. If anything, I know that this is an unpopular belief, and I might not necessarily say that this is true for Iran, but I mean, I don't think nukes should exist, but given that nukes do exist, when we have them and our adversaries have them and there's mutually assured destruction, things like World War I or World War II are less likely to happen because of the increased likelihood that it just leads to the death of humanity. So there's this byproduct that's created of more stability, which is very interesting. I'm not shouting a fringe belief here. This is actually something discussed in many circles by political analysts, and it's a very interesting thing to talk about. But I appreciate you so much. And then Kibby, I appreciate you for the $20 over on Super Chat as well. Thank you, Kibby. Kibby with the $20 says, my life is hell because of MAGA rhetoric and guests like that last one who are so ignorant and disrespectful and won't even treat you like a person. I respect Dean for being so calm and holding the people accountable. It means so much. Oh, thank you, Kibby. I try my best. I keep my cool, but that doesn't always work, quite frankly. You guys kind of saw that today at multiple points. I definitely had many little crash outs. We have a couple people to thank on PayPal. Thank you so much, Charisse, for the $5. I appreciate you. Ronnie, thank you for the $20, who says, dude, Dean, get him to say, get him out. Yeah, bro, we got him out. We kicked him, Ronnie. Thank you for the $20. Let's get to it. My wife, Kylie, would be so happy. If so, insert address here that I'm obviously not going to dox. No promises, Trey. And that's all I'll say, because I don't want to give you a false sense of promise. No promises, but I might. But the likelihood that I will is very low, but it's there. But no promises. Thank you for the $20, Trey. Thank you. Then Karina, thank you so much for the $33 donation. Shout out to Karina. Thank you so much. Karina didn't attach any message to that love, just sent that donor right on through. Appreciate you so much for supporting what we do here, Karina. And then Craig, thank you for the $20 as well for the griftiest grifter from the DNC. Thank you for all the DNC money. Thank you so much. And then Justina, thank you for the $24 donation, who says, you're a young professional monetizing his powerful skills so he can influence his masses full time. I'll never understand why people think that that is wrong in any way. Much love and respect to you. Well, thank you so much for the love, Justina. I know that you've been watching for a while, and I'm just so grateful for you. We have one last person to thank on PayPal from now. Mr. Davis, thank you so very much for the $70 donation on PayPal. That is fucking ridiculous, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you a million, billion, quadrillion times over. Thank you so much, Davis. Show some love to Davis down below. Davis with the $70 says, Dean, do you think that Bernie Sanders got robbed in 2016 and 2020? Yes. Yes, I do, David. Great question. And once again, thank you so very much for the kindness. You're beyond awesome. You're beyond fucking awesome. On Venmo, this just came in. Thank you so much, Peter, for the $50. I appreciate you, man. Let's get 500 Peters, who says, just so you're aware, while watching your live, the page will auto refresh or auto swipe out. It also never happens on any other live. Also, fuck MAGA. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're suppressing what we do. Low key, Peter. Thank you for the $50, man. Good to see you. Mary, thank you for the $20, who says, catching the VOD tomorrow. Thanks, Dean. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, Mary. I hope you have a good rest of your Saturday evening. Lily and Michelle, I appreciate you both for the $5. Then Josh, thank you for the $10. Then Michelle, thank you for the $10. Sean, thank you so much for the 7. Then Alter Dreams and Jessica, thank you so much for the 5. We are all caught up. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. You guys are beyond kind. Santana, how's your day been, man?
Good, good, good. I finished cleaning and I said maybe I could come here and do a little cooking with you.
Fire! Hell yeah, I love that, dude. Yeah, I appreciate you for being here. I actually might take an opportunity here in a moment to go pee. Yeah. I'll see about that though. Welcome in, D-Sport Trump.
I do.
Were you not the troll that joined earlier?
Earlier when? Yesterday?
Like one of the first guests of the live today.
No, I wasn't on at all today, and I'm not a troll.
She's the one that came up yesterday and you kicked her because you didn't believe her, but I did.
Wait, that was yesterday?
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Bro. Holy shit. Like,
well, you
really?
were on late and then you got on early, so that makes sense why.
That could be it.
Yeah.
I was on really late, and then I got on really early this morning. Dang, I'm like That's gonna send me into into a spiral. I better just stop thinking about how my suppositions of the train of conversation has been today are wrong. I'm like rarely wrong about things that I remember. So, anyways, all right, Britt. Damn, really? That was yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and this is only my second time ever talking on here, but I have seen you before for a while now.
Are you a flat earther?
Bear, thank you for the galaxy.
No.
What shape is the Earth?
It's a sphere.
Okay. And why do you support the worst president of your life?
I mean, I would say I support him for all of the reasons. I can't think of a reason I don't support him.
Do you understand how that's just like insane? Like you can't think of any reason why you wouldn't want to support the adjudicated rapist that has boasted about sexual exploitation, threatened to genocide 90 million people?
I don't know. I think that the way that you generalize that is like unfair.
What did I generalize that's unfair?
How you always generalize the president feels unfair. Like I don't think he's a rapist.
That's what a court proved.
Okay, that doesn't make it true.
Why do you disagree with the court?
Well, I mean, I've disagreed with the court in a lot of different cases.
Yeah, but do you typically think that courts are accurate? Like, on typical?
No.
Usually?
No.
So you think that the court systems in America are wrong more than 51% of the time?
Well, I guess I can't say that.
Okay, so then you do typically think that the courts are accurate. So if you typically think that the outcomes of court are accurate, and you happen to dispute this one, this must mean that you have special reason to dispute this one due to the fact that it did fall out of the typical. So what is the special reason to dispute the outcome of the Trump versus E. Jean Carroll civil rape case?
I personally don't believe her.
Why? Okay, just because you could see motivations for a lie doesn't mean that it's a lie. Now, I agree that if we could rule out motivations of a lie, then that means that we should reliably believe them.
So isn't the only proof of that, like, therapy records?
No.
What else is there?
There's a
First-hand testimony. The fact that Donald Trump said that he lied about not knowing her, and then identified her.
Okay, so the main proof.
Are you
going to
let me answer your question, or did you just want me to say one thing and then you just start talking again?
I'm sorry. I don't usually do this. My bad.
All good. The fact that not only was there corroborating witness testimony, there was testimony from her therapist. There was also evidence as far as them knowing each other. He stated that he didn't know her, and then stated that she was his ex-wife, after saying that he wasn't attracted to her, even though he identified her as his ex-wife. So there's multiple things, including the actual dress that had DNA that was for about 2 years attempted to be entered into evidence, and Donald Trump refused to actually give his DNA evidence to exonerate himself. So yeah, it's a lie.
The DNA evidence thing is a little weird to me.
Yeah, they like, the judge was as lenient as could be and continued to tell like Trump, like, hey, you need to make a decision on this, and they never did. And so the judge set an actual hard deadline and said, this is the last, like the end date. If you don't make a decision and do it, then it's a cutoff. And then the day passed, and then after that, Trump and his legal team came back to the judge after the date and said, yeah, we want to do it. But it was already too late because the judge had given multiple extensions up to 2 years.
Okay. I mean, that is weird. I'll have to look into that. I really will have to, because that is weird, but I also want to, like, see it for myself.
Yeah, I just think that unless you have any type of substantial reason to any substantial evidence to believe different, then like it's just you going off fifis instead of anything of substance.
Okay, I just want to say, like I've been involved in a case where I witnessed a girl have consensual with somebody and then later cry grape.
Okay, listen, I'm just gonna shut this shit down. So, this woman who you witnessed have consensual sex with somebody, then turn around and change her mind. Was she able to provide ample evidence through her own testimony? The therapist notes from the 90s, corroborated by 7 other people. Also, was she able to then get that man that she cried rape about, that in all reality didn't rape her, to lie about never meeting her, and then to deny and refuse to provide a DNA sample to be tested against the DNA sample in the dress in which she claimed she was raped in? And then was she able to convince the anonymous jury of 9? And on top of that, did that man that never raped her, that she claimed raped her, also say that he would like to rape women by grabbing them by their pussies without asking first, which is quote unquote what Donald Trump said word for word in 2005? And did that man who she claimed rape her, that didn't actually rape her, also in the past admit to other forms of sexual violence like sexual exploitation? Oh wait, no. So what the fuck are you doing by trying to perpetuate the narrative like, hey, women lie a lot about rape? Because that's not true, dude. That's not fucking true in the slightest.
It is
more
true.
men lie about not raping women than women lie about getting raped by a man that didn't do it. And that's a fucking fact.
My own mother is currently doing it.
Well,
People lie about it all the time.
I'll say this.
You won't even respond. Before you go, Santana, just real quick, you won't respond to a single goddamn thing I said because you know that it shuts this shit down. When I bring up the fact that he said he likes to do what the jury determined he did to her, you don't address it. You ignore it. When I bring up, yes, I am crashing out on a goddamn idiot that wants to sit on my life and perpetuate grape culture to defend a rapist as president. Yeah, it does make me mad, dude. It does. Admittedly, it does make me mad. All right, you won't address the other circumstances of him admitting to sexual violence. You won't address all of the other evidence outside of just her merely saying it that convinced the unanimous jury of 9. You want to address all of those things. You have to intentionally play stupid and ignore 75% of the words that leave my mouth in order for you to try to even come up with an argument that it didn't happen.
I was investigated by the military because my sister claimed grape on a military man, and the incident happened on a base. And they had to come out to my house and record my testimony, explaining to them that that is not what happened, so that he wouldn't go to jail for the rest of his life. He was 18. He did not deserve to go to jail.
Does anybody else have a friend, a sister, and a mother who have all falsely accused men of rape?
I'm sure. I'm sure.
No, please tell me. Go ahead, Santana. Because what it seems like the case is that the likelihood of having a friend, a sister, and a mother that have all falsely accused men of rape is incredibly low. What rather seems to be the case here is that they probably were raped, and you deny their rape the same way you deny Eugene Carroll's. Go ahead, Santana.
No, because I was there in both cases, and it was just my sister and my mother. I didn't talk about a friend. My sister and my mother.
Yeah,
both have done this.
I'll just say
and
this.
It does happen. And he's one of the most famous people in history and one of the most hated people in history. So
Donald Trump had 26 credible sexual assault allegations prior to him becoming president. Donald Trump is someone who is openly...
he was one of the most famous people
Donald
in
Trump
history
is someone who has openly perpetuated
president.
rape culture prior to him actually stepping into the political realm in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. And I think the fact that it's April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. 1 in 5 women are raped, sexually assaulted, and 90 something percent of women, I think it's 90%, actually I had to look this up. 68% of women do not actually, 68% of women do not actually report sexual assault. Like, again, I'm not going to sit here, I'm not Brit. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm not willing to hear you out. If you have Brit, can I finish what I'm saying? Can I literally finish what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit here and say that I would not be willing to hear you out if you had any type of concrete evidence or any factual information that would dispute the fact that her claims of sexual assault, rape is something that is not viable. But you don't know the actual details of the case. And the only thing that you could do, as far as I'm still finishing my sentence, the only thing that you could do to negate the fact that you don't believe someone who has won a legal case and won appeals, even while Donald Trump was president of the United States, still won an appeal. The only thing that you can do is say the reason why you don't believe it. Brit, can I please finish my sentence?
Hey, do
It's a
you have a
broken system.
hey, Britt? Do you have a brain?
Of course.
Then can you start using it by listening to what Santana is saying instead of
Nobody wants
interrupting
to
him
listen
every
to
3
me.
syllables?
Everybody just wants to
Yeah,
talk over
nobody
me.
wants to listen to your
me.
bullshit when it's being spewed when somebody else is speaking. I want to listen to you.
Well, it's
Why
hard
else
to
would I have
speak when-
Britt, you are literally doing the thing I'm asking you to
Okay,
stop
okay,
doing to
I'm
Santana
done, I'm
to
done.
me as I'm telling you to stop doing it to Santana. Shut the fuck up or I will kick you and never think about your existence again and be perfectly fine with it. That's insane. To like be interrupting Santana every 3 syllables. And then I try to be like, hey, just, you know, like back off a little bit. Just let him finish. And then while I'm explaining that, you then started interrupting me every 3 syllables. Just take a breath, bro. Holy shit. Apologize for telling you to shut the fuck up. But like on a real note, just take a breath and breathe. Okay? Listen. Someone in the YouTube chat says, I don't have any chill today. You're right, bro. I don't. I'm really pissed about the whole Eric Swalwell thing. So that's probably a little bit more predisposed to not have a chill today. Go ahead and unmute and just allow Santana to finish speaking, okay?
Okay.
The only thing I was trying to finish saying is that I would be willing to hear you out if you had anything that of substance to like prove a point as far as why she's unbelievable. But this is someone who has won multiple legal cases, including appeals, including while Donald Trump was the active president of the United States of America. And all at the same time, the only evidence that you've been able to provide as far as why you don't believe her is anecdotal evidence about experiences that you've had in your life. We're not negating the experiences that you have in your life with your sister or any testimony that you have given. But the point is that you don't have anything of substance that would negate the actual court proceedings that occurred with E. Jean Carroll.
I hear you, and I think that that is valid reasoning. If you believe the court systems and you believe her personally because she has, I guess, witness testimony, but like I personally have dealt with unprecedented court cases in my life that have won and shouldn't have. It happens every day. So many people are in jail and they shouldn't be. It happens every day, and he is one of the most hated and most famous people in history, and he was famous before his presidency. And did you listen to his daughter's recent interview with...
Well, you could also say as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with it.
So let me get this clear. The man that is admitted to sexual violence and called it funny is in all reality just a victim of lawfare and a crazy liar.
That's
that
not
had
an
attacked him.
admittance of sexual violence.
Yes, it is. Sexual violence
No, it
includes
is
sexual
not.
exploitation. He admitted to sexual exploitation because he admitted to abusing his position of power as the owner of the pageant to barge into the dressing rooms unconsensually to abuse their positions of vulnerability where they felt vulnerable enough to get naked and get dressed with a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men because it was a private woman's only space. And then he'd then barge in and consensually look at them while they're naked. But it's absolutely
They're not
sexual
naked.
exploitation.
They're not naked. It's the backstage of a
Hey,
dressing room.
hey,
There's
Britt,
staff
Britt,
back there.
Britt,
Have you
quick-
ever been to a
Britt.
pageant?
Quick question. If you were standing in a backstage area in your panties and bra, right, and a unwanted man walked in and started looking at you,
Then you're
would
in
that
the
bother you?
wrong place, baby.
Can
are
you
in
answer the question,
wrong
please?
place. If you don't want to be looked at by a man,
Britt,
you are in the wrong place.
Britt, can you answer the question, please? If you're in a backstage area with women in your panty and bras and a man walks in.
Oh,
and
she
start looking
was.
at you.
She was. She did. So in the same way, she personally knows like 5 trillion women who have falsely accused men of rape. In the same way, she has personally gone through 5 trillion court cases where the person lied and then won the case. She's also been to 5 trillion different beauty pageants and knows exactly how they work. No, I get it. No, you know who else has been to 5 trillion beauty pageants? Donald Trump has been to 5. He was the owner of a bunch of them. All right.
Yeah.
And inside of the clip, you said they weren't naked. Oh, yes, they were, because he said they have no clothes on. Inside of the clip, you said, oh, they're just in a general backstage area. No, they had a reasonable expectation of privacy in a private space for women only. You said that there's staffers and assistants. Well, none that were men because it was a private women's only space. And we know that because Donald Trump said that there's no men around. Oh, silence. For the first time ever. Thank you. God. Is it? Yeah, that's what it took.
I don't understand why, again, you for some reason think that people are targeting Donald Trump because like he's the most hated man in America and he's just this good guy.
People are not targeting him?
You were literally in stun lock until I started speaking. I sat here quietly waiting to see if you were going to reply and you didn't. The point that I'm trying to get across is Donald Trump had 26 credible sexual assault allegations prior to him coming in office. Donald Trump is on record as being a known womanizer, someone who said that he could literally grab women by the P word. He's been someone who was a self-proclaimed playboy. He cheated on his first wife with his second wife with his third wife with a porn star. He is someone who is actively and openly engaged in every level of misogyny and abuse towards women. Even as president, he called women reporters piggy, and he sexualized Caroline Leavitt the way that her lips move like a machine gun. Like, you are for some reason sitting here and pretending as if he's not someone that he perpetuates sexual violence at every single chance that he gets. This is the history of Donald Trump, who has been a rich white man in America since the day that he was born. He was literally born with a silver spoon in his mouth and not being told no. What makes you think that he is ever going to accept anyone telling him no?
Like I don't personally know the guy, so like I think it's just, that's a weird question. Like, I'm sure he's been fine with being told no.
Peter just made a really good point on Venmo. I usually wait until the end of the debates or wait for like a natural intermission to thank people. I'm gonna thank Peter right now for the $40 donation on Venmo. I want to see 1,000 Peter W's down below in that comment section though. Thank you so much for the love and support, man. Peter brings up a great point. Peter says in his message here, when a person is asked why they didn't rape somebody, only a rapist would reply with, because she's not my type. Really, really solid point, Peter. And that is exactly what Donald Trump said, by the way.
That's not what the question was. He said that he would have never had sex with her, or never would have pursued her because she wasn't his type.
Never would have raped her because that was the allegation.
Never would have.
Now, are you going to continue to like just be silent about my explanation of why you were wrong in positing that Donald Trump didn't sexually exploit the beauty pageant contestants?
Well, I don't think any of us were there, so I just don't like.
Trump was.
You can use similar arguments against yourselves. Like, you weren't there either.
Trump was there. He said when he was there, he sexually exploited them.
He didn't say sexually exploited
That's the weird
them.
thing, though, is like, I can understand if Donald Trump had like openly and adamantly like declined and say, oh, I didn't do this, I wasn't there. That's not something true. But he willingly gave up that information. No one made him give up that information. He did that of his own volition.
It was a bragging point.
Exactly. You brag about things that you're proud of. He was proud that he sexually exploited women. He was proud that he had access to. He was proud that he had access to unconsensually look at women.
to beautiful women. Yes.
Yes, he was
has
proud that
always
he had the
admired
ability to
beautiful women.
unconsensually look at women.
Hey, Brits, you are a fucking gross idiot if you don't think that there's anything wrong with a man barging into a woman's dress room to then quote unquote admire the naked bodies of naked women and naked girls in that space. You're a goddamn red flag. You shouldn't be allowed to like operate inside of society with these beliefs. You are harmful to women and girls, and you are a disgrace to women and girls as a woman yourself, saying that there's no issue with men perving on naked kids with admiration in the dressing rooms.
They were not
And
kids.
I mean that. And I fucking mean that.
They're not kids.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess 15-year-olds aren't kids. They're women, right? Like Megyn Kelly and Fox News said, they're women. 15-year-olds are women, right? Oh, wait, no, 15-year-olds are kids. 15-year-olds can't consent. Mariah Bilotta was 15.
wasn't
And there was
referring to
three
teens.
other unnamed teens, okay, that came forward and said that this happened to them, alongside all of the women from Miss USA,
So
like
you
Tasha
just
Dixon in
believe everything
2001.
everyone
And then in the
says?
clip, you said that Donald Trump wasn't referring to teens. I think he was referring to all the pageants that he owned because he used the word girl and woman interchangeably. The question was, from Howard Stern, tell me about all the sexual things you've done with the girls at the beauty pageants. And Donald Trump was like, okay, here's an experience I could recount. Then inside
There
the clip,
are
he used the words
males
woman.
backstage
But regardless of the age of the people that he did this to, he absolutely sexually exploited them. And now your response is to say that there's other males back there? Explain this. No. Shut up and explain this. Actually, got to pull it up now.
I don't love Obama. Somebody said I love Obama.
Explain this.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. Men are anywhere ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. 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 And, no men are anywhere.
What did he say? Can you repeat what he said?
Yeah, he said no men are anywhere.
Oh, okay. So wouldn't this contradict your claim when you said that men were back there?
I don't think you can just take every single word so literally.
Trump was lying when he said there's no one back
Trump
there.
loves Tucker Carlson,
Trump-
right? And he
Trump
just
was-
said that they're ridiculous.
lying.
He loves Candace. He said she's ridiculous.
Trump
like
was lying. Trump was
doesn't.
Trump was lying when he said that there's no men anywhere. Trump was lying, guys. Trump was lying. Okay, what would the motivation be to lie? About admitting to sexual violence.
For one, okay, can I say it? What would his motivation be to lie about that no men were back there, to bragging rights, like, oh, no other men could go back there.
The reason why
but
you
I
brag
was
is to
back
get other
there.
people to like you more. Question.
Yes,
would
of
other people
course.
like Trump more if he actually was guilty of sexual exploitation?
He wasn't admitting to sexual exploitation. and
Actually, yes,
that's
he
why
is,
was
because what he
trying-
admits to is no men being anywhere. What he admits to is barging into this private woman's only space. He admits to breaking a rule because he says he got away with it, and he admits to then looking at their naked bodies, and he admits to the
he
access
did not
being
say
given by
naked.
himself.
He did not say naked.
What is this? What does it say?
Dress,
No,
is
he did
everyone
not say
okay?
that.
They're standing there with no dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no
Take it back.
You don't have on clothes, then you're naked.
Take it back. Take it back.
Okay, I take it back.
Yeah, so they were naked.
They're all 100% naked back there.
Perfect.
No.
But I don't believe that personally. I
Oh,
don't believe that they
yeah.
are 100% naked back there. I think
Yeah.
he was
No
trying
one-
to brag.
I'm sorry, I kicked her because I think that she's a harmful, stupid fucking idiot. You are so fucking, oh my god. You are just such a moron. Oh yeah, when a court determines that he raped a woman, she was a liar. When he admits to sexual violence, he's a liar. Oh my god. Yeah. So Donald Trump was standing by the truth and defending his innocence from E. Jean Carroll, the crazy liar. But then as soon as Donald Trump says that he sexually exploited people, well, Donald Trump was kind of telling a crazy lie. You just don't make any sense, bro. It's like that ass, you should lose your right to vote. And I like maybe this is the reason why like I'll never be president, is because when I do run for president, people will be able to pull up clips of me telling others that they should lose their right to vote. But you shouldn't be able to vote. All right? You dead ass shouldn't be able to if you are that fucking willfully ignorant.
Thank you, Squabbles.
If you are that willfully ignorant, with such strong cognitive dissonance, you should not be engaged in the electoral processes of the United States of America.
Yeah. I just want to say this really quickly for like what the 16, 17, 18,000 people here. I don't know how many is on YouTube, but for anyone that just had to sit through and listen to that, anyone, I don't want to, like, I know these conversations can be triggering and victimize the survivors of these type of acts. And also it can be harmful towards people who may be currently experiencing it because, again, like I mentioned, April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So if you're dealing with any type of issues and you need any type of help, RAIN.org has plenty of resources and access. You can always call 1-800-656-HOPE. They have a live chat feature where you can just text HOPE to 64673, or you can go online to their website and talk to someone directly. You can always get help and assistance. Seek help. You can always, if you're in crisis, dial 998. But make sure that you protect yourself, protect your peace, protect your mental health. And people like that are harmful. Like riding that hard for someone without even having like any type of information is insane.
Very true. M. Hoffmeister, I'll invite you to join the stream. M. Hoffmeister in the chat says, I don't know, something feels off with guys talking to a woman about SA in a very aggressive manner. I will never apologize for aggressively defending victims of sexual violence. And I will never apologize for aggressively attacking perpetuators of sexual violence. And I will never apologize for aggressively correcting apologists to the perpetuators of sexual violence either. Now, if you want to tell me why I should apologize, feel free. I'll hop inside of the queue. I'd love to have you up for a debate.
I'll also say this, like, I understand trying to have a civil conversation in which, me, I'm always down to try. But when someone is spamming the harmful buttons, like she was button mashing, right? I mean, and at the point where not only was she unwilling to engage in any of the things that we were trying to convey, but even trying to get across 2 sentences without being interrupted became pretty much impossible. So it wasn't more so like, I know we weren't even at the point where we were trying to even get anything across to her. Like, it was just like we were batting down harmful rhetoric as quickly as possible. And that's what it ended up escalating to, is just us trying to reduce the amount of harm that she was perpetuating.
Yeah, that's just one of those things that I'm not willing to compromise on, and I don't think anybody should be willing to compromise on. Never, ever, ever compromise the value of the aggressive attack of rapists in defense of rape victims. Like, that's just that you gotta keep your toes, 10 toes in the sand, fucking digging the heel into the mud, man, because that's an issue that we've had in society for so long, and we will continue to have it if we don't do something about it. Yeah. All right, we need to take sexual violence much more seriously. There's no reason why every woman I've ever met in my life has a story to tell, or why they should have a story to tell. All right, imagine if it was the other way around. First and foremost, male rape victims exist, okay? Yeah. So many of them, too. It's an issue regardless of what happens to, but not as many as women, okay? So imagine if it was the other way around and every man had a story to tell. Mm-hmm. I mean, what kind of like apocalyptic, dystopian, authoritarian state would we be living in until that issue was fixed? All right, there would be a declaration of a national emergency. We would all be like losing our rights with a presumption of guilt predicated on credible accusations until proven innocent. Like, dude, it would just be a significantly different world. Now, I actually do have to hop off here. I'm actually getting a call from my sister right now. We got to start hitting the road. But Santana, I appreciate you for joining.
Absolutely. I'll just say this really quick. There's a handful of people that sent donations. I'll be sending you all personal thank yous, but I appreciate the heck out of all of you. And bro, I appreciate you for having me up. Have fun. Let me know how that if you get to rock out, the jam sesh.
Hell yeah. We're gonna have some fun tonight. I appreciate you for coming up, man.
See you, bro.
Take care. I'm going to quickly thank a couple people. Thank you so much, Brent, for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, when she watches Law & Order SVU, she cheers for the perpetuators. Probably. Amy, thank you for the $20, who says, sexual abuse survivor here. This is for dealing with the last idiot. Can you imagine if this recording was coming from Obama, she'd have lots to say? Yeah, just make it anybody but Trump. Castaway Mary, thank you for the $10, who says, it astonishes me when women turn themselves into pretzels to justify an old creepy man. He may have owned the pageants, but that doesn't mean that he owned the bodies of the pageant contestants. 110%. Please say it louder for those in the back. On PayPal, thank you so much, Cammy, for the $24, who says you're on one today and I'm here for it. Thank you, Cammy. Yeah, I've been going pretty hard. And then Shelly, thank you so much for the $40 on PayPal. That's crazy, Shelly. Thank you. Shelly says, was she part of the pageant? She would know that if someone was to walk outside a dressing room naked, that would be a huge scandal. Pageants have very strict quote-unquote moral guidelines. Women had their crowns taken for revenge porn or even lingerie photo shoots. Yes, so true, Shelly. Thank you for the $40. And then let's see here. Sharice, thank you for the $5, and Amy, thank you for the $10. And going back to like the quote unquote moral guidelines for beauty pageant contestants, it's because like they wanted the contestants to look like pure and innocent and untouched. Okay, and any scandal that infringes on that image of being pure, innocent, and untouched is like now all of a sudden that deplorable, you know. And like we see the same values to be true in like fields where women will work to the male audience all everywhere all the time, you know. For instance, Korean female pop stars. I mean, I think that there's a story where a female K-pop star got a boyfriend, and then like her management team made her break up with her boyfriend and shave her head as punishment because it kind of reduced that image of being innocent, pure, and untouched. So like, no, clearly at these beauty pageants, you're absolutely right. They wouldn't just be letting the women be getting naked in front of like men as ordained and allowed by the pageant. Like that's not something that would ever occur because of those moral guidelines to uphold that image. You are absolutely correct. Carrie, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you so much, Carrie. Thank you so much. Carrie just sends a little emoji. Thank you so much, Carrie. It's good to see you today. Mary, thank you for the $2. She says, hi, Santana, love and respect. Mary, I hope that you're having a good day. Jordan, thank you for the $10. Then Leah, thank you for the $5. And then Jesse, thank you for the $15. She says, your daily check from the Freemasons, the Rothschilds, the DNC, and the Pope. Let's go. We're getting rich from the DNC. I appreciate you guys. All right, folks. I'm going to go to an end for the day. I got to go camping. I will see you all tomorrow. We're likely going to be live tomorrow night. Parker should be hopping on here very, very.
That explains a lot.